And I think those best practices are going to change finally. We've been doing things that we made up 25 years ago when I was chair of the S520 and the 500. We didn't really have science. We were doing things we thought was right. And now we have a lot of science. We have a lot of data. We have real information and real testing to be able to understand what's going on. And I think that's where the industry needs to go. And as a show, we're going to continue to promote that, elevate those ideas to the highest level on our programs. And then also I'm going to work with R&R Magazine to make sure we're publishing that type of information so that the industry starts looking at it. And change doesn't come fast. I recognize that. But we also put things in place that we made up. It's time to really investigate whether they work or not. So, the S520 and the 500 were the best information we had available at the time. And here we are now in a different place. And there are new ways and new critical thinking ideas about how to do jobs that are better practices than we've done in the past. So I think that's really where I'm hoping this whole thing moves to. And it's not just the mold area. It's also with virus, bacteria. It's also with other crazy things that are coming up. And I think we just need to be better prepared as an industry to respond. And, one of the most disappointing things I think I can say out loud is our response to COVID was a little ridiculous. Spraying stuff in environments and leaving it certainly doesn't help the human health by any way. And so I know a lot of people made a lot of money spraying this goop, whatever it was. I don't know how many of those products were actually approved for use in the indoor environment the way they were using it. But we need to grow up as an industry, and we need to do things a little more responsible. And I'm going to shut up and let Doug jump.
Yeah, well, no, you're right on, Larry. And let me speak to this for just a second, because this is kind of a new thing, and I think you're going to be excited about this as well. So in 2015, when the state of Florida was working on their standards of practice, we wrote the NORMI professional practices. And that document is an insured document, and it was good for its time in 2015. But since then, we've had 5 revisions. Wow. And the latest revision we just finished last week, and we're going to be presenting that, of course, at the experience and our first class here in 2 weeks. But the professional practices, that's what it's really designed to do, is to lay it alongside of the ISCRCS 500 and 520 and say, now here's the specific way, based on the contamination that you're dealing with, this is a specific way to do the work. It's a best practices document. We just added level 4, which is for sensitized individuals and how the work should be done in those kinds of circumstances. And I think what you're saying is exactly what's happened, what I see has happened in the industry. Spraying a bunch of stuff and letting it settle on the ground is like taking a trash can and pouring it out on your dining room table and saying, okay, I'm done. No, you've got to mechanically remove that contamination. Spraying, of course, you should spray, but it should be used correctly. And like you said, you should have the right kind of product that you're using and use the right method. There's so many great tools out there. We're talking now about one of the new electrostatic sprayers that seems to be different from a lot of the other ones because it's induction charging. So there's all kinds of cool things that are happening. I think I mentioned to you yesterday, we're going to talk about air washing in a way that has never been talked about before. And I think in a way that's going to really improve the methods by which we are cleaning up these environments. And that's exciting. It's a really good time to be in the industry right now and to be a part of this kind of event, because you're seeing these new techniques and then you can take them out into the marketplace and help people live healthier lives.
Are you saying I should leave my leaf blower home?
No, you could come over to my house and remove all the leaves out of the backyard. That's what I'm saying.
Start on the inside and then work out.
well, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I have another question, because you guys are like hitting the buzzwords of the industry that I want to talk about. And I'm going to put it out to both of you at the same time. I don't know how good this is going to work out, but with what you're talking about now, professional practices and the experience coming up, and the one that's going to be coming up later in the year in Las Vegas, how do you see these changes affecting what we're going to be doing at the experiences? We'll go with both of them, and I'll put it out to either of you or both, whatever you want to do here.
Mhm. Well, I like to take this new technology and new ideas and new equipment and whatever else testing we have available and bring it into the trade show hall where there's the most optimum audience there and do it hands-on. Because, being in a classroom and showing a slide picture of it is great. But to take that picture and bring it into the trade show hall, turn it on and show them, and put it in their hands sometimes, there's no other opportunity like that for them to be able to learn, take it back and implement it in their company. So from our standpoint, especially in Las Vegas, we're planning to build a big house again with other construction areas as well, so that we can do more of this live demo. And we're really looking forward to working with Normie in both locations.
Well, and to supplement that suggestion, which is he's done a great job of doing a flood house and demonstrating on all that's done in the exhibition hall. One of the things that Larry was gracious enough to do for us last year in Cincinnati, and then we repeated it in Vegas and going to do it now again in Lauderdale as we improve it, was he gave us a training room where one of the tracks, we would actually have them in the classroom and be able to show them how to do containment, how to set up negative air, how to use an AFD as an air scrubber, all of these different techniques, and how to install doors and what types of doors there are out there. The new reuse zip it. We actually installed a Zebulon air wall. So there's so many things that we're able to do. And as he said, I think we were very successful in Cincinnati and successful enough to repeat it in Las Vegas, where we had a whole classroom filled with people, standing room only, showing them how to do this hands-on work. And we're planning the same thing, of course, in Lauderdale.
Absolutely. And, we're talking about sensitized people. We're talking about spraying things. And those are the kind of things we need to talk about hands-on also. If you're going to spray and bring out a sprayer, start it up, what are we going to do after it falls? It's all over everything. We need to learn how to clean properly, responsibly, to make sure that we're doing it. And consumers a lot of times don't want to hear about how to do it right. They don't want to pay the extra cost. But we as experts and professionals in the industry need to advise them with the best information available, let them make a decision. And then you as a company need to make a decision if you want to do the job, not following the standard of care maybe that you've created yourself for your own company.
So Larry, I don't want to offend anybody, and I know this is going to go on our national television channel, but I say it in class very openly, and I really believe this is true. When you're in business, and you say you're starting a business, you've got to decide right up front, am I going to be a Walmart or am I going to be a Macy's? I'm going to be in the marketplace only looking for the best price I can get, or am I going to actually do it right? And it doesn't really matter so much about the cost. Obviously, you want to be reasonable about it, but the point is that doing it right has to take precedence over doing it cheap. And you've got to make those kinds of decisions. And so I think customers appreciate that, because now they're looking for somebody who is following the standards, following the guidelines, following the professional practices, and they know for sure that they're going to get a job done well. I think that's so important, and a lot of guys don't even think about that these days.
When from a liability standpoint, protecting your own company, if you're not following the standard of care, there is no defense.
That's right.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's right. It's what we call shifting the liability. I think, again, in our classes, when I was a contractor in the construction industry, I would hire a subcontractor. I made sure he had a certificate of insurance for his workers' comp. And why did I do that? It's because I didn't want to pay the workers' comp if his employee got hurt. Right. And so the point is I shifted the liability from me to him. And that's exactly what the standard of care and the best practices, professional practices, that's exactly what it does. If you do it the way it's supposed to be done, you're shifting the liability away from you. You're no longer a cowboy. You're shifting the liability away from you to the person who's actually written the guideline.
You know, there's a very simple statement that quantifies or qualifies, whichever way you want to place it into this, to make that true. And it's to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, not because it's the cheapest or I can charge the most for this. It's the right way to do it.
Well, and there's one other variable that's really challenging for every contractor out there. If there's insurance coverage, what will the insurance coverage cover and not cover? And so now the insurance company is trying to shift the liability to your company by not doing it the right way.
Yeah, that's
Now
right.
you need to make a business decision. Am I going to take that on? Obviously, we want the work. At the same time, we don't want the risk.
And if the job goes south, whose license is going to be bothered, yours or the insurance carrier? You're exactly right. You got to be in charge of the job.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, these are all amazing topics that we talk about at the show, and we need to go and delve deeper into it also. And, one of the things that we're going to do at the show is we're bringing in another relationship with RIA, and we've never worked with them before. We're excited about that. But again, what we're looking for is the expertise and level of collaboration through the whole industry. I mean, if Normie and RIA and IICRC and the experience are standing together on issues, that is a big one. There's no question about it. And now we're starting to work with NADCA also.
Well, Larry, with that, I mean, without giving away secrets and some of the surprises that you always have for us.
There's secrets? Wow.
How is Norma going to be participating in the Fort Lauderdale show? The Las Vegas show is too far off to talk about. But what specifically do you vision, or are you able to talk about Normie and the show coming up?
Well, I asked Doug to specifically take a track on the second day and do all hands on in the classroom. So, the experience name is not a mistake. It's on purpose. We want people to experience hands-on. That learning is so valuable. And Normie has done such a great job of transferring that information to our participants. So that's why we have standing room only in your room, because you're doing it right. And we really appreciate that. And then we've also asked if you would hold a class afterwards, and I'm not quite sure what class you're going to hold. So let's jump in here also.
Yeah, I'll talk about that because I think it's interesting because the hands-on training is kind of going to lead toward that class. So one of the things that we've seen that's a little bit of a vacuum in the industry has been the remediator or the restoration contractor understanding how to evaluate the work that he's doing. And so we put together a certification. It's called Certified Mold Assessment Technician, CMAT. That's a one-day class. It does come with a certification once they take the exam. But the point is that it's teaching restoration contractors how to do 3 different types of assessments. Because oftentimes a remediator or a restoration contractor shows up on site and there's no third-party assessor, nowhere near. And so what that restoration contractor needs to do, or remediator needs to do, is he needs to create a baseline, establish a baseline for the level of contamination that's there. So we're going to talk about how to do that and to assess that environment. Then once he starts the project, he really needs to make sure that he's making progress toward the end point, whatever his goal is, the PRV. He needs to do interim inspections and interim assessments. And that might be something as simple, Larry, you've done this. It might be something as simple as putting a particulate counter inside the containment to find out that you're actually making progress and lowering the particulate counts. It might involve a monitoring program of or manometer, some way of making sure that you're under containment and that you're under negative pressure. So that interim inspection process is so important. That's number two. And then the third time that he's going to be doing an assessment is what we would call a PRE, post-remediation evaluation, in preparation for the third-party assessor. Because oftentimes they might not be an assessor on the front end, but the homeowner or the insurance carrier wants some sort of third-party post-remediation verification. And so if you're a remediation contractor, restoration contractor, you've been under containment, you want to make sure that the job is correctly done, and you want to pass that PRV, maybe you need to do a PRE, post-remediation evaluation, to make sure that all the surfaces are clean, the air is clean, and so forth, before you call that guy in to do the PRV. Because when he comes in, if it's dirty, he's going to leave and charge you another $500 to come back a second time. So the point is that we believe that restoration contractors and remediators need to know how to do the baseline, the interim, the post-remediation evaluation, and that's what that certified mold assessment technician training is all about. And that's the training that we're going to be offering at the end of the experience.
That certainly makes a lot of sense to me. And, when we were writing the 520, we were up against that challenge of what if there is not an environmental expert in the area? How do you do the post testing or pre-testing? And we came up with something similar in language. So I'm glad that you're following up on that. It is good, though, to have an outside testing firm finish the job.
Absolutely.
Because it reduces, again, your risk. They're saying it's done. Thank you. Now we're, saying this guy who's an expert saying we did a good job. That's critical to closing the file.
Well, and having that, that's the whole reason the industry is built the way it is, with two professions, the assessor, the IEP, and the remediator, because they don't want that conflict of interest. Right. And so understanding how that assessor is going to do his job just makes the remediation project easier. And I think it's makes it easier to evaluate whether the job's been done correctly or not. So yeah, that's a fun class to teach.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's critically important that you're doing that type of evaluation as you're doing your job every day. And you'll learn a lot also about, having containment and having in and out good protocols and a variety of things, because that's so critical to the success of the job. So I'm really excited to see that class coming.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. Looking forward to it.
Hey, can I just, I want to confirm the dates. I believe we're talking about May 8, 9, and 10 for the experience.
Yes, that is
and
correct.
The 11th, Doug, is that correct for the class?
That's correct. The 11th will be the class, the CMAT class.
Now, our hotel also, we have hotel rooms 3 days before and 3 days after. And you're coming to Fort Lauderdale in May, you might as well stay and enjoy the beach. Right outside the hotel door, you're going to notice there's water taxis. They can take you to any beach you want to go to in the region, which is fabulous. And there's hundreds of restaurants. I walked to the restaurant area last time I was there, and I couldn't make up my mind which one I wanted to go to. There were so many of them. So they're all right across the street from the beach. And of course, there's so much to do in Florida. It's going to be a great opportunity just to go relax.
Absolutely.
So if I was asking you to mention to the people watching this that you think they'd enjoy themselves there, is that a fair statement? You're giving a little bit of what's going on. Is there any more detail you can give us about the hotel or the
Sure.
things that are going to happen?
You bet. So we always do cocktail receptions back at the hotel after one of the days. We're going to do a little bit of a pool party kind of thing, just getting together informally. We will have a big reception on the first night right there at the convention center. And so it's a great opportunity to network and meet hundreds and hundreds of other people in the cleaning and restoration or remediation industry. But, we are all there also to relax, And, when you own a business or you're managing a business, it's really critical for you to get away and take a step back and look at what you're doing as a company and then see what's happening in the industry. The one great thing that I learned going to conventions in my career when I was running a cleaning and restoration remediation company was that when I would go to these conferences, I would learn the latest techniques, the latest innovations and new ideas, and I'd bring them back and put them right into my company as quickly as I could, because we were leading the field all the time. And all of our competitors were like, what the heck are they doing now? And trying to figure out how we're doing it, why we're doing it. And they'd actually come to us to learn how to do it. And that helped us lead the field in our area, which also allowed us to charge a little bit more. But that was my own goals and the way that I ran my business. Education to me is paramount in running a successful business. It was mandatory in our company to be certified and to attend classes. And it really made a big difference. And, ultimately, if you're larger than a MAPA operation, you have several people out on location, who is it that the consumer's talking to? They're talking to one of your technicians who needs to be very educated about the standard of care in the industry and understand all of your own techniques so they can explain it clearly to your customer. I can tell you, we were doing a large commercial job in downtown Denver, big job, and I wasn't there. And the CEO of the company comes out, and we're restoring 100,000 plus square feet. And he starts asking difficult questions. And my lead technician stood there and answered all of his questions and was able to cite information from S500, 520, and what he learned in his classes about how we're doing our processes, how the drying is taking place, how we're always monitoring to make sure we're doing things correctly. I'm not there. They've got to be able to stand up on their 2 feet and answer the questions in the right way and feel comfortable enough to be able to do that. That's really critical.
It is, Larry, and that's one of the things we are going to talk about in our class, and not only the CMAT class, but also from our booth, because we got a nice sized booth there in the exhibition hall as well. And that's our new firm membership. We've got a program now where companies can participate in being able to train their guys in a certified mold worker program, and they can train them absolutely free online. And those guys get trained in exactly the same way as a remediation contractor would get trained, just the modules that are appropriate for them, because there's some of the higher level business models and law models that they don't necessarily need. But the point is that this firm membership, which is what we have developed, I think is going to really change the industry for these guys, because now they've got an in-house training program that they can send their guys to anytime they want, 1 a.m. if they want to, and keep them educated. Because you're exactly right. The guy in the field, the technician that's talking to the client, better be talking the same language as the sales guy, and the same language as the person who answers the phone, and the same language as the person who's licensed. And I think that that's a big step in the right direction.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
I want to throw out something about the experience show. And I mean, what it means to me going to the experience, and I'm just going to give it out as very short little statements. And if you guys want to add on, please, or correct me on this. When I think of the experience, it's hands-on learning. And I got to look at my list. Networking, learning about new products, rock concerts, had to throw that one in there. Food, beaches, and fun. What'd I miss?
No, the rock concerts are really critically important.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you, one of the things that I think is one of the most important things to me is the networking. I have made such great relationships, and thank you, Larry, for doing that. You've been the one that's been the catalyst in most cases. You'll say, hey, come here, I want you to meet somebody. or you'll bring somebody to us. Hey, you guys need to get together. You think the same way. And I'll tell you what, that networking for me, the opportunity to be among some of the industry leaders and to be able to sit down with them and have a cup of coffee and talk about what they're doing with their business. I don't know how in the world you could ever exchange that, because, some of them live in New England, some of them live in California, some of them I would never see if we didn't get together at one of these events. So to me, that's one of the biggest advantages of this whole process.
Well, and I'll tell you that we have left specific time this show so that we could have good networking time. And if you come to the show, you need to take advantage of the people that are there. You need to meet as many people as you can. Go out to dinner with a bunch of them. Go into the bar or pool or wherever they're hanging out and just meet people. I mean, one of the things that made us successful as a company is sometimes we would get jobs that were too big for us. And I could call my competitors locally or wherever they were and say, hey guys, I've got this job. Will you come help me? And here they come. And we were able to process jobs much larger than our capability because of those relationships that we made while we were out at these type of shows.
So I'm going to focus on another word, Lance: food. I wouldn't say I was exactly a foodie, but since I live in Louisiana, I've sort of kind of become one. And I mentioned earlier about these conferences that have stale food. I'll tell you, Larry does a great job of putting together an event, and the food is usually fantastic. And I know people aren't going to come to the event just for the food, but they won't have to leave because of it either.
Now that's
I don't know about not coming for the food, but I've kind of enjoyed going there for it.
I'll tell you something funny. There is the last day of our show is the day that's the most challenging to keep people there. And so I always put some of the strongest programming on the last day. You got to be there. But then in the trade show hall, I feed everybody lunch. I want them to stay. Well, the first year we did it, my wife's looking at me like, you're doing what? And she gave me this budget I was like not able to achieve. So I served hot dogs. I got to tell you what, man, the guys were so freaking excited about it. But, all the condiments and stuff, these hot dogs were about this high, and I'm like, what are you guys eating? Anyway, we don't do hot dogs anymore.
That's funny.
Hey, real quick, if somebody wanted to find out more information about the experience coming up, where do they go to look?
experiencetheevents.com. We have a brand new website we just launched. We're getting better and better at it, and a lot of new information in there. We'll be adding to it continually. I'm working on the program right now, and in the next 2.5 weeks, the program will be published. It's coming along really well. A lot of new presenters on the program, a lot of new energy, and there is some exciting new advances on the program we all want to pay attention to.
And I want to tell you as well, Lance, that we're working on a deal. So we're gonna have some special offers for the Normie members. So if you're a Normie member or you want to become a Normie member, we've got some special things we're going to be doing for you. And so that's going to be a little added benefit for those folks.
Well, I appreciate the time both of you spent here, and just last few minutes. I mean, Larry, is there anything you'd like to say to sum up what we've talked about, or just sum up what's coming up at the experience?
Yeah, we're very excited about our new relationship with BNP Media and the R&R magazine. And I think it's going to enhance a lot of our relationships with our partners as well. It's giving them new opportunities to get out more information. And that's really our goal, is education and information at the experience. I can tell you that going to the beach is always a wonderful time, and being down by the water is always one of my favorite times. But, we were in Clearwater Beach for, I think, 16 years. And of course, many people still scream at us for leaving there, but we outgrew the hotel many times over and finally just had to make the move. And, moving to Charleston and Cincinnati, we had fantastic shows. We met so many new people. It was really wonderful. So now going back to Fort Lauderdale, a big East Coast city with a lot of population and a wonderful atmosphere for doing a show. We're very excited about that. And I'm already starting to work on our show in Las Vegas. again, we're going to be right back at Caesars Forum Conference Center, and we're going to be staying at 2 or 3 different hotels this time. We've added in Caesars Hotel across the street. So many people wanted to stay there. We listened, and we've added that to our room block. So there'll be a lot of great things going on there. But we're going to build a big house in the trade show hall. We're going to have a huge cleaning area, and we're truly excited about that. We have a very strong partnership with Shaw Industries, who's the largest floor covering manufacturer in the world. And I'll tell you right now, our show the following spring is going to be in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And somebody said to me, why would you go to Chattanooga, Tennessee? I said, well, not only is it a cool city, but 25 minutes down the road is Shaw Industries. And we have an invitation from Shaw Industries to bring 250 people to Shaw for mill tours. That doesn't happen anymore. And we're thoroughly excited to be there. You know, the more I know about the products I'm working on, the easier it is for me to take care of them properly and understand what it is that I'm doing and how I should do it. And it's really a great opportunity. That's one of the things that I always treasured, was that time going down to wherever I had a chance to tour the mills and see exactly what the products were. So that's kind of what the future looks like. We're very excited about what's coming up, and we're very excited to continue to work with you guys there at Normie, and your members have to be thrilled with the ongoing work that you two continue to do and your whole team continues to do.
Well, thank you, Larry. And just to confirm, there's 249 seats left to go there. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Doug,
It is.
anything in closing?
Yes, my call to action is this. If you're in the industry, if you're an assessor, if you're a remediator, if you're a restoration contractor, if you're a cleaner, if you're a technician, if you're in this industry, go right now to experiencetheevents.com and register for this event. If you've got any questions at all, of course, we'll be glad to help you. You can call our toll-free number at 877-251-2296. So there'll be operators standing by, as it were, to answer any questions about what we're going to be doing there. And I know Larry's available to answer questions as well, but experiencetheevents.com, go register. You'll really, really be glad you did.
Well, guys, I really appreciate you. I appreciate you guys spending the time here today. Larry, it's always a pleasure talking with you. Doug, thank you for helping out here. And I look forward to doing another one if we could before the experience show.
We would
So
love
as we get closer, maybe we'll do that. But thank you
the other
both.
thing we should talk about next time, Lance, is the way you get jobs nowadays changed so much compared to when I was in business. And we should talk about that and really put that on the table for people to understand all the different areas and options that are out there.
I think that's a great idea, Larry. And thank you so much, by the way, for being here. It's always fun to talk to you. But I think there's a lot of things we can talk about to help our guys understand how to get that business that's out there, because you're exactly right. It's changing.
It has, absolutely. Thank you all. I hope you have a great year. Can't wait to see you May 8th through 10th in Fort Lauderdale.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
I want to welcome my guest today, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner. He's the Senior Director of GBAC, which is the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, I believe. Is that correct?
Well, you nailed it, Lance. It's 100%, mate.
No, I just wanted to make sure I got it right. So welcome.
Thanks, Lance.
Hey, we've done several interviews in the past, and I know we talked about doing some things that were a little bit more specific, and that's kind of what I want to talk about today. We last time touched on the concept of cleaning for health and how important that is with the essential workers and things like that. But right now, I'd like to focus a little bit more about that whole industry and how it affects hospitals, specifically emergency rooms, because that's really the first line of defense when people are going into the hospital and the most exposed areas.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And I think it's important for us to focus on what are the core competencies Some of us would call those the KSAs, the knowledge, the skills, the abilities that people need to work safely in environments that would have infectious diseases or contaminants. And there's a number of different ways, resources that we use them, across different verticals, whether it be, an airport, a convention center, transportation like buses and trains and planes, the hospital, or even the ambulance service, the emergency medical services, and on how to operationalize all the information that we have.
One of the things that makes the emergency rooms, and you did mention ambulances, different from airports and large buildings that people go into for commercial purposes, it's more of a crisis situation in the hospital and the ambulance settings. You don't have time to sit back and say, well, you're going to sit over there till we properly suit up and do this and do that. It's really handling these things as they happen, stamping out brush fires basically as they come in before they become wildfires. And I can see that being a big difference, especially when you're dealing with, I think a term you used was playbooks to handle these types of situations.
Oh, I think, from my experience, when you look at those critical knowledge, skills, abilities that people need, we often learn by doing. We're all adults, and that's how we learn. But it's often from my sort of experience, Lance, of what did I leave out? What have I missed? And sort of the way that I've found to address some of these critical gaps in the way that we do things on the front line is to have something like a playbook. And I just want to emphasize, the way that my experience, my career has used playbooks when it comes to infectious diseases or even drug contaminants, is to have a document that's usually laminated. You can use it in the field, you can clean it and reuse it, but a playbook is a document that synthesizes multiple sources of information in a single document. And it addresses the full spectrum of everything we need to know and do, and it creates a concise reference resource. You'll see these used in hospitals, you'll see them used in ambulances, emergency medical services, and it's so important that, again, a lot of these playbooks are color-coded for the different sections, so you can go straight to the section when you need to, because, again, across very broadly in the cleaning industry, we don't use a lot of these resources that we see, say, in healthcare, for example, or even first responders might use in disasters and emergencies. And we expect a lot of our professionals just to retain knowledge or know how to identify hazards and do a risk assessment quickly when the situation changes. And that's not always the case, because these can be often high stress environments to work in.
Again, I go back to what you had mentioned about ambulances and emergency rooms. If a patient is transported in with a highly contagious disease in an ambulance, you could take the ambulance out of service, at least to push it aside and get a crew in there to clean it using a playbook or whatever is approved at that time. But for an emergency room, you can't. I mean, how do you shut down an emergency room because you brought in a patient with some kind of contagious disease? Or do you? Or how do you address or attack that?
It's really interesting, Lance. A lot of the, I'd say, exercises that I do with hospitals, with first responders, with emergency medical services, is identifying the full spectrum of what it takes to get that patient from wherever they are into the ambulance. You do the triage into the ambulance and then patient handoff at the hospital. And what I find in a lot of the tabletops, but also the drills and functional exercises I do, is that the nurses, the hospital staff, and even the ambulance staff are well rehearsed on how to do the patient handoff. Patient goes into the hospital and going, where's the ambulance going? Well, where do they park it up? How do you, doff your contaminated personal protective equipment? You take it off and take it off safely. Where's your waste management? Who's cleaning that ambulance? If there's an infectious disease agent from that patient, or there was lots of bodily fluids, blood, diarrhea, vomit, that needs to be cleaned up, or if there was even drugs involved, fentanyl, for example, or meth, where do you either clean and disinfect or decontaminate that ambulance? And I often find this is missing so often from hospital plans. the ambulance parks where? In the public car park? Or where does it go specifically? So the resources, the toolbox is there for them to be able to clean, disinfect, or decontaminate that ambulance and do it safely.
You know, one of the things that I've run into over the years of dealing with emergency services is when you do have one of these unknown situations, unknown contamination, multiple people get sick all of a sudden in a very short period of time, and you wind up transporting them, it always comes down to, well, what do you do now with the personnel and the equipment? Because now you have a piece of equipment that's contaminated, but you also have personnel. Do you put them back in the contaminated vehicle? Do you now isolate them? Now you need somebody else to handle the vehicle, or the same with the emergency room. I mean, is there any specific guidelines that are out there for this in general? I mean, I'm not talking specific Ebola, but we could talk about that, you know, too, but just in general, how to handle these situations.
There is, Lance, and the in the Department of Health and Human Services, ASPA, the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. You know, a few years ago, I was involved working with, you know, the Department of Health and Human Services and ASPA in developing, well, again, what we call playbooks. And it was so important from some of the lessons we learned in, say, the 2014 Ebola outbreak, the fact that they developed a EMS, an Emergency Medical Services Infectious Disease Playbook, but unfortunately the government didn't have enough funding to print a hard copy. And you'll see comments all over the internet today. Oh, I love that EMS playbook. It's color-coded. It's easy to understand. It had algorithms. It had decision-making trees. Yes, no, if this happens, and how you then, and how you react appropriately. You know, PPE, patient handoff, looking after the patient, cleaning, disinfecting the ambulance afterwards. And there just wasn't enough funding from the government at that stage to actually develop hard copy. So it always stayed in the digital world. It was an electronic copy, but it's one that I use quite often. And it's a resource that's been well tested in the way that in a stressful situation, in a busy situation, we sometimes overlook or forget things. So it's where checklists play such an essential role. But it also helps in the planning process as well. So what I see, you know, again, hospitals have, first responders have, they have these series of playbooks, which provides enough sort of concise information that applies to, you know, the specific circumstances and the procedures that you need that are appropriate for those specific circumstances. And so, you know, we can talk about the appropriate education and training, which again is critical. But to be successful in an infectious disease situation or a drug contamination situation does require these checklists and these playbooks as a ready reference. And I think, you know, lessons learned here, Lance, is that these are so valuable. I'd like to see more of them produced, and I'd like to see them become part of our everyday operations to ensure that, again, mistakes aren't made or hazards aren't created because we overlooked something.
Is there a central clearinghouse for these types of procedures that you're aware of?
Well, in the emergency management disaster medicine world that I live in, I go to the US Department of Health and Human Services through the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. We call that ASPA. They have what's called TRACI. Now, TRACI is the Technical Resources Assistance Center and Information Exchange. And I find I go to TRACI a lot. It's like a warehouse of documents. And especially when it comes to emergencies, you'll find the EMS playbook for infectious diseases there, which I highly recommend. If you haven't seen it, have a look at it. It's fantastic. I think it's a good framework or a model for other playbooks to be developed. But again, I use HHS, ASPA, TRACI resources all the time, and I just find them so valuable. But more importantly, the resources there aren't just applicable to certain verticals. They really apply the basic principles and the fundamentals, Lance, apply to so many other different industries, different sectors, different verticals, that I would hope that others get access to these types of documents. They're free, they're publicly available. Many just don't know they exist.
You know, I'm familiar with a lot of the different protocols for cleaning, wiping down stretchers, ambulances in the hospital, cleaning up the rooms that are there. And that's a standard sanitizing protocol, sanitization protocol. But then you get into some of the really bizarre types of infections, the things that, people see or have nightmares about. I mean, when COVID first hit, I mean, you saw the panic that took place with that. But I know you've had experience and even exposures to Ebola, from the work that you've been doing. I mean, how does that differ from these standard protocols?
Oh, I think we don't often want to do this, Lance, but we have to talk about our failures, our mistakes. And I made a big one in 2014. So in 2014, I was deployed to Nigeria on my first deployment. I had 3 deployments to West Africa to help set up Ebola hospitals. I was deployed to Nigeria with a team to set up an Ebola hospital in a place called Port Harcourt in River State in the south of Nigeria. And we trained all the medical staff. We set up this Ebola hospital. We had all the principles, the protocols, the procedures in place. And then it was a Wednesday afternoon. And we got the phone call and they said, your first Ebola patient's about to arrive. So what do you do, Lance, when you get that phone call? You go and have a cup of tea and relax and go, it's really going to happen. The ambulance came in, lots of media, lots of politicians everywhere. And the patient handoff was just fantastic. It went from the ambulance to the nurse, to the nurses. It just went so well. And then they took the Ebola patient into the hospital, into a room, isolated them. And then I came back outside and Dr. Parker, who was with the Ministry of Health at that time in Nigeria, said to me, that was great, Gavin. Who's cleaning the ambulance? And I looked at my checklist and I went, I don't know. It's not on my checklist. We haven't trained. We haven't trained anyone to clean an ambulance. When we were setting up the Ebola hospital, there was no ambulance here. Now we've got this ambulance that had vomit, diarrhea, Ebola virus all through it. And I went, oh, we don't have a standard operating procedure. We have a protocol. So I said, I got the team together, said, right, we're going to clean that ambulance in our personal protective equipment. We know that it's full of Ebola virus. And we're going to write everything we do down. We're going to video it. And that becomes our standard operating procedure we're going to write up tonight when we finish the job. So we took the team in and it was learning by doing. We cleaned the ambulance. And then the Nigerians surprised me, Lance, because that was the Wednesday. On the Thursday, we got our second Ebola patient. Ambulance came in. We had our protocols written out on how to clean and disinfect the ambulance. And what they'd done, Lance, they'd taken a big piece of plastic with Velcro and they'd put up around the walls of the ambulance and created like a swimming pool. And when that patient with Ebola came out, again, the handoff was fantastic, went into the hospital. I went out to clean the ambulance and they went, look at this. And they undid the Velcro and they pulled out this piece of plastic. And it had all the body fluids, had the vomit, the diarrhea, the sweat, you name it, it was all there. And the actual cleaning the ambulance, took us less time because we now had this big piece of plastic that was Velcroed around the edges of the ambulance, which kept all those body fluids contained, which was amazing. So don't ever underestimate local capacity or innovation when you think you know what needs to be done. So coming back to the US after that trip, I went, well, if we get Ebola patients in the US, we're practicing, we're rehearsing in the hospitals, but who was focusing on ambulances, emergency medical services? And there was very little done. And that's where this EMS infectious disease playbook that's available through ASPA is so valuable, and that's how it was developed. And again, I just highly recommend that approach to everyone. It just really operationalized the standards, the protocols, the procedures. It just puts it in a way that's so easy to understand.
The other vertical area that I work in is indoor air quality. And under that, we're dealing with mold and bacteria and viruses, particulates, chemicals, and everything like that. And everybody kind of deals with it sometimes almost with the, well, it hasn't killed me yet attitude, and unfortunately, that's something that when you get into more of these critical types of situations, you can't play that way. You can't use that attitude. So doing things the right way is really the way things should start. The basics. And then when you deal with these types of contaminations, like even in the indoor air quality arena, you could have a COVID or a TB or a Legionella type of outbreak that needs to be dealt with. And that's not just wearing your regular N95 mask and gloves. You got to take this to the next level. So I guess that's what I'm asking you in the hospital emergency services arena. At what point do you say, we stop the normal protocols and we go into high gear?
Oh, I think it's important when it comes to, again, the air quality, Lance, is we start now with baseline data. The conversations that I have with EMS often is, what's the air circulation like where the driver sits in the front and the air circulation in the back where the patient is? And are they separate air services? Do you know what the air quality is? Do you know what's circulating? What particles are circulating? Do you know what contaminants or pollutants are circulating? And do you have any baseline data for that? And I do the same when I go into hospitals. We focus so much on the surfaces where we see blood, vomit, diarrhea, the areas that people touch. We pay very little attention because we don't have baseline data for the indoor air quality. Now, you and I both know that those technologies exist. There's products out there that are affordable that can give us good baseline data, within, in real time. Unfortunately, it hasn't become part of our culture to have a indoor air quality monitor on all the time where we work, and then to look at what do we do if we're measuring 9 or 10 parameters for indoor air quality. What do we do when one changes? How long do we wait to see whether it goes back to an acceptable level? So what I think, I'd like to see is facilities in 2023 start to implement the technology and start to get a baseline, start to look at what is the air quality in the space where you work, both in the vehicle and in the building. And then let's have that discussion whether anything needs to be done about it, or that's just normal, or that's acceptable, because, there's just so much we don't know because we don't measure when it comes to indoor air quality.
Well, that again affects, the hospitals and regular remediation practices in just about any kind of building where you're dealing with, if you're looking at isolation, you got positive or negative pressurized rooms. Again, that goes back to airflow, air systems. That could even be as simple as in an ambulance by putting, like you said before, about plastic covering off or isolating the driver or the front of the ambulance from the rear, especially if they're not sharing a recycled air system, which most of them don't. It's just forced air in. So, I mean, I could see that, being the check marks, that make you handle things differently. But as far as infectious disease goes, I mean, there's a lot of things out there. There's things that most of us have never heard of, thankfully, and have to deal with. I actually heard somebody talking at a convention about there's probably 1,000 different viruses a day that are out there. Most of them die off. They're not strong enough to survive, but, some of them do, and, like the COVID and all the variants of COVID, stuff like that. Again, you dealing with Ebola, hopefully it's something that we never have to deal with. But the reality is there, and what has to happen to the people that come in contact with it, isolations and everything that has to kick into play. You can't sit around and say, now what? The playbooks you're talking about are definitely the way to go with that.
It is, and some of the things that we can take from first principles to decrease the risk of infectious diseases, contaminants, and pollutants in the environment is to create unidirectional airflow. And I know a lot of the work that I did in nursing homes and hospitals, Lance, over the COVID pandemic, was being able to take an indoor air quality monitor, get some baseline data, and then go down to Target or Walmart or whatever and buy a very cheap, affordable fan and put that behind the patient. So we're blowing everything away, or put it, whatever, who we wanted to protect, we can put that fan behind the person. Whoever we want to protect, we can put that fan behind to create unidirectional airflow, so it pushes it away from wherever the hazard or the risk is identified. So very cheap solutions were implemented just by creating unidirectional airflow in a vehicle, or unidirectional airflow in a room to create a safer environment. And I think a lot of those easy, practical, affordable solutions were overlooked by many. A lot of people ran to the air conditioning system or the HVAC system and said, oh, we're going to do this one. Hang on, no. We just want to create better ventilation to do that. And it wasn't pump in more air from an environment like New York, New Jersey, or a city where the outdoor air might be more polluted than the indoor air. It wasn't doing enormous sort of renovation or upscaling of putting lots of money into a HVAC system where it wasn't required. It was actually coming back and saying, measure the indoor air quality, get a baseline, and then work out how to create some unidirectional airflow so that we can create safety zones or safety areas based on the movement of contaminants, pollutants, and infectious disease agents. And I think a lot of people often forget that. And I've seen a lot of ambulances, again, lots of equipment in the back of the ambulance, but with very, very poor airflow within the enclosure of the ambulance.
Yeah, they're not really designed for that. It's basically transportation, in and out, and that's the end of it. Unfortunately, you're stuck in the small area with that. Same thing with an emergency room, especially when you have a patient in a room, one patient, one room type of a situation, as an isolation room would be. But if we take your concept and now roll it into the IAQ sector, we do things with decontamination chambers. That would be the same in the emergency services, decon chambers, where, I've seen a fire department set up with plastic walls built up outside where they're actually hosing people down, walking through these containment areas, because they've been exposed to a chemical, some kind of biocontamination. You can't do that inside of buildings. So, I guess that's where the issue comes. And the buildings have to be functional 99.9% of the time. These are extreme situations. I've seen tents set up in an emergency room arrival bays just outside the emergency room doors where the ambulance can pull in, put people into these tented areas before they're cleared to go into the hospital. So, those are all things in that playbook that you're talking about, really need to be worked on.
Yeah, and again, looking at the simple, affordable activities that we can do, Lance, a simple smoke test in the back of an ambulance or in an ER room will show you will visualize the way that the air is moving. And what I mean by that is you grab I use a handful of incense sticks. I light them, I get in the back of the ambulance and I just watch where the smoke goes. And sometimes I'll see, the smoke is going up, it's going sideways, it's going over to the corner there, it's not moving. I'll do the same inside buildings as well as vehicles. But again, to visualize that invisible, those air currents, and that's a way that we can address, hazards, problems with simple solutions. So there's a lot of things that we can do that are affordable that we aren't doing right now, which I think I would even put them on my critical to-do list.
Well, is there a place that people watching can go to? I know you mentioned one or two places earlier to get more information about these types of procedures, how to develop these playbooks, or what authorities they should be following.
Yes, Lance. Well, they can reach out to, all the subject matter experts at NORMI, for example. The subject matter experts over at ISSA and GBAC, we all work together. We're one team. Again, as I said, for the work that I do, mainly in infectious diseases, but now more so, we're getting lots of problems now with drug contamination, methamphetamine and fentanyl in the back of ambulances, as well as in emergency rooms. Go to the Department of Health and Human Services, look up under the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, ASPR, ASPR, and look at their TRACI resources, the technical resources, Assistance Center and Information Exchange. There's just a plethora. There's so many documents there that are so helpful. And if you'll see the EMS playbook for infectious diseases is there. It's a free download. But if you see it and you want to help in operationalizing it, doing a tabletop, testing it, then reach out to folks like yourself, Lance, at NORMI, and we'll bring in the right subject matter experts to make that happen. So you can actually evaluate yourself in the real world on where you are, what you can do, and what you need to assistance with, maybe to strengthen. And I think that's really important that we continue to be in a culture of continuous improvement.
So for the old timers out there, just throwing bleach on everything just doesn't cut it anymore.
Oh, Lance, my feelings on bleach. I had 3 trips in 2014 to deal with Ebola. patients, and I would come out of the hospital after being in all my personal protective equipment. We were sprayed down with bleach, and the metric, the indicator that people would say to me in Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone was, "Gavin, you don't smell strong enough." And what they would spray me again. I think it was my second or third trip. I lost my sense of smell and taste for nearly 6 months because of bleach. Bleach serves a purpose in certain situations, but you've got to read the safety data sheet, and you've got to follow the instructions, and you've got to dilute it properly to make it safe.
Well, absolutely. And, again, in our world with the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation, infectious diseases, again, I say the old timers, they bleach everything. Bleach will kill it. Well, it doesn't. I mean, viruses technically aren't alive, so you can't kill them, so it does create, a whole bunch of new issues. And some of the chemistries that are out there make people sick.
Yes, they are. And that's why you've got to read the label. We've said this over and over again, Lance, you've got to read the label, and you've got to ensure that the people that are using the products that have active ingredients, have chemicals in them, have been trained properly and appropriately to and follow exactly what the safety data sheets tell you. And unfortunately, the safety data sheets are hard to find. But again, this involves education and training, which we'd like to see done just on a much larger scale.
All right. Well, I think we're going to have to do some more of this going forward. I think we'll pick a few other topics too, because it's really interesting. You had a lot of good resources there that we can have our people go to and check out and come up with some of these plans. I mean, the standard decontamination, everybody's got that. It's this infectious disease issue, especially the really serious ones that are scary, that we really need to do this right.
I think it's important for everyone to realize, Lance, we're here to help. If you and I don't have the answers, we know lots of other subject matter experts that we can bring in and help us with an answer that's evidence-based. And it's really important that anyone who watches what you produce and listens to me or listens to you understands that we are here to help.
Well, we haven't even touched on sensitized individuals, off-gassing, chemical exposures. I mean, there's so many other subjects we could deal with. But I think the talking about the emergency rooms and ambulances, and even the buildings that the ambulances are stored in, the emergency service buildings, the fire departments, they all get contaminated and need to be cleaned too. So,
no, you're absolutely right. And again, it's not just one industry specific. These are fundamental first principle problems that need well thought out solutions to identify the hazards, do your risk assessments, and come up with solutions that are affordable. They can be operationalized, and they're doable. That's what's key to this. The key to being safe and healthy is to come up with things that are practical.
Gavin, I appreciate you spending the time being here. Thank you very much, and I look forward to doing this again in the future.
Thanks, Lance. Appreciate that.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all here to an interview that we're going to be doing tonight. And my guest speaker is somebody that most of you all know. It's Mo Zuluaga. He's one of our senior trainers, a good friend of mine, and we have him here in the room. I will let him do a little bit of an intro of his own background because it's too diverse for me to try to explain. So Mo, a little bit about yourself before we get started.
Well, first of all, thank you. Well, for those of you who don't know me, I've been in the restoration industry now for a good bit over 20 years. And before that, I was an engineer for General Electric, for that in the military. And keep going back, I guess, been all over the country and spent some time outside of the country as well, working in Central America, lived in the Caribbean. And as you can tell by my name, My parents are from South America, from Colombia. So I've had a chance to be kind of all over the place and work all over the place. And now I'm happy to be here in Florida and call myself a Florida boy. And I plan on staying here. And I don't think anybody can get me out. So, and happy to be here with Normie as well. So life has brought me here, and I'm in a happy place.
Well, since you're so happy, let's talk about some serious stuff.
Let's do it.
Because we get a lot of questions during and after our CMA CMR class, which is one of the ones that where you specialize in teaching, and actually you do it in English and in Spanish, depending on the class that we're running. But I know that we're always getting these questions about technology and what does somebody need to start and what kind of equipment should I buy, and is there differences in moisture meters and air pumps and on and on and on. I think the moisture meter side of it is something that we get the most questions about for people in both the remediation and the assessor side because of the type of work that they do. So I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you want to talk a little bit about moisture meters and some of the differences between them and what you do with them.
Sure. Actually, that's a great question, Lance. One of the interesting things about the class is we talk about in several sections of the class, we talk about one of the most important decisions that we need to make as remediators is we need to make a decision as to what equipment we're going to purchase, what we're going to use. And, I always push hard on the concept that you need to make the decisions based on the application and exactly what the specifications of the equipment are, because for an equipment or technology to function properly, the most important thing is that the operator must know how it works. It must understand its capabilities and, most importantly, its limitations. And a lot of the times we are, we kind of just go right into using the equipment, and because somebody shows us how to use it, and we might use a small bit of the capabilities, but one of the things that is rarely taught from person to person is really what the limitations are. So I tend to talk about quite a bit about that in class. When we get into the whole moisture mapping section of the class, and I do explain a little bit about how moisture meters work and how they don't work and the things that you need to know. And that's one of the questions that I get repeatedly thrown at me time after time after class, where somebody will call me, listen, I know that you spoke about this in class, and it is it's a little complicated for me to just grasp in the 5 minutes that you were able to talk about it. Could you give me a little bit more? As a matter of fact, I've pulled I do have a file here that I can pull up with some pictures of moisture meters, and I'm going to open up here while I talk to you over the next minute, which has some pictures that I've done just to have this sort of conversation with some of the students. So as I pull this up, one of the things I am going to say is that when we go through the process of selecting equipment, it is incredibly important to know what exactly is it that we're trying to accomplish. What is the end goal of what we're going to do with that equipment? So in moisture meters, that is, we're going to measure moisture somehow, or at least that's the concept. And one of the things that the first question we need to ask is, where are we going to measure it? What kind of material are we going to measure? How accurate do we need to be? How thick is that material? Those are all things that we need to take into consideration, because not all meters are made the same.
And Mo, with that, there was a discussion that I was involved with recently where somebody was talking about moisture meters, and they all have different scales. And that was confusing to say, well, it's this percentage. Well, that's a different way of grading on this device compared to another device. So I don't know if you're prepared to talk about that, but if you get a chance as you go through them, you might want to toss some of that in.
Absolutely will do. All right, so I have this little file open. It's a Word document that I have with the images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share it, if that's okay.
Sure.
So I can show some of these pictures and try to get the concepts across a little bit better. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, toss this over to the center screen. All right, so can you see the moisture meters right now, Lance?
Absolutely, you're good.
All right, wonderful. So here's some, I'm going to start here with non-penetrating meters, which actually goes right into questions you just asked, Lance, which is scales. So not all non-penetrating meters are made the same. Not all meters are made the same. And when it comes to these sort of meters, the first thing you do need to understand is that scale. What are those scales telling you? So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this particular meter right here. This is a Tramex ME5. I use this meter quite often during assessments. It is one of my favorite non-penetrating meters. I mean, I have numerous ones, as you'll see and understand why by the end of this. But one of the things that you can see right here on this meter is right up at the very top, you'll see it says wood percentage moisture content. And then at the bottom, it says comparative. And the wood moisture content is a scale that's right up here at the top, and it goes from 5 all the way to 30, while the comparative goes all the way to 100. So let's talk just in this meter alone. There are two completely different scales. So the top scale where we have the wood, it'll actually tell you the percentage moisture content of the wood, you know. And there are, if you look at the manual, depending on the wood, you'd actually have to use some variances if it's a hardwood versus a softwood, and they'll actually go by names, like if it's a fir or it's an oak or something like that, there'll be some percentages that you would need to adjust that reading. But in general terms, this is a wood moisture content scale. Down here, it's a complete relative term. So what does that mean? What does relative mean? It means that for it to have any meaning whatsoever, it needs to be attached to some other value. And so what we learned in class is that before we can go take any readings where we believe the area to be wet, we need to go to a dry section of the home and take up a reading of the same material. So if it's wood, it's going to be of the same type of wood. If it's drywall, it'll be drywall, flooring, etc. So we can get what's called a baseline or a dry standard, and then that's what we're going to use to compare. That's the relative number we're going to use. So on those different scales that you were mentioning, for example, this meter right here, as you guys can see, goes up to 100. If I was using, for example, a Delmhorst Navigator, the new one, it has a scale up to 300. So as you can see, 300 is not a percentage. 300 is just a number, and that's because the sensitivity of that particular scale, you need a wider range to be able to get the numbers that you want. It's a different system that it uses. And so the most important thing is that you understand as a user which is the best, which is the form that the way that your meter works, right? What are the scales in your meter? What do they mean, and what do they represent, and how do you properly read them? How do you work with your meter during different materials? As you can see in this particular meter, you have different materials, wood and timber. Do you have one that's a shallow depth? And that's because sometimes you have layered materials and you want to just grab the top layer, or you want to stay away from a metallic background, because that's one of the things we'll be talking about, some limitations of these meters. And a metallic background might cause a limitation. Drywall, plaster, masonry. So this particular meter definitely has different scales. The important thing to understand is, except for the wood meter, those are all relative scales. Okay, those are all something you have to compare to. As you can see, this meter will tell you over here just how deep it goes, and you'll see in the wood that it does show percentage moisture content. And that's what I would say. This is a great example of saying we need to grab the most simple tools that we have, which are wonderful technology, because a lot of the times we don't see these simple tools as technology because they've been around for a while, and we need to understand those.
You know, one of the things that you just mentioned real quick was the manual. And so many people that I talk to don't even know there is a manual. Sometimes you have to go online to get it or download it. And that's one of the most important things you could have for these types of tools. You really need to understand it. I've gotten calls from numerous people that were either en route to a job or on a job site that have called me and said, how do I do this? How do I use this machine to do this? You got to know this stuff before you go out. I mean, use it in your own home, learn it, use the manual.
Absolutely. Habits that we now have in the industry or the people that have gotten used to understanding these concepts is the having these manuals right on your phone. All right. So we have them on cloud storage. So anytime, and I actually reference manuals all the time when I'm in the field, and there's a particular function of the meter that I might not have used in a long time, and I might know, but I might want a refresher just to make sure that I don't miss anything, because as you'll see, there are definitely different types of meters. But having those manuals available to you at a moment's notice is incredibly important, and it's a good practice that everybody should actually take on in their business and their daily use. So I want to show you. So this is meter number one. Let me show you something else. So here's some of the things that I discuss with students when they call me with these questions. And one is that comparative range, as you mentioned. And that comparative range can change from meter to meters. So we need to understand it. Understanding how far those ranges go, right? So as you can see, the wood moisture content go up to 40%, and this particular meter up here went up to 30. You need to understand those because questions can come up. If you think about it, if somebody's looking and somebody's analyzing a project that you're doing, and they're used to seeing one particular type of meter where their scale is considerably higher. So for example, on a non-penetrating meter, you can have wet be pretty high, pre 68, 98. Other meters might be lower. So if they're used to seeing their meter and they think that your number is too low and that does not mean that it's wet, then you need to be able to explain that and say, well, my meter works in this form, and here's the scale that it works, and here's what the numbers mean. And if you don't do that, if you don't understand that, it might be a difficult conversation to have with somebody else that also doesn't understand your meter because they've never used it before. As you can see, the same company can have another completely different meter. This is also by Tramix. This one is really designed for concrete. And this one will have concrete moisture content, okay, and also for drywall. So this is a very specific meter, and these meters are excellent meters to use for very specific times and different projects. So if you really want to know what's going on with certain type of materials, you might need a very specific meter to do that. Just so, like I said, having a set of meters to be able to tackle different problems that come on is very important. Just like you can see for concrete as well, I might actually want to know the actual concrete slab, how much the relative humidity is in it, how much moisture content is in it. I might need to tap into it and use a different type of meter with a different type of plug that allows me to be able to determine this. Because, for example, once we remove floors in some of these projects, before we can reinstall the floors, we need to make sure that we've actually correctly dried that concrete slab. Because if we don't, then we're going to have issues with the new flooring when it's installed. So once again, understanding our meters, our limitations, our capabilities is important. And I think limitations is one of those things that we definitely need to focus with each one of our meters.
Hey Mo, you mentioned a bunch of different types of meters, and I know over the years I've used combo meters. What I mean by that is a meter that will also do relative humidity, temperature, moisture on surface as a pinned or pinless. How do you feel about those? I've gotten mixed, opinions from people over the years.
Well, I have a picture of one of those here. I'll jump a couple of pictures just to show you. Whoop, here we go. So this one is by Protimeter. Everybody pronounces that a little bit different. That's how I pronounce it. So if I pronounce it differently, forgive me. So Protimeter is a multi-use meter. So it does have a thermal hygrometer. It has a pin moisture meter. It has a non-penetrating moisture meter included as well. And it's a really good meter. It really is. There are some drawbacks. There are some drawbacks to having a multi-use meter. One of them is obviously your meter is done and you've now lost all your meters. That's one. In the past, some of these meters that had all the functions did not have each function wasn't top notch. You'd have two of the functions that were top notch, and the third one was okay. And I'm a big believer in having really good meters for certain type of projects for each one of those functions, whether it be a hygrometer. So you need to understand what application you're doing. But obviously times change, technology improves. Some of these meters are really good. This particular meter is really good. The kit comes with all kinds of accessories to measure different things, to be able to tap into wood, to be able to go past these little pins over here to go past the drywall and be able to measure and see if insulation is wet. You have multiple meters that do this, like that Delmhorst Navigator that I mentioned also is a good combo meter. My biggest drawback with combo meters for personally is that, you know, a lot of the times they have a lot more functions that I need on my projects. Number one, and number two is if I lose that meter, I've now lost all my meters, and it's not something that I really want to face on a project.
Well, that was one of the things that I had seen over the years that you had just mentioned about the sensitivity of the meters, that you give up some sensitivity when you have all these different devices combined together. You know, it's really good with one or two things, but a few of the other ones aren't as good. And of course, the other thing is if something happens, you drop the meter, you break it, you've lost everything, you know.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, the other one is they are pricey. They are pricey to have a combo meter. They're less pricey than buying really good meters of each one, mind you, but nonetheless, as to have one meter that can go bad or get dropped or for you know, now you're talking anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 for top end meters, you know, in the hands of a technician. Can be a problem. It's if it's your personal hands and you're very good with your equipment, you take care of it like I do, you know, they'll probably last you for a lifetime. But we know that, you know, as it goes from hand to hand, that level of care might change. So that also comes into play. How rugged are your meters? And that's one of the things that I look for. I like rugged equipment. I like equipment that I can take on the construction job, and it's going to make it to the end of the day. So that's important to me. Absolutely.
You know, one of the questions that comes up a lot is, what should I buy, a pinned or a pinless? And I always talk to them about, well, the pinless doesn't do any damage. You know, you got to go to a different level of dealing with the consumer that you're working with about having pinholes all over the place. And depending on what you're doing, if you're testing carpeting, you're not going to see, like you're testing sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place, you know, so you got to be prepared to build back. But you know, you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments in your time, and during an assessment, it you know, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, or maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. You know, there's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, you know, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place. Really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because, as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because, like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall or in front of the drywall, you can have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit a little bit more of I guess an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really, really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches. And then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
You know, it's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
You know, come up on the other side. You know,
Absolutely.
a little too far there.
And by the way, we've all done that where we got a little too far. So it's just be very, very careful.
So I would say from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, that I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping, you know, and how that's done and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, you know, and different ways of doing it.
Right. And there are different ways of doing it. And that's where, you know, once again, selection of equipment depends on what you're doing, you know, depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. You know, this is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60, you know, and we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools that, you know, your meter does not have to cost, you know, $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment and when you're actually doing a drawing job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. It's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, let me I guess I could use this same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools if we get a chance to that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, and we'll call this wall right here wall A, wall B, and wall C, and I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so it won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view, so you can actually see it from the top, and you can see the 3 walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I'll end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A. Wall B. Move the filter base. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
for those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would, in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day 1, it would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day 2. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these 3 lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property, and for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what I saw. And what that does is, for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a mediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very simple things.
Looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor-intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here, which is this hydro sensor. And this is what this is. It's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes. And once you put it into a something that is wet, it's going to beep. So it's going to let you know hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and, you know, be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, you know, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And well, my hand, I can tell you right for now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my back and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging. You can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me, where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check, with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it back up to give me a confirmation and saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. And the other electronic device is what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall. You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
You know, some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones do image over image photography, which is they're showing
Absolutely.
you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera. So you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you, you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like you said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with do have that function, and it's a function that to me it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, you know, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera.
Right.
Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment, because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do the comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones, it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be, a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of the hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So the hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become calibrated. So those are things. The newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think were great. I highly recommend. For example, Fuller makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere, on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external, it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example, the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have, batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say. Would you want to sum up what we've talked about, other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes? But how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up, okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes. Is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing. Okay, not on Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment. They have it on sale at John Don or Answer or wherever it is. Just do your homework. Read the manuals, understand what it is that you're doing, understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment, so then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you really are.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Hi, I'd like to take this opportunity now to introduce one of the newest members of our team, and Doug Hoffman, who, for those of you that know him, he is the executive director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors. And what I want to do is take this opportunity now to bring Mike Mosley in, who is one of the newest members of the NORMI team, and he's going to be deeply entrenched in the sales side. So a lot of you will be talking to him. So Mike, you want to say a quick hello to everybody, and we'll get this thing started.
Well, thank you, Lance and Doug. I just want to say how excited I am to be a part of the team at NORMI. I've gotten to know you all for the last couple of years while I was doing my previous role with another company, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of what NORMI does and helping a lot of people out there really live healthier lives.
Well, Mike, it's exciting to have you on the team. I mean, I've been working with you now for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. And just hearing about your extensive sales background is something I want to talk about in a moment. But Doug, if you want to jump in here real quick, Give
I
Mike
do.
the official welcome.
I do. I've been so excited to have Mike on board. He's been with us actually for about a week and a half, and he's getting up to his eyeballs in training on all the different companies and how they work together, and what he can actually be doing in terms of helping not only our membership, but also helping to get some of our products out there with Best Living Systems. So I'll just be the one to say that I'm so excited to have him. His official title is Vice President of Business Development. And although that may say a lot about what he does, I look forward to us talking a little bit tonight about where he's going to be specifically in supporting our members and also getting those great products out into the hands of people who need them. So welcome aboard, Mike.
Thank you, Doug. I'm very, very happy to be here.
So Mike, let me ask you a question. I was looking through some of the background on you, and I know you're out there on a lot of the social media pages where people are able to look you up and find out more information about you. But after reading it, I realized that we only have 24 hours in a day to cover some of the things that you've done. So we're gonna have to cut this down to a little synopsis of, your background. And from what I see, sales has been a tremendous part of what you do. I'm guessing you like doing that.
I love it. I love it. I love people. I like showing people how they can better their lives. There are a lot of products out there, some good, some bad. I like to think that I've chosen the good ones, and it's a way to help people live better lives, actually. I like what I do.
We spoke the other day, and I threw the thing out there about do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Yes.
And I saw your face light up with that because it's exactly what you were talking about. Same thing with the products, doing right with the products because they're the right product to use and they work. And you seem to have a passion for that.
I do.
Well, I tell you, talking about his people person skills too, I'll just say some of you probably know what his role was in the previous company that he worked with. And it was really to be in charge of direct contact with the distributors of those products, and which meant that they needed to have somebody that they felt comfortable they could talk to, that he would actually pick up the phone, that he would have the answers and the skills to be able to help them. And I think that's one aspect of what he's going to be able to do for us, Lance, that is going to be really exciting, something that we wanted for a long time. In some ways, I always use this phrase, membership mentor, but I think in a lot of ways, that's what he's going to be able to, that's the role that he's going to be able to supply, is being able to talk to these guys and help them work through all of the details and navigate through a lot of the details that we deal with every day. We got to take a lot of that information for granted, but as he said, there's a lot of stuff out there that we've got that we need to share with our members and help them be better at what they do.
Yes.
Well, one of the big things, Mike, and I don't want, to embarrass you with this or anything, but you come to us with a bunch of industry knowledge, and the market, the people and the players that are in it. And that's something that's very difficult to teach somebody coming in, even if they have a big sales background. So for you to be able to pick up the phone and talk to a contractor or an end user customer calling in, you understand the industry, you understand their needs. And I really think that's a tremendous asset to the Normie team.
I really do have a lot of experience in those areas, from retail to commercial products and programs. As a matter of fact, I worked with and for Zig Ziglar for a couple of years. Some of the listeners out there might know a little bit about Zig, and he always taught us that you help everyone else get what they get, and you'll always get what you get. And boy, believe me, that is so true. So from retail, commercial products, the one component that's there no matter what you're selling or where you go are the people. So if you know how to work with people, you know that you're sincere and you like what you do, the rest is easy.
You
So
know,
I'm going to spin off that for a second, if I could. I wanted to talk about, because he mentioned the commercial side of it. I think that's an aspect that he's really going to be able to bring to the table for us. We have a lot of members that are very interested in commercial work, not only on our monitoring program, but also on the sale of commercial products. And I think Mike's going to really be able to help us in that side of the industry as well.
Well, I think the knowledge base gives them confidence, Doug. I think that's the biggest thing, knowing the industry and you have confidence. And then when a consumer or somebody searching for information reaches out, when you talk to somebody and you can sense that confidence, it makes it much easier. The person's found let's say a home to go for that support. And that's really what we're all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that Mike knows this story. I know some of our members do, but we had recently, over the last several years, been called out to do an assessment in a huge commercial environment. And they wanted us to do an assessment. And they actually had a couple of IHs, industrial hygienists, on staff. And anyway, they accepted our proposal. We flew to Kentucky, spent several days doing that assessment, and flew back. And while I was out there, I was curious. I asked the decision maker, why is it that you selected us? You have industrial hygienists on staff. They called apparently a lot of people to try to find out who should do it. And we were a little more expensive than anyone else. He said, well, I'll tell you, he said, I could tell from the first time I talked to you that you had a solution and you said you could solve the problem. And he said, that's what I needed to hear. So I think you're exactly right, giving our members the confidence with the way we back them up and the way we support them, but giving them the training and the confidence that they need, that they can get into the marketplace and solve the problems that people are dealing with. Having somebody like Mike on the team just enhances that asset.
Absolutely. And Mike, again, it goes back to me, the importance is the confidence and the comfort zone that the end user or our members actually will get when they talk to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lance. Yeah, I'm excited about it because I do understand a lot about the commercial. I understand a lot about the residential markets, and I think I'll be a benefit to customers and Normie and the best living systems alike.
Well, I'm excited because people will call you and not me. So, there you have it. No, only kidding. You'll see.
The truth comes out.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, Mike, welcome aboard. Doug, is there anything else you wanted to talk with Mike about?
No, I just I share in his excitement. This is something that we've wished we could do for a really long time, many years, and I'm just glad that we're starting 2023. Is going to be a fantastic year, and I'm just glad we're starting it out in this way.
Well, Doug, let me thank you. Lance, let me thank you for all the help you've given me so far, and hope you'll continue to give me, and especially to those of you out there listening. I'm so excited and look so forward to working with you all and helping you build your businesses, because we can do that time together. I know we can.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Doug. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Michelle Blevins to our cast today. I've talked with Michelle quite a bit, and I've met her several times at multiple trade shows. It's always fun to have a conversation with her, and I thought it'd be really good to bring her in here tonight to talk about who she is, how she's involved in the industry, and the magazine that she is running. So, Michelle, how about a quick hello?
Hello. Thanks so much for having me, Lance. I really appreciate it. And hello to everyone who's watching or listening.
Well, thank you. Well, let's get right into it. Tell us a little bit about you before we even get into the magazine side, because that's really fascinating to me, but I want to know more about you.
Okay, so I have been in the restoration industry since 2015. I have a background in TV and print journalism. My first job out of college was at a very local small town newspaper in very rural Indiana. We still did court news and going over to the courthouse to look through the big ledgers and see who got arrested that week and who got divorced and who had the land transfers and all that. That's where I really cut my teeth in relationships and all of that. Also where I covered my first flood. There was a very localized flood there, and there were homes that were flooded that were then raised up quite a bit. So that was my first kind of experience with that. Also first experience around house fires and all those kinds of things. That's where I learned what happened on the emergency scene, but I had no idea what happened once the emergency vehicles left. So, then I was 6 years at a TV station in Northern Michigan where I was the executive producer there. And then in 2015, I joined another industry publication. I was the editor-in-chief there for a while. And then I purchased CNR, which is Cleaning and Restoration magazine, from the Restoration Industry Association in July of 2021. So I have been running it since then. There's a team of 5 of us that are behind the scenes running CNR, and I absolutely love it every single day. I am also a mom of 2, and they are 8 and 3. My 8-year-old plays hockey. My 3-year-old is trying to learn to skate, and they are a handful, and it's super fun. And I'm excited to be here and chat more.
So if I said juggling was a lifestyle, I think it's fairly accurate.
Big time. We're fortunate that, everybody says it takes a village, and we have a village. We have good friends, and my mother-in-law is incredible and watches our younger one 2 days a week. And, I have a babysitter here. We're recording on a snow day, our second snow day in a row. So we have an amazing babysitter who shows up on a moment's notice and takes them sledding and does all the great things with them. And so we have the best possible people around us to make it all work.
Very good. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about CNR as a magazine, because we obviously are dealing with the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation industry, and your title alone is, right there for us.
Sure. So CNR has been around since, we think, somewhere in the 1940s. It's a little unclear of the exact start date. I've worked with Pete Consigli, who's kind of the resident restoration historian through the RIA to try to figure that out. But there's been different names throughout the years. I was fortunate enough to come into possession of some of the print magazines going back to, I think, 1975 is what I have in archives. So my goal is to get all those digitized and stuff like that in the future. But this is the oldest publication in the industry, as well as the largest publication in the restoration and cleaning space specifically. And over the years, it has covered everything from IAQ and cleaning and mold to fire to biohazard to crime scene to COVID and asbestos and everything in between. So we try to cover the full gamut of topics when it comes to restoration, remediation, cleaning, all of that.
Well, everything you just named all comes under IAQ, indoor air quality. Every bit of it. And that's kind of the umbrella that we start with and then try to funnel down for our specific classes. But, you've seen and experienced what has changed in the industry since COVID hit. And, I've said this on numerous interviews. It's like everybody woke up and found out that breathing was important. How do you see it, in the industry and specifically with the magazine publication?
I think the industry has changed in a number of ways. I think customers are looking more for the IAQ piece and making sure that when a restoration project is done, that it doesn't just physically look good, but that it's actually done healthily. I can think of a contractor in California who's dealt with a lot of the wildfires that have been out there, and they actually are on the forefront of helping with more sustainable building practices to help homes be more fire resistant if there are more wildfires. And I think that is something that the industry is learning, that we need to be a little bit more proactive in some of these things, make sure, I think COVID gave the industry a big lesson on how to actually clean. The root of the restoration industry is cleaning, right? We are cleaners at heart, and then everything else kind of revolves around it. So whether it is for COVID and we're disinfecting, or it's a fire, or it's a flood, or whatever it may be, cleaning is the crux of what we're doing. And I think COVID kind of knocked us a little bit on, are we cleaning properly, or are we just spraying and praying? Are we just wiping and moving stuff around? Are we using the right products? Are we using products that are okay for occupants in a building? Is this going to be damaging to children later if we're cleaning a school or a hospital or whatever that may be? I think that it was a good learning curve for the industry to kind of set us back on track of really thinking about what we're using, how sustainable are we being, how big is our carbon footprint? Are we using the best products out there? There's a lot more I can go into, but go ahead, because I feel like I will just start rambling.
That's okay. No, I just flew back from a seminar with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner.
Mhm.
And I know you've talked with him before, and he's really an interesting guy to talk with. But in the seminar that we were going through, and it's under an OSHA training, he used the term cleaning for health.
Yes.
It's a whole new direction. It's not cleaning to make it look good. It's cleaning for health.
Yeah.
And one of the examples that we talked about were the airlines, how they have 8 minutes to clean this 200-seat plane, and their biggest focus is making sure the safety belts are folded neatly.
Yes.
So it looks clean. It's not cleaning for health.
Yeah.
And I really think that's where this industry has gone. I don't want to say it's going. It's gone there now, but it's learning how to do what it's trying to do. So very interesting spin on where this industry is going because of COVID.
Mhm.
I think it really brought everything into air quality right up front for everybody to see, and it's on everybody's mind. With that being said, the companies that I've been talking to have gotten extremely busy.
Yeah.
And one of their big complaints is getting personnel, and trained personnel is even harder.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on what they could do?
So I think that the number one thing, or the number one way to find new people, is recruiting yourself. You and whether it's the owner or the technicians or the project managers or the estimators, salespeople, whoever it is, everybody within the company needs to be considered a recruiter for the company as well. They need to be thinking about like, oh my gosh, I just got amazing customer service from this person at Home Depot. I wonder if they'd be willing to, I wonder if they're interested in a job change or whatever that may be, or a server at a restaurant or wherever you are. Be thinking about in day-to-day life, the service people that you meet and how good they are. Anybody can be trained on how to dry a structure or remove mold or remove odor or whatever that is. The technical stuff can be trained, but the character and the work ethic and all that can't be trained. So you need to be looking for people in your everyday world that carry those character qualities that then you can train for the skill later. So I know of some restoration companies where they make little business cards that say, hey, you are a rock star at customer service. We would love to talk to you about being part of our team. And then if you flip it over, there's like a name and number for the hiring manager or whoever that may be. And you can just hand those out. I know some companies where that's like almost a requirement. Like you have to every person has to hand out like 5 a week to a star player that they see. And that is going to be so much more effective than throwing out an Indeed ad here or Career Builder or whatever website you're using. That just is a really difficult way now to try to find people. You might find people, but you're just going to be, I was a recruiter in the industry as well for 4 years, and I totally understand how hard it is. I have been through many a screening with somebody who looked great on paper and they ended up being a train wreck, or you get to the final step of the process and they end up having a criminal record that isn't going to be accepted by a carrier or programs if you're doing program work. There's just so much to it. So really, your company needs to be recruiting for your company is what it should be. And something that's going to really help you also with that is making sure that your company has a good culture and a culture that's going to attract people. If people start hearing of your company or seeing your company at action within your community, even outside of restoration jobs, that in and of itself can help speak for your company and draw that talent toward you.
Well, I do have to ask a quick question before I get into my follow-up on this. Are we using now train wreck as an industry term?
Yes.
Okay. No, I agree with you completely. I've seen it. I've seen people that are hired to do different aspects of this industry that really don't know what they're getting into. They haven't been trained. There's limited training requirements or licensing requirements, depending on what part of the country you're in. And yeah, train wreck is very appropriate for, unfortunately, the end user, because that's what they wind up with.
Yes. CNR just did a state of the industry study that included feedback and answers from high-level leadership in 150 restoration and cleaning companies across the US and Canada. We had feedback from all 50 states, all Canadian provinces. So it's a good set of data to talk about industry trends. And the number one thing that we saw that companies are going to be doing in 2023 is focusing on training. more than 52% of companies said that they were that training was going to be like their number one focus for future proofing their business in 2023. And I think the thing that is coming with that is, again, we can teach like people can go through normie classes, right, and learn how to learn some of these skills that they need. But again, the soft skills, that character of the person, that's so important. So I see more companies also focusing on the soft skills and making sure that their people know how to relate to customers, especially because the people that we're serving are often having probably the worst day of their lives, or top 5, top 3, whatever that may be. It's not a good day. If a restoration or maybe a cleaning company is more middle of the road, but if a restoration company is there, it's probably a bad day. So there's a bigger push to teach those soft skills. And going back to the recruiting and retention aspect, there are more companies that are realizing that if you teach those life skills, you're going to better retain your people. I mean, a lot of the people that you're hiring in at technician level may have never learned money management skills. They may have never learned how to buy a car or get a cell phone, or even like the most basic things. They might have no idea how to do that. And so kind of creating a life academy and morphing them, working through those, even if it's like 5 or 10 minutes a week, just helping with those skill sets can really help. There was a company that I was talking to last week. They're based in Michigan, and the owner was saying that for every employee, they have a PPF plan, and it's personal, professional, and financial. And they go through those, I can't remember what she said, a few times a year. And they do like their 1 year, 3 or 5 year, and 10-year outlooks, I think, for their goals. And they actually work with their team to get, how do you reach those goals? And it's not just career stuff, it's personal and financial as well. And how can we help you get there? And that helps retain people, helps them find a career path as well, and not just guess their way through the company. So the soft side of things is really important.
Well, you're absolutely right. We actually did quite a few classes for a group called Sustainable Workforce Alliance, which is basically teaching basic skills to groups of people. It was a funded by, I think it was a federal grant down to a state grant, and put quite a few people through that, just giving them basic skills, how to manage their life and be able to work and things like that. So, I mean, that's there. And now we're working with, Gavin and ISSA, and we have this big program we're rolling out through OSHA that, we'd love to train 1 million people across the US. It's one of the problems with it is, like you said, people being in the industry, and I'm looking at it as you need to train people to a professional level, or to at least be an essential level.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that Gavin had an issue with, where this whole industry, the cleaning industry, they're not considered essential employees.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, you have these major hospitals where people that are sick are going in, but your employees that have to be there to clean it are essential. And when there's curfews, they can't go.
Yeah.
So it's a whole new way of thinking about this industry and elevating it. One of the examples he mentioned in the class was, if you're driving down the road and you see a traffic detail going on, you'll see a guy standing there with a stop or a slow sign. They have to go through training and be certified to do that. But the people cleaning your operating room, they don't. So it's definitely a change. I think there's growing pains right now in the industry since COVID hit, but I think we're going in the right direction. So what do you got as far as, because I know you interview a lot of people also, any of the new technologies or electronic gizmos that are coming out?
Sure. So there's a lot, and I feel like you know a lot more on the IAQ side than I do. I mean, you introduced me to AirAnswers and some others. So there's definitely a lot of technology on the IAQ side that you are far more well-versed to talk about than I am. But something like AirAnswers, I would say, would be considered RestoreTech or InsureTech. They're both terms that we've heard. InsureTech is something that I would say it's another result of COVID, right? There was a lot of technology in the industry before, but the COVID made us push forward. We weren't in customers' homes as much, or we had to be more careful. We needed to be able to get remote readings or whatever that may be. So InsureTech talks about like the Bluetooth technology that you can get through like Phoenix, for example, on your DHUs or whatever, that's going to give you remote access to your readings or whatever. You still need to be sending people to the job site. This isn't taking away jobs. It's not that level of AI or anything where people are losing their jobs, but it can help you with your moisture readings and keep up on those things. Other examples would be like Matterport and DocuSketch, where you can do 3D scans of entire homes or businesses or whatever that may be in minutes. And then you have the fine details that, you know, it used to be that estimators had to sketch it all out and that took forever. And well, I don't know, I don't have a picture of that dresser. I don't know if we put something on it and nicked it. Well, if you do a Matterport beforehand, you can, you know, if somebody says something's missing or got damaged, zoom in and see, was it damaged when we got to the site? Was it not? Finding specific areas of damage and what needs to be fixed. There's also a lot happening that I won't go into. There's a lot happening on the carrier side as well. A lot of the technology does have to do with getting paid and kind of expediting that process for contractors.
That's big down in Florida with the AOBs and all of that, which is still being an issue. I think one of the things that we didn't talk about, and I don't remember if we talked about it when we were at the last show, about the monitoring program that we were coming out with, or we've launched.
We did a little bit. So refresh me.
Well, it's a monitoring program where it's electronic devices that we put in environments, whether it's residential, commercial, or anything, that gives us 10 different parameters in real time over the internet that we're able to monitor. And what's different about this is it's not the customer that's monitoring it. It's our group of IAQ professionals that we monitor it, and we look for anomalies that are taking it out of range that will eventually cause problems. And then we notify the customer, we watch it, we help them analyze it, and then we put them in touch with IAQ professionals that can help them. You know, we're out of it at that point, other than directing them to the people that could help. Very positive response from that.
How do IAQ professionals get connected with you to be part of that? I understand that. Well, okay, I have multiple questions. First, how is this getting to the end user? Are contractors promoting this service when they're in homes or maybe doing a mold assessment or whatever? Are they recommending this, and is that the starting point?
Funny you should ask. Yes. There's several different programs, but the way that we are encouraging people to use it, there are portable kits, which are actually called IAQ doctor kits.
Okay.
You know, whether they're single units or multiple units for monitoring. I mean, this could do hundreds of units at a time. But when you walk in with this small kit, you set it up and you instantly are now getting readings being forwarded to the cloud, where you can get reports when you're done. You can also see it in real time. What the goal of that is once the customer sees how their air quality is being maintained, that they are able to get the system for themselves. And it's sold through the contractors that are on site actually doing the assessment.
Okay.
So, you know, they're there, they're demonstrating it, they're using it in their assessment, and they're exposing the end user to it. We have made it where we are only letting the end users get it through trained contractors.
Sure.
We don't want people, you know, saying it's going to do things it won't, making false promises. So we make sure they're all trained and going through it in that way.
So how do contractors get the doctor kits?
Well, the easiest way is as a Normie member, you have full access to all the training. The training is free. So becoming a Normie member at join.normie.org gets you into that. You're able to take the training. It's online. And you're then exposed to all of the different technologies that are involved with that program, how it works. And then we walk you through it from there. And then you go out and you're able to sell this program for the Normie Pro Monitoring is what it's called.
Who are you finding on the end user side are the most interested? Is it like homeowners with kids? Is it offices?
Pretty much anybody that sees the doctor kit being used, testing their environment. I mean, because they're instantly getting, which most people get now on any of the devices that are out there, temperature, relative humidity. But this also has CO2 levels. It has particulate levels at 10, 2.5, and 1 microns, which is the big thing right now in the industry of what's getting into the blood system, formaldehyde, and total VOCs or TVOCs, which are chemicals in the air. So it's a screening device that monitors 10 different things, including dew point. I'm sorry, that's also out there. And it will give us as the IAQ professionals a really good picture as to what's going on in real time and documenting it and letting the customer know that somebody else is watching for them if they're involved with the monitoring program. We've talked to a lot of people about the different monitors, and I've had them. I know you've talked with Doug. He's had all kinds of monitors for years. And, you get the monitor in the first week, you're looking at it every few hours. Okay, it's good, it's good, it's good, and within the second or third week, when's the last time you checked your monitor? A few weeks ago. Well,
Yeah.
do you know if anything's changed? No. We watch it continuously, and that's the big difference.
We have a radon system in our house that we had put in when we moved in because we know that there's radon in our area. And I think about that every once in a while that they, when you first put it in, they tell you, okay, here's how, here's the gauge to know when it's going, or, you can kind of hear the fan running and all that. And it's like, I haven't looked at that thing in a year. I have no idea if it's really running or not. Hopefully.
Yeah. When I do assessments and I talk with people, I explain to them, I'm coming into their house with a new set of eyes. That they are there, they see something every day, they see it so often, they don't see it any longer.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the Blues Brothers movie?
Yes.
Well, there's a scene in there when the two brothers are talking to each other and they're talking about the Chicago trains going past their room, like 10 feet away. And he goes, how often do those trains go by? He goes, so often you won't even hear them.
Yes.
And that's really the same. It's really the same thing. You'll ask somebody, when's the last time you changed your filter? What filter? One for your air conditioning. We have one. How long have you lived here? 20 years. They just don't know. And these are true stories. These are the things that I ask people, and the way they've responded, they just don't know because they don't see it on a rare occasion. They see it constantly, so they don't see it anymore. It's like being nose blind in a house that smells really bad. After 5 minutes, you don't smell it any longer.
Yeah.
Same, well, for the most part, same kind of
It
situation.
depends on how bad it is. But a barn, yes, you can go into a barn and lose the smell. I'm thinking about anyway.
But again, it's going you into a new set of eyes and watching it from a different aspect. That's what the monitors do. They're in there watching all the time. They're not going to see something over and over and over and say, oh, that's normal, we're going to forget about it. If it's out of range, it's going to let us know.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's the big difference.
That is really interesting. I wonder if I'm the type, I'm thinking through, if I had that in my house, I think I'd be so worried all the time, which is not the point. I know I tend to be a worrywart over house things. So, but excuse me, then you get to solve the problems, which would be great. And then I wouldn't worry. So,
Well, and that's the whole thing. It may come across as worrying up front. People get nervous, like I'm being tested. No, you're not. We're just establishing what the norm is. And then if we've helped you get to a point where you're comfortable and it's improved the health condition of the home, there's nothing to be worried about. Just to be aware if something changes and goes out of whack. If you have a big party at your house and you have 20 people there and all of a sudden your CO2 level goes way up, well, it's not something to be terrified about. It's just, hey, you had a party.
you had a party. How
So,
many members does Normie have now?
well, we've trained probably between 9,000 and 10,000 people. And we have people that come in and out of the industry, in and out of what we call active membership.
Sure.
It depends on what's going on. A lot of people do it as a part-time job. So, the numbers really fluctuate because of that. But yeah, we've trained, I'd say, in that 8,000-10,000+ range over the years. I've been with Normie since 2006. They started in 2004. So a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. I love it. All right, what else
So
we got?
where do you think the industry is going next? Come on, get your crystal ball out. Let's see where we're going with this one. More high tech, more manpower, more let's stop and analyze what's really going on.
More technology, more AI for sure. I know that there are some really cool AI pieces that are going to be rolling out in the next year or so that are really going to help with estimating, especially. That's more on the, restoration and reconstruction side of things. But, people are never going to be replaced as this AI rolls out, but I think it's going to help considerably kind of even the playing field, hopefully level things out when they're in some of the more contentious areas of the industry, like TPAs and contractors and estimating platforms and all of that. So AI is one of them. I think that the industry is going to continue to grow. I think at any given time, people usually estimate that there's between 12 and 15,000 restoration companies in the US. I don't know how anybody actually knows that, because I think of like ServPros or Paul Davis's, or, you know, the franchises or mom and pop, you know, 2 men in a truck type companies that they open and close every day. Right.
Right.
So I don't know how you really can tell that number, but you know, there was this big concern over the last 4 years of industry consolidation as the mergers and acquisitions kept ticking up. And there was a lull in the second half of 2022. I know that things are going to pick back up in 2023. They kind of have already with more acquisitions, but there was a really big concern that as the industry consolidated over the last few years, that there were going to be fewer companies. It was going to be much harder for the smaller independent companies to stay in business because some of the bigger companies would be eating the competition. And then, you know, you have a big player and a little player in one market who's going to survive. But again, going back to the state of the industry, everyone, like it was almost 100% of the companies who had somebody in their market purchased said that their company either increased their revenue or stayed the same, despite their competitor in their market being bought by somebody bigger. So I think that that's something to keep in mind for contractors, hopefully an area to take heart as you maybe see the consolidation continue over the next year or two. Interest rates are going to affect that and some other economic things, of course, but I do know that this trend is going to continue a little bit, not, I don't think to the degree it has been, but just know that even if that is happening, that doesn't mean that there isn't space for the smaller independents, because there absolutely is. And those are the backbone of the industry. I like to think Katie Smith, who is the president of the Restoration Industry Association Board of Directors, she calls herself an everyday restorer. And I like that. She and her husband run a company in Lillington, North Carolina, and it's a really successful company. It's very family oriented, all those things. And they have done just fine no matter what has happened in the industry. And that's kind of a perfect example. I know there are a lot of other companies in the same boat, so don't worry. Other trends. Those are probably the two big ones. I don't know that workforce stuff is going to get any easier. Mike Rowe in a recent podcast, or I can't remember where I heard it, but it's Mike Rowe said that for every 5 people leaving the trades right now, there's only 2 to replace them.
Yeah.
So it might be a little bit easier to hire people now just in general, but finding the skilled people in the trades, that's probably not going to get any easier.
That is a big issue. So we've gone a long way from talking about CNR magazine.
That's okay.
Well, I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. Could you just give us an idea on some of the topics and things that you've been covering, or,
Sure.
may tease us about what's coming up?
Sure. So CNR is a full media brand. So it's more than a magazine. Anybody who's listening, it's also all free. So you can go to cnrmagazine.com and sign up to get the print magazine or the digital edition. We have a podcast and social media channels, a YouTube channel, all of those things. So any resources you find there are brand new. I actually have a list, so let me pull this up here. So new things, we're launching a new masterclass for the industry. Last year, I did a masterclass on mergers and acquisitions, like we just talked about, with a pretty well-known broker in the industry. This year, we are doing a masterclass on profitability. I think that that's a big topic that people are talking about, how to run more efficient companies, more lean, those kind of things. So I will be bringing in 24 industry experts throughout 2023 to talk about very specific parts of the profitability puzzle. So I have somebody coming. These are only going to be 10 to 15 minute episodes a piece, super short, so you can listen and kind of move on with your day. But, I have people coming in to talk about like modern HR and what that looks like, to talk about how to like scaling your business, company culture and how that relates, understanding your numbers, organizational structure and what that can look like to help with your profitability. All 24 people that are going to be part of this have a different angle related to profitability, but they're experts in that area. Like their company has really excelled in that area. So they will be coming in to do that. So be on the lookout for those coming soon. We will be doing the state of the industry again later in the year. We will voting for the Golden Quill Award, which goes to the best contributor of an R&R or CNR. Ooh, did you hear that? That's the first time I've ever done that. CNR article in the year. That voting opens up pretty soon. We also, which I love, we do an Unsung Heroes Award. So the nominations for that will open this summer, but the idea is to recognize people within restoration and cleaning companies that might not otherwise get a big award or get recognized on a big scale. So kind of those quiet heroes behind the scenes, right? So unsung heroes, that's anyway. So there's 3 categories. There's an office or like I'm sorry, let me back up. So there's like C-suite category, admin category, and field category. So in field is, estimators, project managers, technicians. Office covers sales managers, ops, marketing, those kind of people. And then C-suite is, of course, like owners, GMs, CEOs, those type of people. So we reward that to 3 people every year. It'll be awarded in the fall. So I think that's a really fun thing that we do to try to recognize those unsung heroes that are within every company that might not otherwise get recognized. And I think that's important.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna throw something at you now that you may or may not be ready for. Do you have any questions for me that I may or may not answer?
That you may or may not answer. Well, I'm curious, how many classes does Normie put on in it? Like in a week, I guess. Let's go there, because it seems like there's always something going on. There are always classes to attend. Let's start there.
Well, the easiest way to say that is we have static online courses that are available anytime.
Yep.
We also do on-site courses that we, especially when we're down in our classroom down in Fort Lauderdale, we're able to simulcast over our Zoom platform. We actually have it working like as a TV studio at this point. So the customer or student experience at home is almost like being in the classroom. So we're doing that. That's several times a month. We're doing that. We're doing English and Spanish classes also. We're constantly putting out newer technologies. I know we have the more advanced classes out now covering some of those technologies, but these are being taught by people like Michael Pinto. Gavin's come in, Doug Hoffman. We have Mo Zulawaga, who does a lot of our Spanish classes. We have Maxine that does our Spanish classes. So we have a bunch of other teachers that have also come in. So we're doing classes now all over. We're looking to expand out to the West Coast this year, if possible. And there's going to be some international stuff coming really soon.
That's awesome.
So there'll be more on that. And that's one of the reasons that we've been doing so much with our TV channel, Normie.tv, because people are hearing about us and asking questions. And because of the different time changes and stuff that we're dealing with, or time differences, not changes, people can go to Normie.tv anytime and see interviews, see different trainings that we've done. And these aren't video on demand. These are continuously going. We will also interrupt that and go with live broadcasts at times in between the other recorded live broadcasting.
Yes. Okay.
So to answer your question, it's all different.
Yeah.
During the holidays, you back down a little bit because people are just losing their minds and going in different directions.
Yes.
But now it's ramping up and we got a lot of classes going again.
How are you so tech forward? Like, this industry is not known for being super tech savvy, but Normie clearly is. I mean, the ability to live stream classes, you have Normie TV, you can get classes online at any time. Like, that's honestly something very, very lacking in the industry. So how have you managed to be so tech forward?
Well, Doug Hoffman, our executive director, is very open to these types of ideas, reaching out to the community. And to him, it's all about giving back. And the only way to do that is be able to reach people that need the help. So when we come up with these different platforms and ways of reaching out, as long as it's something that makes sense to do it, we're going to try to do it. My background is very different than what's really in this industry. So I come from an industry where make it work is pretty much the mantra. You know, so what do we need to do? Okay, we'll make it work. And that's kind of how we do that. And technology is the way to do it.
Yeah, it is. I totally agree. I have enjoyed in my infancy of business growth here, leveraging technology and doing things differently than I've seen things done in the past. And it really does make life and work and all of that better and easier and higher quality for everybody. So I'm impressed with everything that Normie does because
Well, this is my chance to throw it out to everybody that's watching. This is going to be on normie.tv, indoorairquality.tv, a YouTube channel, which is the Normie Live YouTube channel, the Twitch network, which is live, DLive, which is live. We're actually on a South Korean platform, Africa, AFREECA, which is another broadcasting platform, and LinkedIn Live and Facebook Live. So we push all of our stuff out there across all these different platforms for people to be able to get to it in whichever manner they need to. You know, if somebody's not in their office, clicking on a video on demand to watch is difficult, but there's platforms where they can get right on their cell phone. They can listen to it as a podcast. We're just trying to make it easy for everybody.
well, that is impressive. Keep up the good work. And what about this new OSHA training? When is that rolling out where you're hoping to get a whole bunch of people through this training?
It's rolled out. Right now we're doing a lot with train the trainers. And that's a big thing. We need a lot of trainers to reach a lot of people, which is going to happen very quickly. So that has started.
Who are the ideal trainers for that? Who are you
I'm
looking
sorry?
for? Who are the ideal trainers? Like, who are you looking for trainers?
Well, people that are obviously in the industry. I mean, one of the things that we look for at Normie is all of our trainers are still working in the industry.
Okay.
You know, the expression, those that can't do, teach. Well, we want the people that are doing and teaching, you know, so that's, for me, that would be one of the most important things. The second one is people that have an interest of giving back to the community, because there's a personal investment in this, not monetarily, but you're investing your time, your energy, and your passion to want to teach people that really have not been exposed to this industry. You know, it's your essential workers at the lowest level that have to be there, have to be trained how to be safe and how to do the job right. So, I mean, those are the biggest things that I think are important. There's other criteria, obviously, you know, you don't want people with criminal backgrounds and stuff like that, you know, going out there teaching. And you need self-starters, people that are motivated to go out and run a class on their own.
Sure.
So there's a lot of different criteria. Gavin's on top of all that. He's doing a great job with it. And you're going to see big changes over the next year or so.
I love it. Well, congrats on all that you're doing and Normie TV and all that. And it's always a pleasure seeing you at shows and chatting and catching up and all the things.
Well, we got a bunch of shows coming up this year. I hope to see you there.
I am sure that we will cross paths more than once.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for all your time, and we'll chat some more. This was fun.
Thanks, Lance. Thank you very much.
So I'm excited to be here today with Larry Cooper because we're going to talk about a absolutely incredible event that we've got coming up in October. I'm so excited about it. And I'm just going to let you chat a little bit about where we're going and what we're going to be doing, Larry.
Well, Doug, we started this amazing company about a decade ago. It's called Restoration Journeys. And in this case, we're calling it Restoration and Remediation Journeys. And we are going to take you all to Puerto Vallarta, Mexico.
Oh, my.
I mean, get behind me, man. It just looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I heard it was all inclusive, which is really exciting.
Yeah, so Restoration Journeys is where education and travel come together. And we love the opportunity to take business owners and managers and, you know, people that really want to learn to incredible locations where they can relax, enjoy themselves, they bring their wives, kids, whatever they want to do, but also be able to network closely with industry people that, you know, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to get to know
Sure.
and be friends. And so we have now booked Puerto Vallarta, Mexico at the Marriott Resort and Spa. And our dates are October 22nd through October 27th. That's this year. Amazing. I can't wait to leave. But,
So 6
So we
days,
booked
6
5
days,
nights,
5 nights. Yeah.
5 nights, 6 days exactly. And if you want to add on 3 days before, 3 days after, we have that option available also. Doug, you said something about all inclusive. I
Yeah.
mean, they're hard to find now. And all inclusive means all of your food and all of your drink. Now, there may be some minor limitations on drink, like foo-foo, frozen kind of things with umbrellas. I don't know if those are included yet, but all your normal sodas, water, alcohol, that's all included. So you want to come down and drink some beer or margaritas, that's fantastic. But even better than that is we've partnered with Normie, and Normie is an amazing organization, as many of you must already know. And we wanted to partner with them because of the level of education they bring to our industry and to all of you. And so Doug and his team are going to be teaching a class for 2 days in the classroom, in the hotel. And then we'll also have lunch outside by the pool. We'll be down on the beach doing receptions. Doug, tell them a little bit about the education. What are you guys doing there?
Well, I'm going to be teaching for 2 days while my wife is laying at the beach. I don't know what that's all about.
Can't reverse that? Is that what you're saying?
She wants nothing to do with that. No, I'm so excited about this class because this class, I think, first of all, which is really important, is it qualifies licensed remediators and assessors in the state of Florida for 14 hours of continuing education, which means if they come to this 2-day class, they get all the hours they need for 2 years of education, which is pretty cool. But this particular class is called the IAQ Strategy, Sampling, and Solutions. And so it's not a basic level course. Like I said, it's primarily for guys that are certified mold assessors or certified mold remediators or restoration contractors. And the idea is, if you're looking at an environment, how do you decide how many samples to take and what kinds of samples to take? We don't want our guys to be swab jockeys. We want them to understand they need to take a combination of both surface and air samples. What kinds of samples and how many? And of course, based on the environment, that strategy changes the way you will take samples. So that's the first part of it. Then we talk about all the sampling options they have: air answers, swabs, aerosols, VOC sampling, all of that. And then we talk about, okay, so now you found out what the problem is. What about the solutions? How do you create a cleaner, safer, healthier environment? So it's talk about all-inclusive. It's an all-inclusive class that covers a lot of material in 2 days that really helps assessors take and remediators take their business to the next level.
Now, I was really involved in the S520. I chaired that committee for quite a while. And we always looked at assessors as IEPs, right? Indoor environmental professionals. But what we found was that we were causing some limitation problems because there aren't IEPs everywhere that we're doing work, obviously. And so this kind of answers that call. But even more so for me, when I had an IEP on my jobs, I didn't really understand what they were doing. And that's really what this class is about.
Yeah.
Is getting into the framework of what's happening there.
Yeah, unfortunately, some guys in the industry, as you know, like to keep everything kind of close to the vest, make it all kind of mysterious and don't know how they come to the conclusions they came to. And one of the things I think that you and I have agreed on from the very first time we met is that the entire industry needs to share information, share education. Nobody has the magic bullet. Learn what you can learn from everybody. And that's really what this class is about. It's about saying, look, you want to understand how to do this? this is the way you do it and the way you do it right. Of course, it supports not only the S520, but it also supports our Normie professional practices, which is now the insured best practices document used in all states that require licensing. So we're real proud of this class. It's a great, fun class, a lot of interaction, hands-on stuff. And so it's going to be fun.
That is pretty darn awesome. And in that magic bullet, while we're down in Puerto Vallarta, I plan to search for that, just so you know. Been looking for it for a long time.
Well, you can look at it and I'll be at the beach. How's that?
I think that's a fair thing to do, man.
There you go.
What we want you to know is that this package will include 5 nights hotel at the Marriott Puerto Vallarta Resort and Spa. Beautiful spa there. All meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, midnight snacks, whatever it is, all included. There's actually mini bars and snacks in your room. There's room service. There's a fitness area, golf course across the street. Beach is right out the back door. The marina is walking distance. And then we'll look at excursions also. But the most important thing we haven't told you is that 14 hours is really critical, because if you attend the 14 hours, this is a tax write-off. This is an education program, and it should be part of your expenses that you can write off for being in business and continuing your education and learning. And you should bring your wife, you should bring your kids. We have special rates and programs for kids also. So if you are interested in bringing kids, we're going to have you call our office and talk to Jillian Olson. She's working on that program. We have big discounts for them. And so definitely check that out. There are other upgrades available, and you can get as nice a room as you would like to. This hotel is newly remodeled. It's absolutely gorgeous. We are more than thrilled to have this great opportunity.
Yeah.
So can I tell them the price?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
I want to tell you that I've been looking at the pictures online. I went to their website and looked at the pictures. Absolutely incredible. And I think it's going to be a really, really fun event. Also, in terms of your education, I think we should mention that if you're an IICRC person, you get credits toward your certification for this class. So again, you can write that off if you're not licensed in the state of Florida, but you have an IIC certification. That's really important, no doubt. And I think you were going to recommend that I should bring 2 sets of clothes, small and extra large. Did you say something about that?
Well, Doug recommended we have a weigh-in at the beginning and at the end.
That would be fun. Oh, and you know what else? The other big news is, I think I told you this, which is kind of coincidental in some ways, but what's really exciting is next year, 2024, is Normie's 20th birthday. So let's have a birthday party down there and we'll celebrate, and I'll let you try to blow out the candles. How's that?
I think I could hit 20 still.
Absolutely. So anyway, you were going to talk about the price.
Well, I don't want to talk about it, but I think everybody will know that this is an amazing opportunity. So the all-inclusive with hotel includes the education, includes transportation from the airport to the hotel and back. We are looking at $2,100 a person. That's a great rate, obviously.
It is. Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of activity, a lot of fun. And then you can stay at the hotel the whole time at the beach and have an awesome time. Swimming pool area is gorgeous. Or you can go travel and see Puerto Vallarta. Downtown has great shopping also, and there's a lot to do. So we're very excited, obviously, to invite you to join us. And there's payment plans also. So if you were interested, you can break down the payments into 3 or 4 payments, and Jillian can help you arrange all of that. There's a small deposit of $500 due when you book it, and we will sell out. And so you definitely want to get in on the action and have some fun. Every one of the trips we've done has been unbelievably wonderful. I think we've done 12 of these trips already. And we cannot wait to be with all of you on the beach having a drink.
That's going to be fun. So how do they get a hold of you? I know you've got a website, and of course they could call us and we'll just simply direct them to you. But what's the website?
The website is restorationjourneys.com. And then our phone number here also is 303-469-0306. Extension 103 is Jillian. And I'm at 101. I'm Larry. And either one of us can help you. And Jennifer answers, you know, she's going to jump in and help you also. So we're all thrilled to have this opportunity to work with Normie and to welcome all of you to Puerto Vallarta. We're going to take care of the details. You know, one thing I know about travel, I've done a lot of travel all over the world. Going into Mexico, I always like to be met with a greeting sign that says my name for Restoration Journeys so that I know exactly where I'm going. You'll be put into a beautiful luxury vehicle. You'll be taken right to the hotel that's about 10 to 15 minutes away, and you'll start your journey there. So
you want to do that only because you want to be sure to get to the hotel. You don't want to end up somewhere else, right?
Well, I've been on some trips where, you know, you walk out and all these guys are grabbing your bags. I got a cab, I got a limo. I don't like confusion. I like to know exactly where I'm going. I like to know that I'm being taken care of. And when I get to the right place, they have my name registered. So
there you go.
That's always really fantastic.
There you go. Well,
all those details.
Well, I can't tell you how excited I am and how much I appreciate you putting this together. I know this is going to be a really fun opportunity for us to be together, spend some time together, do some training, and just relax. So thank you so much for putting this together. For those of you who are Normie members, we do have our website, events.normie.org, and all of the information is there for you to go to click directly to Larry's website. They're handling all the registration, but we're also promoting it through our social media and so forth. So don't miss out on this opportunity. It's going to be absolutely fun. So thank you so much, Larry, for taking the time to talk about this. And I look forward to getting some videos maybe in the next few weeks when you're down there looking.
I will definitely get that to you. And I think you said the key word, relax. Just come on down and relax and enjoy yourself and learn as you're participating also. So
there you go.
All right. Puerto Vallarta.
I'd like to welcome our guest today, David DeGroff from Always on Call. Now, before I bring David in here, I just want to tell you that I've met David several years ago, and we've had a lot of interaction over the years between him attending some of our classes, even our more advanced classes, and what we do with him as far as him being able to provide manpower for our members in different situations. So I'm going to bring him in and we'll get started here. So David, welcome.
Thanks, Lance. How are you today?
Doing well, and hope you're doing the same.
I am, sir.
So,
thanks for asking.
I really want to get right into this, and then we'll get into a little bit more of the detail. You know, Always on Call has all different meanings to different people. So what is Always on Call?
Always on Call, the simplicity of it is supplemental labor service designed for the restoration industry.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
So we started Always on Call in 2016. I have been in the restoration industry since 2003. I started as a helper, and they had me move into all aspects of the restoration company. Eventually ended up running a company myself, and I ended up getting away from that a little bit. And then I ended up starting Always on Call in 2016. It was a little bit of an accident, but it ended up being a major need for our industry.
So you came from the remediation industry and you kind of moved into the manpower side of that. Would that be fair?
That's correct. I started out when I started out as a helper, and then I went into the construction side because of my background and we started to do, I started to be a project manager for Build Back. And then it inevitably ended up with me running the division and then running the whole company.
I got to ask you, because you said build back, and a lot of the companies that I talk to, as soon as I say, do you do build back? They say, oh, no, 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 no. We don't want to be involved with that because
Yeah.
there's not satisfying anybody.
No, no, no. It's an industry term. It was a complete and total nightmare. And at one point in time, it was a blessing to move out of dealing with people's build back and into running the whole company. Or at least it seemed so when I received the promotion.
Well, I guess from the different aspects of the company that you were in and the jobs you did, I guess your experience kind of helped you get to where you are with Always On Call.
Yeah, I actually, I got burned out and I was looking for other avenues. And based on my construction background, I picked up a job and built a brewery in Orlando. And so as that was wrapping up, I actually had one of my former employees call me. And he said, hey, man, listen, he was running another company in town and he landed a huge job at the hospital and he was needing help. But he said, listen, I can't bring in day laborers. He goes, I need some quality people. And I said, okay, you know, what are you looking for? He goes, well, I want you to send them to work for me and I'll pay them and I'll pay you and you pay them. I said, okay, we'll see how this works. And it started out with, you know, just a couple people here and there. And it actually started in 2015 and it was just like, oh, look, I made $100 this week. And so it started out small and trickle. And then we got one of the storms hit Florida that wasn't too severe, but one of our major clients ended up calling us and we were able to respond with strength and they continued to call us and continued putting our word out there. And from there, we were able to develop what we have today all these years later.
So this isn't where you pull up at the corner with a pickup truck, and a bunch of people jump in the back and you drive them to a job site?
That's a terrible method. Okay. No, so the big difference between us is we do this every day of the year. We're not sending people out to Kmart or Home Depot or Kmart. There's a blast from the past. You know, anybody that calls, we're not day labor. It's not any person who shows up in the morning and gets sent out to a job, as you know, many people are familiar with. We use the same people day in and day out, and we keep them doing restoration work day in and day out. They did restoration yesterday. They did restoration today, and they're going to go do it tomorrow.
I've heard you talk in the past when we've spoken about, I think you used the term supplemental labor.
That's right. That is kind of the dividing line, is we aren't day labor. We aren't temporary labor. We are a business that does restoration, but we go do it for other people. And I felt that warranted an alternate term to differentiate us from all the other avenues and potentials that people have out there.
You know, I've heard people refer to companies, and I'm going to say like yours, but apparently it's not, as like a temp agency. You know, where you're just getting temporary labor. And it's, I don't know, to me, it seems very different. Where you're called, the way you're describing it, it's not a temp agency.
That's right. A temp agency is people show up in the morning and based on the jobs that came in for the day and the people that showed up, they dispatch them. They have no idea who they're sending out, or those people want to get paid at the end of the day. And there's a multitude of issues that come in with it. Trust me, that's where I started. And once upon a time, I was no different than anybody else. And I saw the path to be able to become different. And that's how it was. It's kind of a catch-22. I need work to be able to provide workers, but I need workers to be able to provide work. So it was a little bit of a balancing act for a long time, but I started to land some key people and was able to keep them in place. And then we started having the clientele follow after the key people. And then you have people that are in place that are able to train the new people. You have relationships with clients that you're able to put new people out there and get them vetted from an outside set of eyes. So we are also able to run training classes periodically where we teach our people the basic skills that they're going to encounter on our job sites, like drywall cutting and chalk lining and things like that. You know, we teach them what the equipment is and stuff. So those are all. different.
I just want to jump back real quick, and I want to get into the training aspect of all this, but you had mentioned before, you're not a temp agency, but the people still get paid as like it was a temp agency because you're actually billing the contractors that need them, correct? And then
Yeah,
you're
so-
handling payroll.
Yeah, so we cover the workers' comp and general liability. They're our employees. We call them assigned employees because we just assign them to your job site or to the job site of the client. So the client would request how many people, they would give us the address, the approximate duration. Then we would have our crew show up. They have a 2-hour right of refusal on anybody. We want them to be happy with whatever they're getting. And if they're not happy, then why should they pay for it? That's the way I think about it. So 2-hour right of refusal, you don't think you're going to be able to work with the guy, let's get him out there. You want somebody else, we'll send him out. You want to be short that guy, that's okay. That's up to you. It's your job. It's your call to make. It's a rare occasion that that's happened. I think twice as it's happened in the last 6 years, but it's good to have that insurance policy there. I want people to feel confident about dealing with this.
Well, one of the big differences from our previous conversations between you and a lot of temp agencies, and I keep going back to that because that's what people think of about, labor like this, is the area that you cover. Most of these temp agencies have a certain area right around where they're located. Do you cover, like you're in the Orlando area, is that what you cover? Or do you cover beyond that?
So our services are kind of twofold. In our local areas, Fort Lauderdale, Charlotte, Orlando, we're able to offer clients, if they need assistance, 2 people for 2 days, or, smaller groups, shorter term. Outside of that area, we're willing to travel wherever the job is, as long as we're going to be beneficial to the client. We've worked as far west as Texas, and we had 250 people going in Texas, and we've been as far north as New York, where we had 100 people going up there, and everywhere in between. I have a crew in Virginia. This started on Monday. We just got a crew back from Alabama last week. We're willing to travel wherever you're at.
So if I was to call you up and say, hey, we just had a storm, I need 2 people, you would have no problem. And if I said I needed 100 people, you wouldn't flinch either.
That's right. Our estimates, we can put upwards of 1,000 to 2,000 people on the ground. Our difficulties always come in with securing lodging when those needs are that great.
So with the recent hurricane that kind of went from the Fort Myers area up through Orlando and out into the Atlantic, probably has kept you kind of busy.
Yeah, we were definitely busy. We were able to mobilize 350 people. That was a unique storm. The lodging was incredibly difficult there because you're either coming in from Miami or almost Tampa. But yeah, that was a devastating storm. I lived in Fort Myers for a lot of years, so it very much hit home, and it's hard to see all the devastation that occurred in, all the areas I used to run around in.
So with the different techniques and things that people in the remediation industry need, what kind of special training do you guys get, or equipment are they issued, or how does that work? Do they have to bring their own stuff, or how does it work?
So we're providing labor. Our instructions to our crew is to show up in boots, pants, and a plain t-shirt, as in no logos. We don't want anybody showing up with the company's logos on. We don't provide any tools. Everything above the labor would be the client's responsibility. Tools, material, we can get them to the job site or to a meeting place for the client to be able to transport them to each individual job from there. And supervision. We consider ourselves assistants to your technicians. At no point in time are we looking to take liability for your project. We're just able to perform what you need us to perform.
Do you provide different levels of supplemental labor, like a basic worker or supervisor, or people trained to do remediation? How's that work?
So on a larger scale, we have supervisors for our own crews. We're able to send out a supervisor for like a crew of 10 if you order a crew, that's going to have a supervisor. But if you order like 100 people or 200 people, we're going to look to have one supervisor for every 10 people. We feel that those are reasonable groups and sizes based on the things that we've experienced.
Yeah, we call it a span of control. At least
That's
if you
right.
go under any kind of military assignment, span of control, so many people based on tasks. So no, good. It's good to hear that. So what makes you guys different than anybody else out there doing something similar, if there is such a thing?
I think that I make it different. My experience, the way I always say it is, I am not a labor guy who realized that there was money in our industry. I'm an industry guy who accidentally ended up doing labor. And I know what I wanted to hear from the guy on that side of the phone when I was running the company, when I was my client. So I know his pain, I know his problems, and I feel like I have a good idea on how to solve them. So above and beyond just being able to provide labor, I'm also an asset and a resource. I know a ton of people. I'm involved with groups, especially like Normie. I have a lot of experience. So you never know where I'm going to be able to help. We're always trying to cater our service towards the restoration industry, a specific client, not cater to as many industries as we can to get as much labor.
Do you supply labor into like construction?
A little bit. We do. We offer cleanup crews to construction job sites. We're looking to get a little bit more into that. In the Orlando area where we're strongest. My operations manager is based out of there. And so what we do is we take on demo projects for high-end homes and commercial projects where it's less demo and more deconstruction. And this helps us keep our guys busy year-round. It helps us vet our own crews as well as be able to teach them additional, give them additional training.
So if we take the crystal ball out, what's the future look like for Always On Call?
Hopefully staying in business. It's continued to grow, and we've just been doing what we've been doing, and that's trying to just provide a good service to the client. We've doubled the amount of hours that we've produced every year since what we've started, and we just look to keep expanding across the country, being able to set up more satellite locations like we have in Charlotte, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale so that we can help the clients on a smaller basis. What's really started to happen to our longer clientele are people that were GMs at places that have broken off and gone in their own direction is companies have started to build themselves around our services. So there's a lot of value in being able to keep a small staff of just your key people, keep your payroll low, not worried about keeping a whole host of people with 40 hours a week or they're going to quit on you, and still being able to respond to whatever job comes across you. We're able to help middle that problem.
I know a lot of our members, we have entrepreneurs, smaller companies, and they're always very cautious about jobs that they think are too big for them to handle. Manpower wise, drawing out projects, something like that. To me, it sounds like you're a solution to that type of situation.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We're a solution to that. But it speaks highly of being involved with a group like Normie, because there's a lot of apprehension when it comes to landing a job that you potentially larger than you've ever had before. What are your tools? What are your resources? What are your specialities? What is your cash flow? Those are all factors that you have to think about. So companies like Always On Call can come in and help solve those problems. But if you have other partnerships that you've met through groups like Normie, then you have other people that you can call and possibly bring in and help segment that project so that it's not a large project. We always try to keep in mind every large project is just a bunch of small projects.
Sounds like the way the government handles things, but in a good way. So what else should we know about you? As an individual, you gave us some of your background, but where's your passion come from here?
Just the business, actually. That's, I don't know, been my gift, my talent, my passion, as you say. Just ever since I've young, I've always just had an eye for business and wanted to succeed in business. And at an early point in my life, I started pursuing the money. And shortly thereafter, I realized that you can't pursue the money. It's about who you help, how you help them, and your impact on the world around you. And if you do those things right and you keep your eye on the prize and work in that direction, then you always have what you need. That's my own personal philosophy on it.
You know, be careful. You keep talking like that, people are going to think you're a nice guy.
We don't want that.
No, we can't have that. So how would somebody get in touch with you? For two ways. One is if they were interested in working for you, and the other way would be, you know, to get your services to help them out.
My phone number is 407-505-9338. That's my cell phone. Our company office number is 407-637-6433. And our contact information is available at alwaysoncall.info, not .com. Alwaysoncall.info.
Alwaysoncall.info. Okay. Yeah, people I'm sure make that mistake a lot, and they'll put the .com in or .net or all the other things.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you spending time with this. I know you're traveling today, and you got to head out to the airport, so I really appreciate you spending some time here. I think the information and the services that you're able to provide for our industry, especially people within the Normie membership that need additional manpower and quickly, it's a great resource. So thank you for all that you do with that.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about what I do. A personal thanks to you, Tim and Doug, and how Normie's had my back. And, I appreciate everything that you guys do for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a good day.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of Normie, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement or the mold under the sink or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NCRSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the Normie schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
I want to welcome Rachel Rabelais from Air Answers to our stream today. And I've talked with her before. It's always interesting when we meet up with the people from Air Answers. They're always coming up with something new and more high-tech into the industry of indoor air quality, allergens, and some really cool scientific stuff. So, Rachel, how about a quick hello, and we'll start chatting.
Hi. Well, thanks for having me, Lance. Really happy to be here. And hello to everyone out there in the Normie universe.
Well, it's funny you say that. We're broadcasting this on all kinds of channels through social media, and it's going to be out there in a lot of places.
Well, that's exciting.
You know, again, it's technology, and it's there to be used, just like the stuff you guys are coming out with. So with that, I got a few questions for you.
Of course.
So first of all, I heard that you guys have some kind of newsletter coming out. What's that all about?
Yes, we're going to have a quarterly newsletter we send out with all of our updates, update on our testing that we're offering, information about partnerships or conferences that we're going to. And there'll be a link on there to set up a consultation with us. It'll be a short 15-minute free consultation to learn more about the technology.
Can anybody sign up for that newsletter?
The newsletter goes out to all of our customers, all Normie members. So yeah, I mean, anyone who's interested in it, go to our website and fill out the contact us for more information link, and we'll provide you with a newsletter.
That's what I was looking for. So yes, okay. Because I know a lot of our members, even if they're not using your services as yet, may still want to get that newsletter.
Oh, yeah. Great. Sure.
Okay, I'm just curious, what prompted that? I mean, because you haven't done that in the past.
Well, we thought it would just be, you know, we always have so much going on and we don't feel sometimes that we're getting that information out there. And this time around, we've decided we really wanted people to know what we're doing, new things that we're adding, things that would be potentially more interesting to different businesses. And, you know, we just want people to know what's going on.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll be signing up for that because I don't think I'm getting it yet. And
No.
I just found out that you're doing that. So,
Oh, no. Oh, you'll get one.
okay. It's important to stay up to date. And just so you know, I just want to segue into this really quick. I am using the official Airmasters coffee mug that I got at the last convention with you guys. It's an amazing coffee cup. I'll talk about that later.
It's the best coffee cup.
Yes, yes, it is. All right. So as far as technology, and the coffee cup is a lot of technology because it keeps stuff warm for hours.
Exactly.
I know you have new tests coming up. I mean, we've talked quite a bit recently, and you keep describing new processes that are coming. Can you talk about some of the newer ones and the old ones too, but definitely the newer ones?
Okay. Well, one of the things that we have coming out this week for anyone who's working with, you know, cannabis grow facilities, we're adding botrytis onto our menu. We have powdery mildew, and then we're going to be adding botrytis to that. That is going to come out by the end of this week. It's going to be available for purchase.
I know from what we've done in the IAQ industry, the grow houses are really concerned about the different powdery funguses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. I didn't know the specific name before, but I know that they have to submit samples to different government entities for testing purposes, and that's one of the things they're really concerned about because they could lose an entire crop if that's out of control.
Oh yeah, the whole crop can go because of, you know, botrytis or bud rot and you know, powdery mildew issues. But also for people who are working with those cannabis growers, one of the state requirements for a lot of different places is aspergillus. So we do have that aspergillus option as part of our mold genera testing as well, which could be helpful. And then we have one of our other panels, opportunistic fungal pathogen panel. There's two species of aspergillus on that one as well that could be helpful in this area, Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus fumigatus, which are two of the four aspergillus species that are problematic for people who want to pass their state requirements.
Are those the specific species that affect people with aspergillosis, I believe it's called?
Yes. It's people who are immunocompromised, or it makes perfect sense. I mean, if you're going to be inhaling something or you're going to be using something for human consumption, you don't want them to inhale a bunch of different you know, spores or kinds of molds that could potentially cause serious respiratory problems.
Well, I know you've been expanding out all the different types of testing, and I know we've talked over the last 2 or 3 years about this, especially when COVID came out, because you do testing for COVID also.
Oh, yeah.
What else are you testing for, or can you let us know that you'll be testing for in the coming future?
All right. Well, you know, this is all new information, so I'll give you just like a little sneak peek, but we are going to be expanding our viral panel. And so we will be adding more viruses to that, and viruses that would be potentially interesting to you know, people in schools and people in buildings and everything else. So we're working to expand that. So we're going to be adding not just COVID, we're going to be having other viruses as well.
I mean, it sounds specifically the way you're talking, like it's also targeting a little bit more into the medical industry. I mean, we obviously know the indoor air quality is a desperate need for all of this testing, but it sounds like the medical industry may have a bigger interest in this.
Could be. You know, I could see the medical industry being interested in this as well.
Yeah, I know that, we've run into issues over the years with the medical industry has been resistant to deal with more of the environmental issues affecting people, but I think that's changing now. And I think stuff like your technology is making a big difference where it's accessible and understandable to the lay person and the doctors.
Mhm. I completely agree.
All right, cool. All right. Well, if you think of anything else while we're chatting here that's coming out that you can share with us, please do.
That's what I have right now.
All right,
But
well, let's
that
see.
one will be coming soon.
I know we were at, I believe it was the ISSA convention was the
Yeah.
last time. And
Yeah.
I think you guys are going to be at the IAQA convention also.
That's correct. We will have a booth at the IAQA, and I will be participating in a panel conversation moderated by Michael Pinto on mycotoxins. So there'll be a group of us in that panel discussion, and that'll take place at the I think it's I forget what night of the I think it's like 4:30 or 5 o'clock on Tuesday. But it's during the IAQA. So keep an eye out for that panel discussion, and it should be really interesting.
I know Doug Hoffman is going to be at the IAQA show. I'm not sure if I am or not yet. I have a few things coming up, so I may not be able to get there, but I know Doug is going to be there, so you'll be probably chatting with him.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Pinto, is one of our senior instructors. I mean, he runs some classes for us that are really specific to sensitized individuals. And one of the important things in his teachings is also your technology,
Mhm.
because, the people that are sensitized, which I believe now is they're considering between 20 and 25% of the population out there. It's like 1 in 4 people are considered
crazy.
sensitized,
Oh, yeah.
and it's not that it's really been that different over the last several years. It's just become an awareness now. And now people want to know what's going on in their environment. And that's really where your type of technology really comes in.
Oh, yeah.
I keep calling it technology, and I don't want it to sound science fiction like, but
You don't want to say electrokinetic capture technology?
no, it's too early in the day for that.
Haven't had enough coffee yet?
Yeah, pretty much. No, I don't want to do that, but I do want to say that, we had talked, a few months back about the teaching of your technology to like our members and the public. And you had come up with some specific short videos
Yeah.
that really went into detail, but quickly, so people could understand it, how to use the technology, what it could be used for,
Mhm.
and actually how to just to turn it on. We found with a lot of the technology that's out there that people don't want to read instructions any longer.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it myself. You open up that furniture you want to put together, no, we don't need these. And some of the companies now have been putting out just pictures, no more words, instructions. But you went to the next step and actually did videos showing people how to manipulate the cartridges, how to turn things on and off and reset, which was extremely helpful. And we
Well,
actually
if there's anyone else who needs, if there's any other videos you can think of, we'll gladly put those together as well, if they will help to provide more information.
be careful what you offer to do. Because we never know. I mean, we're dealing with several different generations of assessors, inspectors, remediators, and the general public, and they all learn differently. Some people have to read directions. Other people have to look at pictures. Other people need to just have a video explaining it to them.
Yeah.
And having all these different ways out there really makes a difference. So yeah, we may be asking you to do a few more of those things.
Great. I understand. I'm very visual myself. So, I put together I got a table from Amazon the other day, and it went right to YouTube, and it had a whole video on how to put it together. So, I completely understand.
Can you talk a little bit more about the types of allergens that you guys can test for? I get a lot of questions from people about, I know I have allergies, but I don't know what I'm allergic to. Or I went to a doctor and he said I'm allergic to these 4 things, but I don't know. I don't think I have, anything in the house related to a cat, but they say I'm allergic to cats. That type of testing.
Yeah. Yep. I completely understand. We've had quite a few people who moved into places and they don't know, everyone automatically goes to mold. It's like, well, my eyes are itchy and I'm having these problems directly because of mold. And then you find out that, we find cat allergen in the home. So what we specifically test for is we have a cat allergen, dog allergen, dust mite, cockroach, mouse, and 3 different types of pollens. So we do tree pollen, grass pollen, and ragweed pollen.
I got to go back to the dogs and cats for a moment.
Okay.
Is it testing, because this is a question I get all the time about the allergen portion of it. Is it testing basically the saliva aspect of it, or the dander, or what is it looking at?
It's actually testing for a particular protein, and that protein is what the allergen is. And that allergen can be found in saliva, it can be found in urine, and it can be found on the animal dander. So it can be in any of those things. So we're specifically targeting the actual allergen.
That's interesting, because when I've talked with people that have dog allergies, cat allergies, they're always worried about the fur and the dander that's all over the place. That's what they think they're allergic to, but it's basically the proteins.
It's the
that exist
proteins
on that,
Mhm.
from licking themselves or whatever.
And that's what we found with, people think, oh, I got a hypoallergenic dog or hypoallergenic pet. And they say, well, it doesn't have any allergens. Oh, yes, it does. It still has allergens. It's not going to lose its fur as much. But I mean, there's still allergens in its saliva. There's still allergens in the urine. There's still allergens coming from that are, on the skin. So, I mean, it still has allergens. They just don't shed as much. So when we do testing in homes where people have hypoallergenic animals, we're still going to find those allergens because they're still going to be there.
Let's change the subject here for a minute. We're in the process of working with several entities in different parts of the world, and they're very interested in using the technology from Air Answers.
Mhm.
Is there a time limit on shipping? Because it does take a little bit longer to send stuff into the lab here in the US if they were overseas. Is there any concerns there?
With time of shipping, or, well, the stability of the sample is fine. So there's no concern if you're sending it into the laboratory and it takes a week or so that there's going to be any kind of issue with stability. So that's really not a concern. So
Okay, very good. Because that was one of the discussions I was involved with about using the Air Answers lab, was concerned about it taking several extra days to get in, if it was a concern, just like a regular swab sample of mold.
mhm.
It could incubate and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah.
So let's see. Could we ask you to run through a list, if you can, of all the different things that you test for, and then maybe summarize it by how long these tests take? Because I know there's different
Sure.
time periods. Is a day, 3 days, 5 days? I mean, there's all different time periods for different types of testing.
Great. And I'll go through this list and I'll actually provide you with that information as well. So if any Normie member has questions about that, you'll have that information to help them with as well. Okay, well, I will start with our beta-glucan testing. Our beta-glucan testing is our marker for actively growing mold. So, for anyone who wants to know if mold is actually growing in the environment that you're assessing, then, beta-glucan would be the test to do. Beta-glucan, you would run beta-glucan for either 24 hours or a 5-day run. And the turnaround time for beta-glucan in the laboratory is a 24-hour turnaround time. So once we receive the cartridge in the laboratory, it's going to be 24 hours, to get that sample, to get the results, sorry. The next one, I will go through the mold genera. The mold genera is 8 different types of molds. I'll try to name them all.
Didn't want to
Penicillium.
put you on the spot, but
Oh, you're fine.
yes, I did.
Aspergillus, Penicillium, Stachybotrys, Fusarium, Catonium, Fusarium, Cladosporium, Trichoderma, Memnunella, and I think that was 8. Was it 8? I don't know. Oh,
Well,
we
you
have
definitely hit our 5 no tolerance molds.
exactly. I hit your 0 tolerance molds there. So those are indicative of severe water damage, correct?
Correct.
Great. So that test, you could run it again for either 24 hours or 5 days. And then the turnaround time in the laboratory is 24 hours for that one as well.
Before you go on, just real quick, on those tests where you said between 24 hours and 5 days, can it be run for shorter periods in there, like 3 days, if that was only the accessible time? Or does
Well,
that cause a
The
problem?
reason why we tell people either 24 hours or 5 days is because part of the calculation that we provide the results, part of that calculation has to do with time and volume. And all of that is kind of worked into our laboratory information management system. So it's to provide people with information. And then also what we're doing is building out a database so that we're able to develop our own levels of these different things in the air, since there's really nothing to compare it to. So part of that is why we recommend just 24 hours or 5 days so that we can provide people with accurate concentrations and then track those. So
Okay, that's why I was curious, because I was asked that by somebody and I didn't have the real answer, but now I do.
now you do. Now you have a bunch of information I just provided. Hopefully you can sort through my my ramblings.
Not a problem.
All right. And what next? Mycotoxin testing. Mycotoxin, we test for 4 different mycotoxins: trichothylacine, aflatoxin, ochratoxin, fumonisin. And that is, again, 1 or 5 days. And it is a 5-day turnaround time for the mycotoxin testing. We have the opportunistic fungal pathogen panel, which is Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus Aspergillus niger, Mucor, and Candida albicans. And again, 1 or 5 days. And that is a 2-day turnaround time in the laboratory. We have the allergen testing. Now, the allergen testing is only 5 days. That's only been validated for 5 days. That was based on case studies or testing that we'd done before, and running on different lengths of time. So 5 days was the best amount of time to get the whole vicinity or the whole type, all the different types of allergens. So 5 days, allergens only, 5 days. And that is a 5-day turnaround time. Now, we do have multi-panels as well. We have a total mold panel, and that is beta-glucan, mycotoxins, and genera. That is you run it 1 to 5 days. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the beta-glucan and the allergens together. That's a 5-day run. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the comprehensive panel, which is beta-glucan, genera, mycotoxins, and allergens, 5-day run, 5-day turnaround time. We have the cannabis panel, which is the powdery mildew and the botrytis. That can be run 24 hours or 5 days. That is a 2-day turnaround time. We have the COVID testing. The COVID testing is a 3-day run, a 2-day turnaround time. Now, what also is interesting is you don't have to use a different cartridge for each test. If you want to do beta-glucan and genera, you don't have to do 1 for genera and 1 for beta-glucan. You have 1 cartridge, we can run a whole plethora of tests on them. So you want to start with beta-glucan first to see if there's mold growing in the environment. You can do that. And then we keep the sample for 60 days. You can add on other types of tests onto the sample. The only time where you're going to have to run 2 cartridges separately is if you're wanting to run viruses and, the molds and allergens and everything else. You're going to have to run 2. And that's just because our laboratory process to remove those samples from the cartridges are different. So viruses, different sample, but if you have the, 1 sample, you can run everything else on it. You can have, beta glucan, you can do all the genera, you can do the mycotoxins, you can do the allergens, you can all do that off 1 cartridge. So
As
there's
long
no
as it,
need to
as long
rerun
as it meets the minimum time requirement. 'Cause some have
Exactly.
5 days.
Yep.
So running a 5-day sample, you could basically test for any and all except for viruses.
Yep. If you're doing just the 1 day, you can run all the molds, the allergens. We'd recommend that you run it, another sample for 5 days. But if you want to run it 24 hours and do, beta glucan, mycotoxins, all the mold genus assays, the opportunistic fungal pathogens, powdery mildew, you can run all that off of 1 cartridge.
There's a lot of options there, and it sounds like you can mix and match and do everything. But, for the people watching, it's really about testing for what your specific concerns are, or what
Exactly.
the assessor or remediator considers the concerns.
Yep.
And it's getting you data. It's getting you information to help you come up with a plan.
Yep, definitely is. So we do provide a lot of different options. One of the other things is we love to hear what customers want to test for, because with the molecular type testing we do in our laboratory, we can build out our menu quite a bit. So if there's anything that we aren't offering right now that we could potentially offer in the future, please just let us know.
Well, you know that we use the Air Answers device in the training for our NCEAA program, which is the Normie Certified Environmental Allergen Testing and Assessment Program. And it's one of the pieces that we teach about using just for that reason, because of all the allergens that you do. And we just encourage people to do that. I do want to stress, and I talk about this in all the trainings that we do, if you have the technology, if you have the Air Answers device or any other piece of equipment, use it in your home or office first. Don't go out to a customer's location and use it for the first time. Any piece of equipment, sitting there reading the instructions is not the place to do that. Or calling me and saying, how do I do this? Because that does happen. So please, I always say, please use it in your own home. Find out what's in your environment. Become a believer in the technology.
Or sit in your office, watch those short videos, and those are just, how to put the cartridge in, take it out, where to send it, just some information. So it is really helpful to try it first before you take it in somewhere.
Absolutely. Good advice. Well, is there anything else that we haven't chatted about that you would like to talk about? I always put it out there like, do you have questions for me? If not, that's okay. I'm good with that.
Well, what's new with Normie?
Well, we're busy. We're going to be at the different conventions. We're going to see you guys hopefully there. I might even have to get another coffee mug. Again, amazing coffee mugs. If you guys have them again, I encourage everybody to go to your booth and try to get one, because they keep things hot forever.
Oh, well, great. We'll make sure that we have those at the next conference then.
Well, I'm just putting it out there. I could use another one. Well, I do want to thank you for your time. It's greatly appreciated. I know you guys are busy.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, it's our pleasure. We enjoy getting the information from you guys and working closely with you. I look forward to seeing you at one of the next conventions.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Looking
All right.
forward to seeing
Until
you
then,
too. All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
I want to welcome Michelle Blevins back to Normie.tv. We've had Michelle on here in the past. It's always fun interviewing her, and she's a wealth of information. She also happens to be the owner and editor of CNR Magazine, which is cleaning and restoration, which is really what our industry is all about. And that's what we want to talk about today. So welcome, Michelle.
Thank you very much for having me back, Lance. I'm always happy to chat with you and be here. So thank you for the invite. I appreciate it.
Well, like I said last time, it's fun doing interviews with you, and you were going to be back, and here you are. So thank you for that. So the reason I really wanted to talk to you today was I received an email from CNR Magazine. I'm on your mailing list. I do get these updates, and something caught my interest. You have something out there called Restoration Kindness. And I started reading about it, and it just really intrigued me. Could you give us a little bit of background about what that actually is?
Sure. So Restoring Kindness was founded in 2015 by A&J Property Restoration in Madison, Wisconsin. Kent and Lynn Rawhauser were, they have since sold their company, but they were a wealth of knowledge in the industry and also highly involved in their own community as well. They, at the time that they owned A&J, they were heavily involved in the RIA and DKI and organizations like that. And, also Believers, that was kind of their foundation. And so they worked on launching this Restoring Kindness project. And the idea of it was to help, restorers and cleaners are giving back to their customers all the time, right? Like that truly is at the heart and soul of what our industry is all about. But the idea is kind of removing the business aspect of it and thinking of ways that we can give back to our local communities when it's not so much tied to work, right? So the Restoring Kindness project is all about finding ways to show kindness in your community. It is a year-round initiative to be part of, but we do a big push during the month of May. We call the month of May Restoring Kindness Month. And we can go a little bit more into it, but we have last year we had over 40 restoration companies that were involved in this, that were doing random acts of kindness throughout their communities across the entire US. And we were really able to create quite a buzz across social media channels and across the industry of all these things that restoration companies of all shapes and sizes were doing. Some vendors got involved as well. It wasn't just contractors. So we had a lot of vendors that were doing great things as well to give back to their communities. And it doesn't need to be complicated, right? To show people kindness doesn't mean that you're spending a bunch of money necessarily, or that you're having to go way out of your way to do things. So like one of my favorite stories from last year was a company that went to their local farmers market. And I wish I had one, but we have a bunch of resources that we can provide contractors who decide to partner up with this and be part of the Restoring Kindness movement. But there are little postcards that you can download off of the Restoring Kindness website, put your logo on there, and then you just print them off and take them when you're doing your random acts of kindness or whatever. And so there was a company that went to their local farmers market on a Saturday morning and bought a bunch of pints of strawberries from one of the local vendors, and then just stuck the cards in there and said, "Hope you have a sweet Saturday. Enjoy this pint of strawberries on us." And then the little postcard in there. And something like that would make me smile on a Saturday morning when I'm at the farmers market and picking up fresh produce and stuff like that. So that blessed the community and also probably blessed the farmer or whoever had grown those berries. That was something super simple and out of the box. I can give other examples, but I don't want to run away with the conversation. So I'm going to let you steer this where you want to go, but that's kind of the crux of what it's all about.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yeah, it's your
Yeah.
turn.
Oh, okay. No, just checking. You know, I've been with Normie since 2006, National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors. And one of the things that I always come across is I'll get phone calls from people, our members, our trainees calling in for support saying they have this situation, the customer really can't afford to have the work done. They can't afford to do something. And we always wind up talking through an incremental process to try to help them out, because there's so much passion in the people that are doing this work for the customers. They want to provide the help, even if they're not getting paid or at a reduced rate. And that's what piqued my interest when I saw this about restoring kindness. I said it wrong. I'm sorry about that earlier. But it's, you know, just something that really stands out with the people that work in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought it would be a perfect fit. And truthfully, after this, we're going to be introducing this to the entire Normie membership. And we've trained thousands and thousands of people. And we're going to put the concept out there because, you know what? It doesn't take much to make somebody smile.
Mm-mm.
And your customers remember you when that happens. What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
No, that I wasn't. I was just agreeing with you. And what you just said is exactly the point. Like, I think it's probably obvious, and this isn't really the point of why we're doing it, but this is a fabulous marketing tool for cleaning and restoration companies. This is an outside of the box, very simple way to build brand awareness, to build trust in your brand, to build visibility in your community without it being directly related to like doing a fire or mold job down the street, right? Or teaching CE classes. This is a way to be totally hands-on in your community. Like maybe you're taking breakfast to the teachers at your child's elementary school before the end of the year and putting a card in there and, oop, look, they just learned about your company a little bit, but it was really, you're just doing something nice. And maybe it's putting coins in parking meters to pay for people's parking downtown, or handing out flowers on the corner, or whatever it may be. There are a lot of very simple ways to get back. There are people who've done bigger things, like gotten their entire team together and gone to pack meals for homeless people or whatever that may be. But there are so many ways to give back. And this is a good way to think outside the box and also have a big impact in your community and get noticed. I mean, there are companies that have been doing this year over year, and people recognize it now, like, oh yeah, you're the company that does that restoring kindness stuff. That's so cool. And then hopefully that marketing thing, top of mind, if they have a loss at their property, it's like, oh yeah, what was that company that was doing nice things in the community? They weren't really selling me anything, but they were out in our community and showing that they cared. And that's a big deal.
You know, I use a guideline when I talk during trainings that I'll do. And I'm sure people watching this have heard me say it many times in the past, but I learned this when I was younger, but it came back when I was watching my kids go through school. And the teachers were hammering into them with these extracurricular activities to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, not for any other reason. And then good things happen because of that. And, you know, when you do that, people get the impression that you really care, and you really can't buy advertising like that. You're really giving back to the community. We have several programs in Normie under what we call the CAP program, the Community Awareness Program, where we encourage our members to go through some very basic training that we have for them to present these classes. And they go and they teach the emergency services, EMS, fire, police, just awareness of things to be aware of in microbial issues. Now, we know they're all trained in hazmat and everything else, but nobody teaches them about, you know, walking against a wall that has mold on it and things that happen from that. We teach that. We teach it to realtors. We don't charge for that. It's all free. And, you know, it's all about giving back to the community and helping them be aware of what's going on. I really think that's exactly what this is.
A kind of a roundabout benefit as well is the morale that it builds within your team, and even retaining your people. I mean, people want to work for a company that cares about others, right? And people want to have the opportunity to do things sometimes above and beyond what's at work. So giving them the opportunity to go do good in the community with their company shirt on or whatever that may be, that's a great thing. And as people really care about that. That can be a great way to draw people into your company and to retain them as well.
I run another TV channel for emergency medical services. And on there's a brief slide that comes up. It's a recruiting slide to get volunteers. Different parts of the country are bigger volunteers. But on the slide, it says, when's the last time somebody thanked you for saving their life? Now, the feeling that you get from that is just what you're talking about now, this random act of kindness doing for somebody. It elevates people.
It does.
So yeah, like I said, it caught my interest, just the name of it. And then I was reading a bit about it, and it really, really stood out as something that could be very helpful for the community, for our Normie membership, people in general. So I also noticed that there's some displays as far as banners and buttons and things you can put on your websites. You talk about that a little?
There is. So there's the postcard that I already talked about. And then you can shoot me an email, or I believe there's a way on the Restoring Kindness website. It's restoringkindnessusa.com is what the website is. You can also find it through the CNR website if you don't remember that. But when you sign up, we will also send you a badge that says you're a Restoring Kindness partner company. And you could put that on your website so that people know that you're a partner company as well, if you want to. We also have stickers that I'm going to have with me at RIA, at my booth at RIA this week. And I will also have them at Access and some other conferences that I'm at this spring. So if you want to take those and start sticking them on your collateral or whatever that may be, you can do that as well. We're working on, this is new news as of the last few days. We're working on some t-shirts and team representation type things that we'll be able to have, so people can buy those if you want to try to, logo up your team for Restoring Kindness and maybe put your company logo on there too, or whatever, to show that you're all together when you're going out into the community. We want to make that possible as well. We're trying to provide as many resources as possible. So you need to figure out what you're going to do in your community, but we have all the collateral for you, and all you have to do is stick your logo on it and off you go. We also are teaming up with John Isaacson, who runs Socktember later in the year. So in the month of November, we're going, which we can talk more about this later, but it fits so well into Restoring Kindness that John had reached out and asked if we wanted to partner, and I think it's a perfect fit. So we will be there will be teams across the US. And this is just about raising socks to give to a local nonprofit, whether it's a shelter or whatever that may be. Socks are always in demand, especially in the winter. And so there's these teams across the US that try to raise as many socks as they can, and whoever has the most socks wins. There's a big trophy, bragging rights you get to pass around. So that's something else that will come later this year for people who are like, May is like, now I can't even wrap my head around organizing something now. There's going to be organized events later in the year as well, if you want to wait to get involved, or you can do a random act of kindness in June, July, August, whenever that may be. It doesn't have to be in May.
Well, the timing is right, because I believe May is also the recognized month for emergency medical services.
Okay.
And that's, again, the other channel that I will let this interview run on. And it's getting the word out into the communities about it and raising stuff like that. I can tell you that a lot of, if not the majority of emergency medical services throughout the country is volunteer. And it's all about those people doing it, not for the money and the glory. It's obviously they're helping their communities. And this is just another extension of that.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and we want it. So another value that I will say is, people always want links and stuff to their website. So if you're a partner company with us, we put your company's logo right on the Restoring Kindness website with a backlink to your company, so that people know that you're a partner company. We can help drive traffic to you, or back and forth, or whatever that may be. All we ask is that when you do your act of kindness, or you do a project in the community, whether it's once or 10 times or whatever, take a couple pictures, throw it on social media, and put the hashtag Restoring Kindness on there. My team keeps an eye on that, and we share as much as possible from what we see on the Restoring Kindness and CNR social media channels. We have Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram all for Restoring Kindness and for CNR. So we try to share as much as possible. We also pull a lot of that to share on the website, and we do a big spread in CNR magazine once a year on Restoring Kindness and showing what people are doing and some of the cool projects that people have done and all of that. So be sure to share. It's not bragging. We're going to do the bragging for you, just throw it up there, Restoring Kindness hashtag. Be proud of what you're doing. Be proud of what your team is doing, and let us share it with the entire country, with all of North America, now that we're partnered with Team Canada, and be proud. Our industry should be proud. It's all about giving back.
Absolutely. Have you guys considered any type of national event or any kind of a convention type of setup yet?
No, it's not a bad idea. Although I hear the word event in my head, like goes, oh, but it's not a bad idea. We are going to have, so RIA, we're recording this the week before the Restoration Industry Association event, and we will be talking a little bit about it on stage during the main town hall event on the first day. And then there's going to be some extra things happening throughout related to Restoring Kindness throughout the event. And then at Access, which is Alacrity's conference in Orlando in May, they are also a great partner. We're going to have a photo booth with some like cute things to hold up for it and do some other little projects around that event as well. But an event by itself, not yet, but I like it.
Well, let's go to the next step as far as giving back. I'm sure that we could work with you and offer up. We have a Zoom webinar platform that if you wanted to have a global type meeting and invite all of the partners and everybody in, we would be glad to host that for you.
I love that. Thank you. I'm making myself a note, making notes as we go. That is a great idea. I thought about I wanted to do something like that last year, where it was even like a happy hour, virtual happy hour type celebration when it was all over, and get people together. And hey, if you want to join us, grab a drink at 4 p.m. or whatever, or don't grab a drink or grab a water or whatever it may be. But at the end of the month, so that hopefully that's a time when people are excited, it's all fresh on their mind, people can share what they've done, and it can be a celebration of what's happened over the last year. So I'll keep that in mind. It's a good idea.
So we went from interview to brainstorming.
We did. I like it. I'm all about the brainstorming.
That was a big shift.
You started it. You asked about it. You started it, Lance. You started it.
Following up on what you said about the different platforms that you're going to use of social media, we're actually going to show this during a recertification training that we do every Tuesday afternoon for our membership. But when we do that, we also go live for the public, and we're going to push this out across 12 platforms, including LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, DLive, and a whole bunch of other ones, plus Normie.tv. So it's going to be out there across all the different platforms. For your people or anybody else that follows in that organization, we can get it onto your site too. And it's more than welcome for you guys to share it.
Perfect. I know we talked a little bit about that offline. I think it's a great idea. So I just have to talk to my dev team on my side to figure out what that looks like. I'm always in awe whenever you and I talk that you manage all of these channels, because some of these I haven't even heard of. And then you like Twitch. I recently heard another person mention that word recently, and I was like, oh, Lance talked about that. I've heard about that before. But the thought of managing all this to me makes my head want to explode. So good for you for.
Well, I'm not sure which rock you were under, but just so you know, Twitch is the third largest streaming platform in the world. They do over 140 million users a month.
Yeah, see, I'm under a rock. I know.
No, I'm just kidding. But no,
it's true. I know. Yes, it's true.
It's out there. And there are these platforms for people, and everybody has different tastes. YouTube, Ustream, there's tons of them. And we just try to get the word out, and that's what we're offering to do here to help you guys out with the Restoring Kindness. I think it's a great program to look into, to get involved with, and to give back.
Well, thank you, Lance. Thank you for having me and letting me talk a little bit about it. For anybody who is interested, you can just go to restoringkindnessusa.com and click to sign up, get involved there. It's super easy. And my team will be in touch with you to make sure you have everything that you need. And we're here to support any way we can.
Any other super secret things we should know about that you can't tell us?
It'd be fun if I did have something I couldn't tell you, but told you anyway. But I don't think so. I don't think I have anything new and exciting, I hate to say.
Okay, well, again, thank you for spending time with us. It's always fun when you're here. We look forward to getting this out and becoming part of Restoring Kindness ourselves. And hopefully, a lot of our membership will jump into and take part in giving back to the community.
Love it. Thank you so much, Lance. Great to see you as always.
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
I want to welcome my next guest, Nick South from Sotellus. And it's an interesting name. And I think the easiest way for us to find out what Sotellus really is to ask Nick. So Nick, say hello. And what is Sotellus?
Hey, hello everybody. Glad to be here. So what Sotellus is we're an online review capturing, marketing, and referral system. Basically a one-stop shop for all online needs, as far as communication with clients, chat boxes, marketing, and online reputation management.
So if we step back for a minute and let's look at you for a second, how'd you get involved with this? I mean, this is a very niche type of a thing. How'd you stumble into this or wind up there?
So actually a long time ago, I used to run an Amazon FBA business. If you've ever done anything with Amazon, you know that reviews are everything with them. So if you want people finding your products and people seeing you more often online, you need reviews. So during that time, I just saw like a very niche and very important part of how online reputation affects a business. And then I ended up running into somebody involved with Sotellus that, I ended up meeting the owners. I loved what they were doing. I love that their mission is to help empower the small businesses, to give them the same marketing material, and power that, these large franchises have who have 50K to, burn a month. Right. So it really attracted me over to doing that with them.
Well, I've been doing a lot of the social media and marketing and stuff with Normie for many years, and it's kind of a education as you go, and then they change it. Once you understand it, everything changes again. The one thing that's constant though is the reviews. So, if you look at it from a distance, you see all kinds of reviews, but why are they so important? From your perspective, I mean,
right.
Private businesses, I understand, but from your perspective.
Well, I always, you can go the statistical route, roughly about 90% of people will look at a business's reviews. 70% of people are going to Google and research a business before they even call in. But then just think about yourself. Like I always ask somebody, everybody knows about Amazon. Everybody goes and buys stuff on Amazon. When was the last time you bought a product and you didn't check out the reviews? And I always use the example of if you see two products that are the exact same, but this product B is $10 cheaper than product A, but product A has 205 stars and product B has only 5. Almost everybody will choose product A and spend the extra $10 just to ensure that they're going to get a similar result or have a similar experience as those other happy people.
So to me, it sounds more like a reputation kind of a thing based on what other people that have used your services say.
Exactly. Reviews is reputation, right? It's social proof. It's where reviews are is just results from your actual quality of service, right? It's exactly why if you have, tons of 5-star reviews, people tend to choose your service more than somebody who has a bunch of 2 stars.
I've seen a lot of sites where you see, like 300 5-star reviews. Is that like real, or is that something that everybody is perfect and that's the only people that do reviews?
Right. So it just depends on that business. A lot of the times if they have that amount of reviews, right, and it's a lot of 5 stars, Google's very strict on finding out and flagging people if they end up having fake reviews, right? So we'll get this happen once in a great while. Somebody calls in wanting to buy reviews from us. We have to educate them and just let them know that we don't do that. That is illegal. You can get fined by the FTC. There's a lot of problems that can ensure with that. So most of the time they should be real, just because of the fact that Google's going to find out and flag them, because they'll search every profile. They'll see how many reviews those profiles have left on other places. And if they see that they're just all recently created and left 1 5-star, then they know they're not real. So
Let's say I want to show the public reviews about myself. I mean, I know I have reviews on Facebook and Google and who knows wherever else. How do I use the reviews to show the public who I am and what I do?
So there's a bunch of different ways to market these reviews out and to get them in front of people, really. To get in front of people, one thing is, take your listings, put them in your email signatures, take other reviews you have from different platforms and post them like on your social media. The best part about with us and our software is that all that stuff is done automatically and they're all aggregated. Instead of just like, if you're somebody who has, let's say 60 reviews, but they're spread across, 6 different platforms, that doesn't really look that great, right? Because not everybody who goes to Google will also go to Yelp and then go to Facebook and then go to LinkedIn, etc. So what we do is we pull all these reviews in and we actually show all positive reviews on single places and use that to market out. So you have like one page with all the positive reviews on there. All the reviews get posted onto your Facebook page, inside your Google business, on your website, right? Basically as many places as somebody could possibly find your company, you want social proof.
Okay, but I can talk about Normie, and we are using Sotellus with a lot of our review stuff, which has really made a big difference. But how do you get all the reviews in one place? I mean, they're all over the place on different market platforms.
Right. So that's the trick. If you don't have some form of system in place, the only thing that you can really do is you're going to have to take like your Google link, your Yelp link, your Facebook link, and you're going to have to put all these different little links to those pages, like inside of like your emails and your texts, which is, it's unreasonable. Most people aren't going to go click on all those different links. Nobody wants to see 5 different links to the reviews in there. So with our platform, you'll have one single link that incorporates all positive reviews from the videos, the Sotellus, the Googles, the Facebooks, right? And pulls them all into that one page. So you can use that to show potential customers, show them your social proof, but also taking that and marking that out even more.
Well, I know that's what we had done, where we've filled out in our profile. I'm setting up our process with you guys, all the different locations that we're aware of that were reviewed. I mean, I'm sure there's others. And I've noticed that if it like pulls a review from Facebook, it posts it on Google and vice versa, and on Yelp and all these different places. That's what you guys do?
Exactly. Yeah. So if you run into somebody who, let's say maybe didn't have a Facebook account, so they couldn't leave a Facebook review, but they had a Google, right? So they'll leave you the review on Google. Well, we're still going to take that review, right? We still post it on the other places, such as your website, SEO, public page, and all that great stuff. But we still take that review and it automatically gets posted onto your Facebook wall, right? So all the different platforms that people are finding reviews on, like Google and Facebook, we're taking the reviews from the other platforms and posting them into there as well. Like, for example, on Google, a lot of businesses don't know about this, but there's a section on the listing called Google My Business Posting. A very big amount of business owners actually don't utilize it or don't even know about it because, it's Google. They're not going to promote a free feature no matter how powerful it is, just because they're not making money off of it. So we created this sort of partnership with Google where we're the only review system that automatically posts into there. So if you do get a review on a platform, like let's say it's a client that doesn't have any platforms, they don't have Google, Facebook, Yelp, etc. It doesn't matter, right? We'll still get the review with us, and we're still going to post it into the Google business, onto the Facebook page, and onto about 5 additional places after that as well.
So even if they don't have those review pages set up for their business, you're still going to have the reviews that are posted go out to those locations anyways.
So the business owner will still need to have an account on those locations. This is something that our coach will help them set up. But if the customer doesn't have an account with those platforms, they can't leave a review. So if they don't have a Gmail, they can't leave a Google review. But they'll still be able to leave a review with Sotellus without having to create an account or anything, which we could still take and then post inside the Google business.
Okay, I remember from the trade show that we were at where we talked with you guys a lot. You had a specific app that would handle all that stuff right on the spot. Matter of fact, that was one of the things I liked most about your stuff, where not only can you do typing, I like your stuff. It could be an audio or video review also.
Yeah, that's a big thing with us. A very big hit is that we are the only verified video review system on the planet right now that's actually acknowledged by Google. So because of that, there's a bunch of big things that come along with being the only video review system. Is that one, they're undoubtedly the most powerful, right? 80% of today's traffic online is video. Okay, so it's like everybody has seen a 5-star Google review that doesn't even have a review. It's just a rating, or they just said highly recommend. Right. But when you see a video of an actual customer that's been verified by another company showing and proving that it's real, and that customer is just raving about how much they loved your service, they loved your product, the great business owner that you are, right? That becomes a lot more powerful and enticing for potential clients. And then on top of that, the great thing is that they're also the fastest ranking reviews because they're the only ones that are able to be played and watched more than one time. But you're able to capture those on person with a patented mobile app that we have. So you just pull up your app, click a button, put the customer's name and number in, and get the review right then and there. And that way, that's why we have such a high capture rate, is because we figured out that just sending out invites is great, text and emails, of course, following up with them. It creates a higher conversion rate, if you follow up. But when you ask somebody in person, like right after the service is done, right at the height of their either excitement, their emotions, their gratitude, right, that is the best time to get a review, is right then and there on the spot. Because even the customers that want to leave reviews, not all the time, they don't always leave them just because something comes up, right? As soon as that service was done, they might have had to run out the house 2 minutes later to go grab the kids from school. I work for a review company, and that's happened to me before. So that's why the mobile app is such a useful tool, because you can capture a review on the spot in under 30 seconds.
Complicated to do. I've done those, but I haven't been out in the field recently doing that. And, is it a changed process, or is it just really click one button?
This is just click one button. You pull up the app. There's 3 types of reviews and 4 total buttons. It's that simple, right? It's video, audio, text review, or send an invite. If you're getting on the spot, you're choosing between the 3. Click whatever review you want. Just put the client's name or initials, and then you could do number or email. And then you just get the review right then and there.
About as simple as it gets.
Yeah, it could not be any easier to capture a review in person.
One of the things that I noticed, and I had done this several times when I was out at trade shows and stuff. I've gotten video reviews, audio reviews from what I would call influencers. And, the regular reviews powerful, but when you get somebody that's an influencer in that industry and they're giving you a video review on the spot, you can buy testimonials like that if you would want to. I mean, it's great.
I totally agree with that. We actually have I have a presentation that I like to show people just how I explain the system. And in there, we have a lady named Heidi Powell. There's probably going to be somebody who watches this who knows who that is. She's very big in like the fitness space. We got a video review of her because one of our clients actually did a DJ thing for her wedding or something around those lines. But because of that, we got an awesome review of somebody who has I think over 500,000 following or more. Right. So, and then being able to also get that person to also share that on their social media, which is what our system also does. I mean, you can't even buy that type of publicity.
I know when we first introduced you guys to the Normie base, there was a lot of excitement about it, which there still is. But Doug Hoffman, our CEO, actually did a lot of personal video reviews for some of our members, especially our charter members and people that have really been around for a long time. And again, I consider him an influencer with the industry. That was a very powerful thing for a lot of these people.
Yeah, 100%. Again, having a figure in that industry giving you the review. We have a coach who does something similar. Her name's Krista Mayshore. Another online, she's pretty well known and influencer as well. But in the real estate industry, she's one of the largest well-known coaches. And all the people who go through her coaching program, a lot of the time they'll send, her the invite to get their first video review, right? So when, obviously getting somebody of that magnitude in that industry, right? It makes a huge deal, especially when people are going and checking out your service and trying to look at your social proof, and if you're an established company.
And those video reviews will also show up on all the different platforms that you're tied into for reviews?
100%. Yeah. It goes to the public page with all the other reviews, the website, Facebook, Google Business. Also, they get to share it on their Facebook as well in front of their friends and family, all with a call to action from the business as well. So it goes on about at least 6 to 7 different places minimum.
That call to action you just mentioned, is that or considered the referral side of what this does, or is that different?
Yeah. So there's a few things in there. We have a special offer and lead magnet program that's attached with a referral program. So every customer that gives our clients a review, that customer is going to be asked to share the review. They could share it with people directly, and they can also share it on Facebook by just clicking a button, right? When they share it on Facebook, we know the average person's got about 500 friends, right? So instead of just a one-to-one referral, we figured let's try to get one to many. Okay, instead of just trying to capture one new customer per person, let's try to capture 10. So they get to share it on Facebook with an offer from the business. Now, if it's like a cleaning company or something, you can offer a discount off the service. But then we work with people who could be in real estate, who will give out a free market analysis. So it's really just a call to action. It doesn't necessarily need to be an offer. It could be scheduling a consultation, things like that. But it's just a very easy way for a customer to refer as many people as they know, instead of just referring one person that they know. Because most people can't think of somebody off the top of their head anyways.
Any secrets on how to get more referrals?
Yeah, so this is something that our team will do in the training and the setup process. But I always tell the people that I work with, you should run some form of incentive program. And almost everybody can do this. There's a few industries where we do have exceptions that we have workarounds to, but a big thing is just an incentive program. Tell a customer hey, if you share this offer on Facebook and anybody who claims this offer from you, I'm going to give you a discount off your next service with me. So it could be a share one, get one. If you share this 10% and they claim it, you get 10%. But maybe if it's a one-time service, right? Maybe something you don't need consistently or on a subscription, then you can just offer out some kind of, almost rebate. Hey, if you share this and somebody claims it, I'll give you a $20 gift card to Starbucks. Right? That's a big one. People just giving out gift cards if they refer people into them.
So to me, that sounds like a lead generating program. I mean, is there a way to capture the leads automatically, or do you have to manually go and look for them, or how's that work?
So with the referral program, when it's on the customer's Facebook page, if one of their friends are interested, all they do is click a post, right? It's going to show off their friend's review with the offer there. Their friend's interested, they click it. It's going to pull their friend's review up. And then right there is going to be an offer form. As soon as they fill that out, the customer's immediately notified. It goes on their back end. It can automatically be sent into their CRM as well. And then the customer will receive an email too with the information on how to claim that offer. And then on top of that, with the special offer program, that one's a little bit different. We don't have to rely on just the referral process. So we take the special offer that the customer wants to give out. So maybe it's 10% off the service. Well, every single place that we market and post the reviews out, there's going to be that call to action there as well. So whether they go on the website, on the Google Business, on the Facebook, on their public page, if they go Google them in the Google search engine, they're going to see that business's 5-star reviews, and every single review will have that call to action there. So the whole purpose is just making sure that any possible place that a potential client could find the business, we want their reviews and the call to action there.
Okay, so listening to this, and as one of our members listening to this, it sounds a bit complicated, though it's automated too. So how do you simplify it? What we would have to do?
So exactly how you said, it's all automated. The customers here don't have to do anything. The whole point, automation is the new delegation, right? So the whole point is to make this whole thing run itself and make sure that's automated for the client. Because if we just threw our clients a system and said, have fun, go figure it out, you can get the reviews, and then you're going to have to go post them all separately, like we'd be out of business. So our whole system is automated. The only thing the clients do on their end is just capture the reviews, and that can even be automated as well. They can upload lists of their customers, and then we'll reach out for them, or we can integrate and use their CRM to automate their invites too. The customer doesn't even have to set this account up. Every person here will get a designated coach. So they actually get a coach who sets their whole system up for them, gives them unlimited support, unlimited training, and just consistently follows up with them to make sure they're happy with the service. Because with our company, we're one of the only SaaS businesses literally in the industry who doesn't have a contract. So we have account managers and coaches in place to make sure that these people are becoming successful, because if they're not happy, then they don't have a job.
So you've mentioned coaches, advisors, services you provide. Is this like all add-on fees and costs? Because that sounds expensive.
Yeah, most people, and if you go to most other businesses or most other SaaS companies, it can get very expensive. With us, it's definitely not. That's the best thing, is we're the most affordable in our industry because we're the only self-funded. Every one of our competitors, that is public knowledge, and there's sites to look this up, but they've all taken investments. We've built this thing from the ground up ourselves. So we've never had to raise our prices in 7 years. During the pandemic, during this, time of inflation, let's say, right? We've never had to raise our price one single time, but we continue to add value, continue to add new products and services on top of these plans that, can be as little as $59, go to $199 a month. But obviously, anybody who's seeing this today, as you know, if there's anybody who's interested in this form of program or checking this out, it's very easy. You could schedule a demo with me. I'm sure, Lance, you'll share the link to that. And you get a promotional price because of Normie. So that's something we do, is we take care of anybody who is a Normie client here.
Well, yeah, and that's something that we've appreciated, and we've had quite a few of our members actually take advantage of that. I don't want to talk specifics on the program that we're offering right now, but I'm sure that anybody that's interested, from our membership can reach out to us to our support@normie.org, and we'll reach out to them and get them all the information they need to sign up for this program. But to me, the exciting part is that this type of a service is out there. And from what you've described and what I've seen from us using it, it's easy to use. You guys do most of the setup, and it just runs from there. We have hundreds and hundreds of reviews. I know we have a lot of members with hundreds of reviews, same kind of thing.
No, 100%. That's what we want. We just want to make sure that we can take off. If you're paying for a service, you don't want to add extra time to that, to your client's plate. You don't need to take extra money from them and then make them have to do the work. So yeah, the whole thing here is taking care of the client. To the basically 99% of the work is done by us, from the setup to the implementation to the actual value of the product, and consistently making sure that it's getting reviews, getting you found, getting you customers, and it's all done for you.
So is there anything new coming to the system that you can't tell us about yet that you're going to tell us about?
So one thing we did just recently launch is like a chat box, and it's auto responsive. That's one of our newest features that I really do enjoy, just because we work with a lot of small business owners. Of course, some of them are owner operator. Some of them have teams from, 5 to 20 people. Well, our chat box gives people a chance to talk to a client that's on the website without having to be there to monitor the website, right? We send them out a text or an email letting them know somebody's there. But if they're not available, or if, it's outside of their business hours, then it just gets their information for them and sends that over to them. One thing too is one thing I will mention, probably should have, is our new dashboard we are launching. It's going to have just more analytics, even easier to navigate. And it's going to integrate with the app too. So those two things are going to be launching to be revamped, redone, and just give the customer a lot more access and make it just easier for them. Okay.
Well, that is new stuff. So if our members wanted to reach out to you for more information, how would they contact you?
The easiest way I would say would be to go to Sotellus.com and go to /Nick. So you just put Sotellus.com /Nick, Nick. It'll take you right to my calendar. You're just going to pick a time that works out best. I'm going to jump on a one-on-one meeting with you. I'll answer any questions that you have. I can break down the whole product and just show you how it all works.
But to get the best price, they're going to have to let you know they're an active Normie member.
100%. You need to let us know that you're Normie because you get a massive discount here when you come from Normie. So if you don't mention it, I'm just letting you know that if it's me or if you end up talking to one of my other sales guys on my team, you're going to end up paying about double the amount if you don't mention Normie.
Well, we appreciate that. Nick, I appreciate you spending time with us. Anything else in closing you think our members should know about?
I think we're all good. Just again, make sure to manage that reputation. Keep getting reviews, guys. Don't set a limit on that. A lot of people think once you get a certain amount of reviews, it's great. Just a statistic to remember, 85% of people will disregard reviews older than 3 months old. So if you don't have a system in place in an automated process to consistently get new reviews and build your reputation, eventually you fall by the wayside, right? Or your competitors start to outrank you and outshine you. So I just say, make sure even if you're not using a system like us, you need to find a way to consistently get new reviews.
Wait. So you just said something there about reviews older than 3 months kind of like fall away. I mean, I know I've gone on sites and you see people with reviews from 2006, 2010. I mean, they have some value, at least they show you've been in business, but
Right.
you know, what's the dynamic change for current reviews?
So I don't mean the reviews fall by the wayside. What I was saying is that your listing does, though. Your listing stops ranking. Your listing will lose its ranking. It will continue to stay stagnant if you don't consistently capture reviews. So the reason behind this, just it's a very easy statistic to go Google. I actually have one that I can share with you that you can feel free to post, but it just shows that 85% of consumers, right, that's when they check out reviews, if they're older than 90 days old, they tend to disregard them because the whole purpose is this. Maybe you had 200 reviews in the first 5 years of being open or something, right? Or you have 500 total reviews right now, but you haven't gotten a new review in the past 90 days. Well, what happens is people question that. What has now changed in that business in these last 3 months? You know, what is there a difference in quality? Did they sell it? Is there a new management? People start to question, why are they not getting the same positive feedback over the last 90 days that they were getting prior? And I think that's and I don't disagree with them. I think that's a very valuable question for them to ask, is because if you were getting so much positive feedback before, why aren't you now?
Well, that makes sense. And that clarifies my question because I could see value in old reviews being on the site, showing a history,
Right.
But it makes a lot of sense if you're not getting anything current. All right. I appreciate you spending the time with us. I want to thank you. I'd encourage everybody watching this to either reach out to us at support@normie.org or to contact Nick directly at sotellus.com/Nick.
Yeah, /Nick. Make sure to put the /.
All right. Thank you very much, Nick.
No problem, Lance. Thank you.
I want to welcome today's guests from Robert Pettyjohn Cleaning, Mr. Robert Pettyjohn and Katie Ruther. Guys, want to say a quick hello?
Hello there, Lance. It's a joy to join you and the millions watching on their computer.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, Lance. How are you?
Good. Well, let's get started here. And for those that don't know, Robert is one of our senior trainers. He's involved with our certified mold assessor, mold remediation training, and he does quite a few other things for us. So could you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with this indoor air quality industry?
Well, Lance just started by cleaning carpets. My wife, Karen, and I were living in Kentucky at the time, and we were looking up at the light fixture on our ceiling and saying, we're going to be here the rest of our lives, or we're going to do something else. So we had an opportunity to go to Hawaii. So we sold everything we had and bought 2 one-way tickets to Kauai and sold jewelry on the beach for a couple of years. And then, like everybody should do, but then we had a little baby born over there. This little girl here to my right and to your left. Little Katie was born over there on Kauai, and we couldn't imagine raising her far away from my mom and daddy or Karen's mom and daddy, Mr. and Miss Chapman in Easley, South Carolina. So we came back to South Carolina, and I did a few odd jobs, and one thing led to another. And I felt the Lord lead me to come up here to Southeastern Seminary to get a PhD in world religions. But he obviously had other things in mind because we were stone cold broke when we got up here. I said, Lord, what are we going to do? I answered an ad in the newspaper that said, clean carpets, make $800 to $1,000 a week. I said, well, that'll pay a few bills. So I started doing it. It was a carpet cleaning company is what it was. So I started doing that. And then one thing led to another. And I realized that I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I went looking for some other resources. And fortunately, I found them. But that's how we got started cleaning carpets in 1989 here in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
You know, we've talked in the past about diverse backgrounds and, you know, where people are today and where they came from. So I just want to get this right. I'm visualizing it's the beach bum surfer becoming the doctor PhD, you know, in a short trip.
Well, we did a little bit of windsurfing, but not that other stuff like they do in the pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu or any of these other big surfing venues. And I was accepted into the PhD program at Baylor University and also up here at Southeastern Seminary, but I never enrolled. We were just too broke, and I had to do something else. So I never became the doctor, but that's okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Katie, I know you were dragged through this, probably kicking and screaming most of the way. And if you would like to tell us a little bit about your background, if you're comfortable with that.
Oh gosh. So I grew up with the back seat of our minivan on the front porch to accommodate the carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that's okay. Fond memories. Yeah, but I think I officially started working in the business when I was in third grade, pulling hoses. And as far as I know, I was the only third grader that had a sizable bank account. So I guess I appreciate the life lessons and responsibility that came with working at a young age. And I worked on and off, you know, went to college, tried to find a different career. And after college, I came back and worked in the office a little bit in the field. And I got married. We ran away for about 4.5 years to California and decided this is probably where we really need to be. So we came back and have been ears deep in textiles for the last, I keep saying 6 years, but time keeps ticking. So it might be closer to 8 years by now.
Wow. Amazing.
So here we are. Not at all what you plan for your life, but somehow, you know, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All right. Very cool. Well, you know, I like to know a little bit more about the backgrounds, and a lot of our viewers, you know, want to know who the people are that we're talking to. So thank you both for that. So let's get down to it. I know what you do is fairly technical as far as the technology that's used, the methodology for cleaning. It's not just spraying a chemical on something and cleaning it. So how did you figure out how to do this? Did you take training, or did you just reinvent the wheel, or how'd you wind up doing what you're doing?
Well, we got started in our training because I had done some work. The guys at the shop figured I was the smartest one, so they sent me the worst, most difficult cases. And at this time, I went and bleached the guy's carpet and made a big mess. And that was $650 that Petty John's did not have. But we had to max out our credit cards in order for that to happen, so we did it. So I figured I better get some training. And as a result, I asked around a couple of places and found out that there was a class at Sunbelt Cleaning Supply House here in Raleigh. And the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, was the one who was teaching the class. And thankfully, I got the right teacher at the right time. And he told me everything I needed to do and to know in order to get started properly. And I could not be any more thankful for that. So absolutely, training and education. There is no substitute whatsoever for that unless you have a bottomless bank account that can handle all your screw ups.
Okay. Well, with that, in the world of indoor air quality, which is where we all work under, I know there's a lot of trade organizations and support groups and things like that. Did you ever try, or are you still working with those types of groups, trade associations, organizations that helped you through this?
To back up to education for just a moment, one of the fun full circle parts of being in a family business is, while my dad took classes from Lee Pemberton, I think I was able to fully explore my love of upholstery cleaning from Lee's son, Jim, a few years ago. So, or, many years later. So I think that their family business becoming full circle as our family business has become second generation is one of the beautiful little components that you don't just see everywhere.
So
that's very well put.
Yes, it is. But does that really mean that when you were in 3rd and 4th grade, you were helping him with his homework?
I don't know.
You're exposing all our family secrets now.
I just wanted to make it clear for everybody where we were.
Well, that one of the benefits of being at a class like that is that you usually are associated with people that are where you want to be. And one of those people was a fellow named Chubb Safrit, S-A-F-R-I-T. He lived in Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. And Chubb at that meeting told me, he said, Robert, if you want to do this business, you do this and this and this and this. And I did that and that and that and that. And then one thing led to another. And now here, what is today's date?
24th.
The 24th of what?
March
24th in 2023. I'm being interviewed by the great Lance Eisen and the Normie crowd, along with my baby daughter, Katie. And I'm so very thankful to be here. But that would not have happened had I not been in the right training organization, doing the right things by people who knew what they were talking about.
Well, I understand, and I thank you for that. And I understand that you've been a part of and some leadership in organizations too along the way. That's where I was trying to go to with this, to kind of talk about your path to where you've gotten to now with the different groups, support groups, organizations, things like that you've been involved with.
That's a good question. Well, you ask good questions, man. Thank you very, very much, Lance. Well, yes, both my wife and I have been privileged to serve as president of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the finest regional trade association anywhere in the country, without question. My daughter Katie is on the board of directors right now at Mid-South. We were the founding members of the Association of Drug Care Specialists that is headquartered in Dallas, Texas. One of the charter members of that organization. I'm one of just a handful of certified rug specialists here in the United States, the only one in the Southeast. I'm also privileged to be a part of the Restoration Industry Association, where I'm one of about 125 certified water loss specialists in the whole country. And that's a real big deal. So you begin whenever, years ago, we used to go get gas and we had to get paid for it inside the convenience store. And when I came home, Karen said, "You went to the gas station, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, how do you know? Because you smell like smoke." You remember that everybody smoked inside those gas stations. Well, that's the way it is now. You start to smell like the people you hang around. And fortunately, being a part of this national organization for mediators and microbial inspectors known as Normie, I'm beginning to smell like you, Lance, and I'm so thankful for that.
I know there's a compliment in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure how far I have to dig for it. So I'm just going to kind of move on, and let's talk about indoor air quality. As long as you talked about, smells and things like that. Rug cleaners, carpet cleaners, I've seen these guys with their trucks and they go out and they spray some stuff on the floor and vacuum it back up and they're off to the next job. But why wouldn't they be more focused on how it's affecting the rest of the environment with indoor air quality? So, I mean, how do you view that component of what you do?
Well, one of the benefits of being involved in an organization like Mid-South is that back in 1989, when we first started, we ran into a fellow. His name is Dr. Michael Berry. He was in charge of the Research Triangle Institute, and at the time was a very, very close friend of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association. As a matter of fact, one of his students, a guy named Donald Pumphrey from up in Brown Summit, North Carolina, did a cleaning of the Frank Porter Graham Child Care Center in Chapel Hill and discovered that the recidivism rate for people who got for the kids that were in that carpet cleaning, they got their carpets cleaned regularly, was much, much, much less. They almost never ever got sick. So Dr. Berry, in his book called Cleaning for Health, I don't know if people can see this. This is the one that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is very interested in working with right now. But he says in his book some very, very powerful things about this business of cleaning. He said, in carpeted buildings, check entrances. It is especially important for you to analyze how and where unwanted matter gets deposited inside. This matter can be wet or dry or oily when it rains or snows or whatever the case may be. But he also says something very, very profound. He said, with housekeeping, we manage and take advantage of the sink effect we find inside. Kitchens have a literal sink. If dirty dishes and garbage are allowed to build up in it, bacteria will proliferate, and someone is likely to get sick. Some surfaces are better sinks than others, Dr. Berry says. Carpets and fabrics are very effective sinks. Pollutants stick on or fall into their fabric surfaces due to gravity or electrostatic attraction. Such complex webs of fibers can trap and hold pollutants for a very, very long time. Housekeeping that makes the indoor environment biologically clean promotes long-lasting health. We were fortunate in 1989 to be associated and to be acquainted with Dr. Michael Berry. And even as my role with the ICRC, I was fortunate to serve on the board of directors and the executive committee of that organization for 6 years, for crying out loud. But one of the people we met was a brilliant fellow who worked with the Journal of Cleaning, Restoration, and Inspection. He wrote an article called The Influence of Flooring Type on Allergen Levels and Airborne Particles. This thing right here. An amazing, John Downey is his name, an amazingly brilliant fellow. But he says, and I'll just read one short sentence or two. In conclusion, the results outlined here do not support the common recommendations favoring hard flooring rather than carpet that are currently given to those with asthma and allergy concerns. Adds to the growing body of research that suggests no flooring type is definitely preferable over another. We hear so many people, Lance, as you well know, say, rip the carpet out, take the carpet out. Well, no, the carpet is an effective sink. With every 1 square yard of carpet, there's 1.4 acres of surface area in that. That's a great sink or a reservoir, as Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner says. But that reservoir, that sink needs to be emptied on a regular basis. Hence, what we're here for today is we are impacting people's indoor air quality in ways they will never have any indication. So,
well,
industry that does this, that allows us to do this, sir.
Let me toss up a softball to you guys for you guys to take a swing at using a baseball metaphor here. Here comes the pitch. In most structures, what is the largest filter in that facility or home?
Katie?
The carpet.
There you go. Pretty much what you just said. I mean, it's a massive filtering system, and it's so important to address it the right way.
It's crazy when the largest filter has been ripped out and replaced with a filter that can't hold on to anything, like a hard floor. It changes the whole maintenance protocol for the house, the whole level of expectation for the homeowner, for the inhabitants and their respiratory existence, in my opinion.
But your opinion is right. And the fact is that big sink that filter has got to be cleaned and emptied on a regular basis. I'm sorry, nobody put a gun to your head, made you buy that carpet or buy that Oriental rug. but still you got to maintain it. Nobody made you have babies. Nobody made you buy that house, but still you got to maintain it properly. I'm not sure what
Absolutely.
you're
And
talking
that was the whole purpose for asking that question like that. You know, when you do take out the carpeting, it does change everything. The whole indoor air quality structure changes. So let's get a little bit more into the technology side of it. Could you give us some examples or demonstrations? I know you have some videos that you were talking about in a previous conversation we had about carpeting and cleaning and things like that.
That's a very good question, Lance, because cleaning carpets really does impact the 7 elements of indoor air quality. And those 7 elements, of course, are particles, odors, gases, biopollutants, temperature, relative humidity, and comfort. That's how you got to measure something somehow. So let's measure it with these standards, these criteria that Mr. Hoffman and Normie have established as extreme, and research over the decades as established as necessary elements of healthy indoor air quality. How does what we do impact healthy indoor air quality? Katie, how does all that happen? How would you show that?
I would like to start with reel it back a little bit and talk about why before how. I think one of the questions that is often overlooked when it comes to how are you going to clean my rug? Can you clean my rug? What are you doing? Why should I choose you over someone else? Is come back to why are we even doing this in the first place? And the Sunday school answer is indoor air quality. But there are other answers to those questions. And
those are going to be very simple. Why do you do what you do? Because it's important to your precious customers for one, but you've got to also understand what you're doing. Where does this rug come from? Where do these textiles come from? How did they come about even in the first place? And I think you may have a couple. We're going to show you a couple of videos, Lance, and your audience too. They're short videos. They're not going to last forever, but sometimes a picture says more, 1,000 words, 10,000, or whatever it is.
Short videos, like an active picture, so you can just catch a little glimpse of interaction and not necessarily watch the whole movie.
And you got some of those videos?
I think I've got a few.
Oh, that's great. Let's do it.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Good.
All right. So let's do a share screen. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So why do we clean rugs? Oh.
One of the first whys is this right here.
Can you see that, Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. And being a grandparent, I mean, that speaks volumes to me.
All right, that little bugger is my nephew. And clearly, there's my niece. And this is one of the primary reasons I clean things, is because I've got little kids and nieces and nephews that are crawling on my floor. And I've got a dog at home, and I know what the dog has done. I know what my kids have done to my floor. And while they're not this young anymore, literally eating the carpet as they pull themselves along, it's still shoes in my house. They know what's this close to their face. And it's important to keep the little people in my life safe.
Plus, their respiratory systems are much less developed than the rest of us. And there's that bell curve of life that from the very beginning, you're more sensitive, and at the very end, you're more sensitive too. So not only for babies, but for seniors in their homes, for people who are having elective surgery, for people who are bringing children home from freshly been born. Oh gosh, there's all kinds of reasons. But this is why we do what we do, dadgummit, is because there's people lives that are dependent on what we're doing. We're cleaning for health, my friend. That's a big deal.
Well, you know, one thing that's a little different is most indoor air quality mold assessment work is measuring environments in that 4 to 6 foot breathable range. That's kind of the standard that most industrial hygienists look at, and testing is done at because most people exist in that area breathing wise. The children that we're looking at, they don't fall into that range. They are way below it. They're down in the more humid area. They're down where the bigger particles are collecting because they're heavier. So they're more exposed to more, and the carpeting. So I agree with you completely.
And if people don't take their shoes off when they come in their house, that's the single most important thing you can do to maintain your carpets, by the way. We clean for a lot of Asians, and they're accustomed to taking their shoes off and their slippers, they call them. We lived in Hawaii, and everybody would take their slippers off when they came into the house. Well, these people that we clean for from the Philippines and from other Asian places, their carpets, I said, what are we here for? And they said to clean your carpets. Well, they look fantastic. Why? Because they don't walk on them with their dadgum shoes. They take the shoes off before. It makes a huge difference. Okay, let's look at some more videos. Let's have some fun today. Okay, Kate?
All right. So as a company, Petty John's, we do a lot of oriental rug washing, area rug cleaning, loose rugs, not to differentiate between installed carpeting. And
matter of fact, there's a rug on the back right behind us in the screenshot. That is an Afghan war rug with the tanks. Yep, the tanks and all that. That was made at a special time. We have a rug here on the wall from Tabriz in Iran. We got a bunch of rugs out there from Iran and from Turkey, Syria, from up in the Four Corners area of our country where the Navajo rugs are. Big deal. Let's show the video, see where they come from.
so before you clean something, it's helpful to have an understanding of how it's made. And I like to differentiate between loose rugs and installed carpet because there's a lot of, can't you just clean my rug in my home? It's sitting on the floor just like my carpet is. Well, the construction difference between broadloom carpet that's installed in your home and a hand knotted oriental rug or even a machine made loose rug is wildly different. The density of the tufts, the material, the backing in and of itself is just wildly more accessible and meant to be cleaned in home on a broadloom installed carpet versus a hand knotted rug, which is super, super dense, and a lot of that dry soiling is going to get driven into the foundation, and it's just not accessible from a cleaning standpoint in the home.
While Katie's looking at these videos, let me say one thing to you, Lance. You used the term broadloom a while ago.
Hey, Robert, hang on one second. If you're guys are gonna talk for a while, stop your share so we can see you on the big screen instead of just a little screen with your files.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. So I understand. So that was just the tiny amount of background before we get into where does the oriental rug come from, or where does the hand knotted rug come from?
Oh my, this is taken in the Luri area of Iran. There are two major nomadic tribes there, the Luris and the Qashqai's. And you can see that this is a big deal in their lives. I mean, this was only taken just a few years ago when I had the privilege to go to Iran and see these sites firsthand. This is something that you just don't see very much at all in our society, particularly in America, but gosh, almost anywhere. Then look who's bringing up the rear, being sure that the job's done right. 2 women by George. Isn't that fascinating? Wow.
So we start the journey with the sheep walking on the dusty road, And we are going to go to
the sheep have got to be shorn and the wool's cut off. It's got a very high lanolin content in it, so it's got to be washed first. Once it's washed, it can be put into a dye vat and dyed almost any color imaginable. And these guys that do this, these dye masters, using all kind of natural vegetal dyes, are some of the most incredibly brilliant people on earth. They are the most highly respected anywhere along this rug chain. It's those people who know how to match colors and to get them exactly what the customer's looking for. Those are really huge. And I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these folks and to watch how hard they work. Man, you just never see them taking breaks.
So one of the questions we pose to ourselves before we clean a rug or anything in reality, what's it made of, what's happened to it, and what's the value? We're going to dig into the what's it made of portion right now as we've been. And
so people may find this awful pedantic or something kind of, why you show me all these things like this? Well, there's got to be an entertainment value to what we're seeing. You're seeing some stuff that you've probably never, ever seen before. We're lifting up the sheets, and now you can see what's going on in between. And it's a beautiful story of what all's been happening over the years. And to see that this, by the way, the oldest Oriental rug discovered was in the Pizric Mountains of Russia. It dates back to 5000 BC. It is constructed exactly the way that Persian or Iranian rugs are constructed today. Amazing, amazing. This here, you're seeing a lady in the Luri tribe. She is spinning the wool that's been cut off of the sheep, and it's all been cleaned up, and now they get big old skeins of this stuff, and it's got to be spun now into a yarn that can be used in a rug. But just look at all the times that this is being held by the human hand. Look, all the oils, look at the soil that's on the ground. I mean, these things, you'll see how this is taken care of down the road. This is a beautiful process. And whether you're washing upholstery, whether you're cleaning dishes, whether you're cleaning up a television set or whatever, you got to know how things are constructed. And look at these incredible ladies there in the Kashka'i tribe that are actually weaving a rug on the ground. These are nomadic tribes, much like you read about in the Old Testament. And these girls are all dressed up, ready to meet their husband should he come by. And it is, I mean, literally, that's the truth. And just look at what they're doing on the ground, for crying out loud. Wow. If this doesn't want to make you want to preserve the investment, we're, as Ron Toney says, who's the IICRC #1 certification, by the way. Ron Toney says we are able to preserve time spent. Oh, what other job can you do that can preserve time that's already been spent? I've got 2 daughters, and a lot of these people who are making rugs, as you'll see in the videos, they're all women. Men are out there smoking cigars and drinking tea and trying to sell something. But no, these ladies are the ones working. And while washing a rug properly, we're preserving the time that they spend on it. Just look at the incredible dexterity that these ladies have got in their hands. They're taking 2 or 3 of these yarns together, and this lady is cutting this yarn off as she goes. Those knives are unbelievably sharp, but her fingers, no slices whatsoever. Just a beautiful, beautiful context of why we do what we do. And if you don't know why you do what you do, it becomes a game of gossip, somebody has said. No, you've got to know why you do what you do. This is why we do it. And once the rug is got to be finished. So let's see what's going on here. If you've ever felt a wool rug on the back of the rug, it can feel kind of scratchy and kind of rough. Well, in order for that not to happen, they actually set fire to the bottom of a rug. Wool, on the other hand, wool rugs do not catch a fire. That's why they are used exclusively in the airplane business. You look at the airplane that you fly on, the Delta, Pan Am, whatever you got. There's not Pan Am anymore, is it? No. Okay. But any other airline you fly, they all have wool carpets. Why? Because they don't catch a fire and burn.
What does the burning actually do?
The burning actually removes the scratchy stuff that's on the back of the rug. There's an aesthetic value to having an Oriental rug. And one of them is it feels so soft and so plush under your hands. You can pick it up and look at the back side of it. But now, after all those rugs are dealt with so many times, they got to be cleaned somehow. Let's watch and see how these folks are washing the rug. There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. There's chemical action, mechanical action. This is where you're brushing your teeth or your hair or your dishes or whatever. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature, rinse, or dry. Those 6 elements. You can see that they're wetting this thing down. They're actually using laundry detergent to wash these rugs out on. And they want to wash them and get them as clean as possible before they. But you just look. Are they rinsing them out completely? Are they really getting those things completely clean and rinsed out? There's a question about that. Let's continue. Now, once you wash something, you got to dry it up. This is Mr. Reza Zolanvari, one of the most brilliant and compassionate men you'll ever meet. He has Zolanvari rugs. You can look them up. And these are, you see the rocks out in Iran, that sun is beating on those rocks all the time. And they've taken these rugs, they've turned them face up, and the rugs, the bottom of it, what Mr. Zolanvari is explaining is that these rugs are drying from the bottom and from the top with the sunshine and a little bit of air. There's not very much air movement. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification are the 3 factors that influence drying anything, whether you have a flood in your house or you're drying wet rugs. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification. You're seeing that process. Plus, they're being exposed to the UV light, which is helping to deepen the colors in these yarns. They thought of everything over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's in the book of Judges. You can read it. But when you make a rug, you got to sell it. So here they are, flipping rugs. It's called flipping rugs to the public. Here's what that looks like. And this was taken in Iran or Persia, whatever you want to call it, by some of the most careful, beautiful human beings. Just look at these textiles. Look at how beautiful they are. Oh, my stars.
So many hands are involved in the production of the rug before a brand new rug gets to a showroom or gets to your home, where it's new and presumed to be clean and ready to use. And the concept of clean, the definitive clean, it's kind of vague because, hold on just 1 second, you'll see in this video, it's about 2 seconds away. You're going to see
oops,
that has just potentially touched a brand new item that you're going to bring into your home and your child's going to crawl across, or you're going to drop a little crumb and you're going to pick it up and eat it because that was a really good blueberry muffin and you just bought the rug so it's clean. So
this is actually the very first rug I ever bought. It's actually a grain bag. I bought this at the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, Turkey. To be able to, and what happened was the folks used to put the grain in these bags and put the bags on top of, on the back of the horse and take them back and forth to wherever they needed to go. So this is now, fortunately, this has been cleaned, and that man that you saw in there has got a huge, huge heart, but he is unfortunately no longer with us. A dear, dear friend of our rug industry, and he's no longer with us. So, but this is understanding where these come from and how they get around and how they make it into people's houses. There's a story behind every one of these rugs. There may not be a story behind a carpet, but there's almost always a story behind an Oriental rug. We bought this rug in Ephesus on our honeymoon when we were on the Mediterranean Sea. We bought this, the very first purchase we bought, we went downtown and bought it at the rug shop. And now this is the first thing we ever bought as a married couple, somebody would say. Or I don't want to start crying or nothing, but my granddaddy taught me how to dance on this rug. Or this is when my brother and I used to play the Hot Wheels around the outside edges of the guard border on these rugs. All kind of stories behind them. And you just mentioned one about your mama a while ago. There's stories behind them all. And these are very, very real. A lady brought a rug into us the other day, about 6 or 8, 9 years ago, something like that. And it was a polypropylene, tore up and all that. And I said, ma'am, if you'd prefer, we could just go ahead and put it up back there. And I was pointing to the dumpster. She said, oh, no. This is the only thing my mother ever gave me. I can point to you in our shop right now where the two of us were crying, and we cleaned it just like we cleaned the governor's rugs, even better. This was a big deal to me. We made this just like it was. It belonged to Jesus himself. So that's just.
You know, when you're talking about how the rugs were made, the care that goes into them and everything else, I mean, just like with anything that you would want to clean or repair or fix, you have to know what it's made of. You have to know how it's constructed. Otherwise, you're blindly going in there and possibly doing something to damage it, throwing bleach on it to get the dirt out. Well, that's going to take out the color, or using the wrong type of equipment to disassemble something. So it's really important to understand how things are constructed, which is what you just showed us. So thank you very much for that.
Whether it's a rug or whether it's your hardwood floors or anything, I know that you and I have had water damages in our home. As a matter of fact, today I'm getting all the CPVC plumbing removed from my deadgum house, so I don't want to come home to a flood. They're replacing all that stuff. Well, I've had floods in my house when we came home and it was wet, and you've had floods in your house too. And to know for the restoration contractor or the remediation contractor to know what it's made of before he starts just sawing into something is just really huge. You made an excellent point, Lance. That's a beautiful point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were able to talk to homeowners and business owners, what would you tell them to do to protect their rugs or floor coverings, whether it's carpet or a throw rug type of a thing, Oriental rug?
Oh, that is a great question. You should know the answer to some of that, Katie.
How to protect your rugs? Well, I like to kind of refer to the American healthcare standard on this one, and you can kind of go one of two ways. You can go preventative or you can go corrective. A lot of people find it easier to just go corrective. I'm going to eat this now, and if my pants don't fit, I'm either going to buy new pants, or if the doctor tells me to lose weight, I will. It's almost always easier and to your advantage to be preventative
and cheaper.
And cheaper, maybe a little more expensive in the short term, always cheaper in the long term to go preventative. That means taking your vitamins, get your butt out of bed in the morning and exercise, or do some sort of meditation or something and get yourself right for the day. Also, preventative is imagining in the future what's going to happen. Somebody's going to spill something. Somebody's going to find something you said so funny that their soda spews out of their nose. They're laughing so hard. Then you've got to deal with cleaning up. That's happened. That's why I said that.
Well, and you're exactly right. We have the ability to think and to project ourselves into the future is really, really huge.
Well, one of the components here that's so important is by showing people the reality of how things are done, how things are made, and how things should be. And now talking about the preventative compared to reactionary. That is a major issue with most people today. Nobody, and I say nobody, the governments particularly don't want to spend money preventatively. They don't budget for prevention. They budget only for reactionary. Unfortunately, a lot of people are exposed to that too. A lot of people are short on funds, so they're not going to spend money to fix something that isn't a problem as yet. What you're demonstrating to us is the risk to that and how much more it costs down the road. I guess the easiest example for most people to understand would be driving your car for 10 years and never changing the oil. Well, it seems to be running fine. I'll leave it alone. Well, one day the engine seizes and that, $10 can of oil just cost you $5,000 for a new engine. So, it's taking care of it now before it becomes a problem is so important.
Sure. I 100% agree. I highly recommend putting a protective coating on your textiles when they're new or freshly cleaned, because of the simple, buy yourself some time in case of a spill. Make your vacuuming more effective. You're going to vacuum anyway. You floss your teeth regularly, and your dentist knows when you don't. Your rug cleaner knows when you're not vacuuming regularly. So put the protective coating on there. It makes it almost extends to the point where it can save relationships in your life.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because at some point, your child might spill a chocolate milkshake on your dad's rug. And
is that what your child did?
I think so.
I think so too.
And even though the rug was protected, there was a very brief moment that was captured. You could feel it, the tension in the air. Had that rug not been protected, I know what it's like to spot clean a protected rug and know what it's like to spot clean an unprotected rug. It's just a lot more difficult. And I don't know what the result's going to look like. But it was a timeout. Everybody stay calm. I need a paper towel. I need a spoon. I need a little bit of water on a towel. And the milkshake scooped right up into the towel. And within, honestly, about 2 minutes worth of work, we had that rug back to pre-loss condition. And there were no hard feelings other than the milkshake, the effort put into the milkshake, which you can't help.
But stuff is going to happen. But you bring up a good point. A lot of times, people who are visiting with you in your home, they'll spill something, and they'll never tell you. They'll just overlook it and hope you don't notice it or something. And now you've got some funky mess somewhere down the road that you got to deal with. Had that rug been protected properly, like you said, or at least have the knowledge of somebody that knows what they're doing in order to clean that rug or that piece of upholstery or whatever the case, those things are very, very expensive. And being able to take care of that. And that is also one of the components of indoor air quality, which is odors. And some of these odors don't show up until the humidity maybe get high in the air or something. Now it gets kind of funky. So these are real life situations that we come across with all the time.
So to bring one of your previous questions back full circle, what is the carpet cleaner? What does the rug cleaner even have to do with indoor air quality? I have a video. I will share my screen again. A video that's going to kind of walk us through, now that we know what a rug is made of, how it's constructed, we can look at the entire rug cleaning process and see what is important about the rug cleaning process and how it is critical to the indoor environment. I can pause this as needed if we get chatty about something. So this in our shop here's another war rug. Clearly we have a theme in my household because my husband was in the military, and this is not a true Afghan war rug. It was made in Pakistan. And I do hate that. Let's go back. The first thing we do is inspect it just to be sure that we're all on the same page with the client, because no matter what kind of service you're providing, setting the expectation with your client on the front end always makes it easier to do your job right.
That's the same way it is with mold remediation or anything we're doing at any company, whether we're doing mold remediation or carpet cleaning or upholstery cleaning, whatever.
House painting, whatever it is.
By the way, that's Andrew right there?
That is my husband.
By the way, this guy in this video is an Iraqi war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, a man's man. He's not scared of nothing. And he happens to be my son-in-law, and I'm very, very thankful that he's part of the family.
So the last little portion was the tumble duster, and this is compressed air, 125 CFM, 125, what else?
PSI.
PSI, man things, that's okay. And this is the dry soil removal that is critical to the first step of the cleaning process.
Because can you pause it just a second?
Yep.
Procter and Gamble back in the 70s did a study of what was in dirty carpets, and they did a dirty upholstery because they wanted to sell a product over the counter. And they discovered that about 78% of the soil that's in carpet is dry particle soil that can be vacuumed and taken away. The other 20% is a roughly 10% water soluble soil and solvent soluble soil, the other 10. So knowing that, we got a rug or your carpet care professional, whatever, gets 80% of it clean by simply vacuuming or dusting it correctly and properly. Amazing how much of that. And hence, what are we doing? We're improving indoor air quality. Because if that's all we did to that rug right there, it goes back in as a much more healthy part of that customer's indoor air quality. Look at all that dry particle soil, and these are big chunks. We're not seeing the little stuff.
So you see the dusty, the skin cells, the things that come in off your shoes. And I think you've said in the past, if you were to only do this, you'd still get an 80 on the test, which I'd like to point out as a child was not acceptable. And, as a rug cleaner, I still don't think it's acceptable. So we'll continue on. I am slightly embarrassed that's how much came out of a rug from my house. That's okay. So here is 1,200 gallons of naturally softened rainwater that we harvest from our roof. And we will put a rug, depending on structural integrity, condition of the rug, and soiling. Will go into the wash tub. A couple different factors will play a part into it. So swimming around with a little cleaning agent, the rug will release the water-soluble soils and things that can be addressed by the cleaning agent. And if there's urine in the rug, it'll spend a little more time there. This is one of the elements of the cleaning process.
There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. Chemical action, like you saw some detergents inside that wash tub. Chemical action, mechanical action. This is mechanical action. You brush your teeth, for instance. This is brushing your rug's teeth. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time. You don't stick a rug into that wash tub and then pull it right back out. Give it 30, 45 minutes of dwell time. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature. That rug is at a certain temperature. Then rinse and dry. Those 6 elements. If you wash your hair, you rinse it. You don't just walk out of the shower. No, you rinse yourself off. The same thing happens in a rug. You rinse it off. And now this goes into the wringer rinser to where it's rinsing a rug off. If you could stick yourself in there, it would be really good.
That would hurt.
No, it hurt, wouldn't
Okay.
it?
So we have a little bit of warmth to the water, not hot water. A little bit of warmth because we know that does a little better job of rinsing out the cleaning agents. It's going to slowly creep through this process. And on the other side of those jets are those little rubber guys right there that kind of squeegee out a lot of the loose water. So
That's just like Granny had it in her wash thing in the back on her back porch.
Yes.
She kept all the National Enquirers in there though, that instead of washing rugs in it.
Oh,
Didn't she?
I don't know.
Okay.
And then the rest of the water is spun out in the centrifuge, which is going to spin at about 960 RPM. And it's a little faster than the Gravitron at the fair. It would literally liquefy you if you got into it. And
That's 10,000 PSI is what it is. That's the RPM.
Yep. And then the final grooming. When you wash your hair, you comb it when you're done so that it doesn't dry out and knotted and tangly. And then you dry it. So then our rug is going to go into the dry room where we duct in hot, dry air. and we circulate that heat, duct out the humidity, use air movement and temperature and dehumidification to get this rug dry. Most rugs are going to be dry in that 4 to 8 hour window because we're able to really seal it in and get it nice and warm and a very effective drying system. And then the next day we'll detail any little spots that maybe didn't come out because they're solvent soluble, detail the fringe is needed, roll it up, put it on the wall and say, come get me. So that is our rug cleaning process. And that is how you pull particulate out of a rug to make it a clean, healthy filter again.
And we do the same thing with upholstery too. We blow it off to get the dry particles out of there. By the way, we've had extremely good success, even with moldy upholstery, to be able to blow it off, to put a disinfectant on there first, blow it off completely with 125 PSI, 125 CFM, and then wash it again thoroughly, and then blow it off again, and then test it and send it off to the lab, and it comes back food grade clean. We've taken rugs that we put 15 gallons of raw, untreated sewage, doo-doo, on those rugs, rolled them up for 4 days, and taken them off and cleaned them and got them washed and clean. Send them to the lab up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they test all the cereal boxes and all that, and it comes back food grade clean. That's a huge, huge deal for people that have mold in their homes, or they have any kind of an illness or something that's causing them to have bad indoor air quality. Well, we can now, my goodness, we can save the roads, and there's people all over across the country who can do the same thing. One of the things that Katie was talking about is preventive maintenance. One of the preventive maintenance ways that you can do this is to research your area and find somebody who is a certified rug specialist with the Association of Rug Care Specialists, ARCS, or look up Normie, NORMI, and look for a Normie professional. That guy should have done his homework enough to know who the rug professionals are in his area, who the textile professionals are in his area, because none of us is good. Well, almost none of us is good at everything.
Speak for yourself.
Well, before you kids start arguing, let me jump in here and say that obviously the passion is there for what you do and how you care about your customers and their property and how you take care of it. So kudos for that. Absolutely. We only have
only the way we were raised. It's only the way we were raised, Lance. Mr. and Miss Chapman ingrained that into Karen, and my mom and daddy surely did the same thing for us.
Well, they did a good job. But we have a few minutes left. So is there anything you'd like to wrap up with or say to anybody watching this?
I just want to reiterate the fact that cleaning your textiles in your house impacts the indoor air quality of what you're breathing. Mr. Hoffman says that these cleaning techniques and all that are for people who like to breathe, and we enjoy breathing, and our customers enjoy breathing. And these rugs. Oh, I'm glad you put this up. This is from Shaw Industries, by the way.
I'm not screen sharing
Okay,
right now.
can you screen share it?
I can.
All right.
I sure can.
This is important. It was said of the parson in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but first he wrought her, and then he taught her. Well, if I'm going to sit there and tell you stuff to do, I ought to at least do it in my own dadgum house. So let's go to the next one, too.
Okay, so let's talk about this, though.
Okay.
The first lines of defense. We always say vacuuming is one of the best ways of maintenance, but before vacuuming, what can you do to reduce or prevent the load of soiling that's going to be on your floor covering? And the 3 zones, as Shaw calls it, zone 1, 2, and 3, is get the moisture off of your feet first, and then something to collect the bulk of like a scrubby, bristly kind of
floor mat. Yep.
and then something to get whatever might be left on it. So why does it keep going the same direction?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Here.
This is my front porch, and you see that I've got some rug pad that was cut wrong, so we use it out there. That's absorbing the moisture off from the bottom of my shoes. And you see that little scratchy little green rug mat. That's an AstroTurf mat. I want to scratch the stuff off the bottom of my dadgum shoes. Studies have shown it takes 15 steps to remove the soil from the bottom of your shoes. So let's accelerate that, please, and we can do that. And then another thing we do is we put a nylon walk-off mat there and put our shoes over to the side so that we're not traipsing that stuff all in our house. Why? Because my wife and I breathe about 3,000 gallons of air every day, just like you and Andrew and your babies don't drink quite that much, but everybody that's watching this video, you drink 3,000 gallons of air a day. And do you want to get it clean as possible for your healthy indoor environment? And fortunately, we're starting them off young at Petty John's. But she needs to put the phone up and not talk to her friends while she's doing some work, though.
You know, Katie, you had spoken earlier about that whole child labor thing when you were growing up. And
Oh, gosh, no,
I see this isn't really skipping a generation.
Yeah.
Okay, just handcuff me now. You can go ahead.
Friends and family. All of the little ones have been obsessed with vacuum cleaners, which is funny. Is it funny? I think it's in our DNA.
But it goes back to these things here we're talking about here, Lance. These cleaning for health. Research has shown that if you can identify where the reservoirs or the sinks are in your house, or in your office, or in your car, or anywhere, then you can identify the pathways that reservoir takes to get into your lungs or into your body, that a germ or a virus or a mold spore or something would get into there. Then you can interrupt that pathway and stop that from getting into your body. This is one of the beautiful things that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is teaching people to become essential cleaning professionals. And by the way, during the corona, you remember we called some politician's office and told him that we cleaned the governor's rugs. And he said, okay, you're an assistant cleaning professional. So we got that designation early on. And how many times have we taken a rug and taken the ATP meter and before and after and seen the reduction in organic load almost non-existent?
We had fun playing with that during COVID when everyone was hyper aware of ATP meters and organic load. And we tested a random rug out in our shop. I think it had urine in it, so we knew it was going to have a decent organic load to begin with. And when we were done cleaning it, literally right out of the centrifuge, we groomed it, we put it on the poles like you saw in the video, did another ATP swab on it, and did one of those cartoon eye rub things, did another swipe with another test, and it said 0. We were like, did you do it right?
Unbelievable. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to interrupt you here because I think you're giving away all the secrets to part 2 of Petty John Cleaning here. So we're just about out of time for this segment. So if we can wrap this up, maybe we'll do another segment in the near future and go into some more detail on that.
Well, fortunately, this business is in our blood. My granny lived at 25 Liley Street in Somerville, Georgia, right across from the Bigelow Sanford rug mill. And she babysatted all the children for the executives of that place. My uncle was a dolpher there. Both of my aunts worked in that rug plant. And my daddy's PhD is in organic chemistry, for crying out loud. And he worked at DuPont for 35 years as a senior research chemist with them, and developed a lot of different textiles that we use today, as a matter of fact. And fortunately, it's in our blood, but also a respect for the people who made this rug is in our blood, and respect for our precious customers is in our blood too. We're not here. John Donne says, no man is an island unto himself. We're not here by ourselves, and we're part of the whole. And what we do impacts people's lives. And that's the beautiful thing about Normie. is that Mr. Hoffman and you, Lance, and Roger, and all those guys, and David, and all those guys out there are just are preaching this sermon over and over and over again, and it's taking. I think our society and our culture is really beginning to develop a huge appreciation for proper indoor air quality. And thank you, Lance, for what you've done and for allowing us to look under the sheets to see what's going on at Petty John's too.
Well, Katie, Robert, I thank you very much for spending this time with us. Very educational, and maybe we'll do this again with the part 2.
Well, that'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Take care. It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience. And I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. You know, one of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts. It was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive, but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, you know, a master carpenter or, you know, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
You know, I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the people that can come for that training. But to even, qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IIC or C, it may be that combination course, which is more of a technician and a supervisor course. It could be, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite too, and that's built into the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. The other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded and everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. but we are seeing a lot of that transition. You know, you've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of, responsibility in some of these remediation organizations. And we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to, substitute for 10 years of experience. But for somebody who's got, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and, position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
Right. We've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved. But what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having been the primary instructor for this for 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. If the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people to hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. You got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs, or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it like less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, 2 things are important in terms of the post class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter. 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class, is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating, and maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be. But one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, was there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got is you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. You know, when I'm teaching that class, I learn so much, and one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator. All right, I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis, and quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling or sometimes getting out over the course of, multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator. And so, and I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that, we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. A lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So, Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach this class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, as somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The MCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born. The Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ICRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs? And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training on sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro? And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there, to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. There's great pieces of equipment and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena, but it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before, but it's brand new. 2023 for us is not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically every concept that's in this NCMP course I have taken from with their permission and with their discussion in class, but basically I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that to me is the best knowledge to share. Is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it. And we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun. And the people that come through this class, talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their, because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high, as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allow some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void. And I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
I want to welcome my guest today, Jim Sefrin, who is the Director of Infraspection Institute out of Burlington, New Jersey. He's also a level 3 thermographer, and he is qualified as an expert witness to testify in court on thermography issues. So Jim, welcome.
Thank you, Lance. It's a pleasure to be here.
You know, I mentioned quickly about you being an expert in court and a level 3 thermographer. I'm a level 1 thermographer, so I know there's a great difference in knowledge between, you know, the training that I've received and certifications and what you do. But maybe just to start off, could you explain just the brief difference between the different levels? I know there's 1, 2, 3.
Correct. Generally speaking, in the thermographic community, there are 3 levels of training, appropriately labeled 1, 2, and 3. While I can't speak to the levels of other organizations, with my company, Infraspection Institute, we define level 1 thermography as the basics of thermography and heat transfer and qualitative infrared inspections, that is thermal imaging. In our level 2 courses, we build upon the subject matter that students have learned in level 1 and then add in accurate non-contact temperature measuring. In level 3, this is about best practices. And in level 3, we continue to build upon the skill sets that a level 2 thermographer has gained and teach them how to appropriately manage an infrared inspection program. Even if they manage a program with just 1 thermographer, we talk about the safety standards, compliance with international standards. We talk about thermography as legal evidence and the things that thermographers need to be aware of in preparing each and every report, even if they don't intend for it to be used as a piece of evidence in pending litigation.
Well, what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to jump backwards a little bit. I mean, you explained the difference in the certifications, which clarified it to me because it's been a while since I've gone through that. But for the people that are watching this now, what's the basics? What is thermography?
Well, thermography, simply defined, is the art and science of detecting, displaying, and recording thermal patterns across the surface of an object. Thermal imaging utilizes a special electronic instrument called a thermal imager, or some people prefer to say infrared camera. Those terms are used interchangeably by many in the industry. These cameras are designed to work similar to a video camera. However, what they detect are the normally invisible thermal patterns that are present across the surface of all earthbound objects. So with a thermal imager, we are looking to detect, display, and document the thermal patterns across various structures, objects, processes, or even people at times.
My understanding from when I went through the course and the way I've explained it to people in the past is that regular photography is what the camera sees, visible light. What the thermography system is looking at is heat, and it creates an image that your brain can process.
That is correct. We as humans have evolved to see visible light, something we're all familiar with. Infrared behaves similar to visible light, and it is given off by all earthbound objects. So it's the heat that's given off or radiated or emitted by an object that the infrared imager sees and then turns into a graphic representation in the form of a video image, which appears on a monitor screen. Depending upon the instrument's settings and its sophistication, the imagery that appears on the monitor screen of a thermal imager may be either monochrome, or black and white if you prefer, or it may be multicolor, wherein the various shades of gray or colors represent the thermal patterns across the surface of that object.
I mean, it sounds technical and I understand what you're talking about, but for people that aren't really familiar with it, how would you do thermography or thermal imaging? Maybe that would explain it a little easier.
Sure. Well, thermal imaging, once you know the basics, is relatively straightforward. If you can operate a video camera, you can probably operate a thermal imager. The equipment has become extremely user-friendly and far more sophisticated than when I got started nearly 40 years ago. You simply, under the right conditions, point your imager at an object, and the thermal imager produces a real-time image of the thermal patterns across the surface of that object. The important thing to note is that although thermal imagers operate similar to daylight cameras or daylight video cameras, there are some differences. For example, thermal imagers will not see through glass or plastics. In fact, they won't see through any solid material. So what you see on television, like programs like NCIS New Orleans comes to mind, where law enforcement is routinely pointing a thermal imager at a building and they're seeing the suspects moving around inside. Well, it's clever and entertaining for the TV program. It's wholly inaccurate. No thermal imager sees through solid walls or glass or nominal thicknesses of plastics.
So the black helicopters with the thermal imaging cameras can't see into your house from, 2 miles up?
Not to my knowledge, they can't.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that for everybody. So our industry, indoor air quality, which is a big umbrella over mold assessment, mold remediation, flooding, biohazard cleanup, all different verticals. How do you see this working in, let's start with the indoor air quality or assessment industry?
Okay. Well, the thermal imaging, first of all, can be applied to any situation where knowledge of thermal patterns across the surface will provide meaningful data about that system, object, process, or structure. Thermal imaging is routinely used in maintenance for inspecting electrical systems to detect hotspots, machinery to detect the defective bearings, high temperature applications to detect the defects in refractory or locate underground pipe leaks associated with steam leaks or high temperature hot water. It's used routinely to inspect flat roofs on buildings and also to look at buildings for energy loss. So here in all of these applications, knowledge about a difference in thermal patterns can help point out where there is a problem. Thermal imaging is also used for indoor air quality as a very powerful adjunctive tool where we can use it to assess things, help assess things like airflow or temperature of air being supplied to a living space or occupied space. Now, harkening back to something I said earlier, thermal imagers detect thermal patterns across a surface. It's important to note that air does not have a surface. So what we're looking at would have to be the registers supplying an occupied space or the heating units themselves. So you may look at baseboard heat exchangers or radiators or the air supply registers that are located in occupied space and look for temperature differentials there. The other place where thermal imaging can be used as part of overall indoor air quality would be to detect evidence of latent moisture associated with wet building materials. This could be drywall, could be acoustic ceiling tiles, or carpet. These things readily show up to a thermal imager when wet and the water is actively evaporating.
Yeah, you just mentioned a moment ago about, air not having a surface, but I've used thermal imaging to look at temperature stacking in a room where that's multiple levels where the air is not really circulating. And you can actually see not the air, but you can see its effect on the walls.
That is absolutely correct. And I'm okay with a layperson saying that you can see differences in air, but I want your viewers to know that there's a subtle difference, but a very important one, and you've pointed that out. So if an occupant of an occupied space wanted to refer to we're seeing air temperatures, I'm okay with it. I'm not going to correct them on the spot. But for those who are trained, they know that we cannot see different temperatures in air, but you can see the influence or effects, and that is toward the bottom of a wall. It may be particularly in the winter months, maybe cooler toward the bottom and then get warmer, a wall surface get warmer the higher you go within the room.
Yeah, it was a pretty powerful photo that I use in some of the training that we do showing stacking, because you try to explain it to people, they don't get it because you can't see it till you look at the results of it with thermal imager. And it definitely speaks volumes. So what kind of limitations are there on the thermal imaging equipment, at least that's available now?
That's a great question, Lance. Where we stand right now in 2023, with respect to equipment, there has never been a greater variety of thermal imaging systems available to the public. They range from very, very simple. In fact, for as little as $200, you can buy a module that will go onto a smartphone or smart device. And with the software that comes with it, turn your smart device, your cell phone, if you will, into a thermal imaging system. It can range up to hundreds of thousands of dollars for the top of the line systems that do very specialized applications. But let's say between the range of $1,000 US and up to $30,000 approximately, there is a wide range of equipment out there that will handle applications associated with mold investigation or indoor air quality. Now, one will always get what one pays for. It's particularly true in thermal imaging. You need to choose an imager with sufficient resolution and thermal sensitivity to carry out the task. A imager which retails for $1,000 may be adequate for something of large size in close proximity, maybe 6 to 8 feet of imaging distance, but it's not going to be adequate for picking out fine details from the exterior of a building from a couple hundred feet away.
I remember when I got my first IR camera, and it was 18, 19 years ago. I paid over $13,000 for it. Recently, I had an issue with it, and I called about getting some service, and I was basically told that it's too old, we can't fix it. But if you want to send it in, it would be $2,500 for us to evaluate it. I went and bought another camera for $500 to do a quick job that I had to do.
Right. And that's very typical of this business. The prices have fallen precipitously over the last 20 years. And meanwhile, the quality of the instrumentation has gone up. But concurrent with it, the falling prices across the board, due to advances in technology, manufacturers have come up with different price points for lesser quality instruments that are available. So now it's basically pick a price point, and there's probably an imager to meet your budget. But you'll find that for indoor air quality, for people who are serious, if you've got between $3,000 and $8,000, there is a lot of instrumentation available to you. And I think it's important to know, I don't sell instrumentation, and I will tell you that I teach people how to use it properly and within the limits of the subject equipment. But price is also a moving target, and I just give some generalities on giving people an idea for budget. Our family of companies have just acquired at least 3 imagers in the last year, and I think we bought equipment that was around $15K by the time we were done, because we added additional lenses so that we would have different fields of view with the same instrument. It gives us greater capability. But that's probably more horsepower than people need for your average indoor air quality inspection.
Well, that was one of the things that I considered when I bought my camera years ago, that I was a level 1 thermographer, and I was basically looking at heat patterns on surfaces for mold assessment, mold remediation, indoor air quality issues. But I went for the better camera. It was a few $1,000s more, because if I went further on in the industry into temperature measurement for engineering purposes and design and stuff like that, I would have had to go out and buy another camera to do that if I didn't get the upgraded one. So I took that into consideration. You know, yeah, I bought the Lamborghini to drive to the grocery store to get the loaf of bread instead of the Volkswagen. But, you know, at the time, it made more sense to me to do that.
Absolutely. And we are faced with a similar thing here within our family of companies, where we oftentimes are looking not only at what is our most immediate needs, but what could we do additional with this instrumentation. So we tend to buy a level or two above our most basic needs always.
I got to get into the weeds on a question here that it was a big thing quite a few years back, where a lot of the cameras that were being produced couldn't be exported out of the United States until the manufacturers made a change in the speed of the cameras. Is that still an issue?
Let me take apart I think it was 2 questions. So let me take each one in turn. What you're referring to are regulations on the import or export of infrared technology. And what you are at present, back then and still to this day, if you have an imager with a frame rate of 30 hertz, which is considered real time, you cannot export that or take that instrumentation beyond the borders of the United States without authorization from the U.S. Department of State. If you do, you can wind up in very serious trouble. In fact, it's a felony. The change that you are referring to is that some manufacturers came out with imagers that had a frame rate of 9 hertz. 9 hertz is not considered real time, and it is not covered by such restrictions. Those can be exported readily without an export license. Now, the difference between a 9 hertz imager and a 30 hertz imager is if I were holding a 30 hertz imager right now and I were to pan it across the wall, I'm going to see a real-time image with no smearing, no ghost trailing. However, if you have a 9 hertz, depending upon how it's put together and its processing of signal, as you move quickly, you might get a comet trail or smearing until the imager slows down or you hold steady. So 9 hertz there's nothing wrong with a 9 hertz imager. Hundreds of thousands of these instruments have been made and used here in the US as well as throughout the world. But a 30 hertz imager is an imager where if you're doing a lot of things in motion or you're walking or you don't want to have to move as slowly as you pan across a wall, then the 30 hertz imager would be for you. So I would caution anybody who has an imager that if you were looking to do any work outside of the US boundaries, that you make sure that you understand the rules before you take it out or get permission if you have a 30 hertz imager to take it beyond the borders.
I guess the quick question that people are thinking about is why, and my understanding was because of it could be used as a targeting system for weapons.
It has to do with military technology. It's considered a high-end technology. It has military uses, and there've been a couple of instances where people have been up to no good, have tried to take sensors outside of this country, and they've gotten detained at the borders by law enforcement authorities. So I'm always mindful of this because if I'm going to the big house for any reason, it's not going to be for taking an infrared camera across U.S. lines. It'll be for something worthwhile, I promise you.
I actually got stopped once going through TSA security with a camera. They saw the case. It looked like a handgun case. They wanted to search it. They opened it. They searched it. They wanted to swab it, with gunpowder residue detection and stuff. And it was fine. They had no idea what it was. I had to explain it to them, but it was only once I had an issue with that.
I suspect that's probably some time ago because so many people are carrying imagers through onto airplanes. In fact, I'm going to be taking 2 or 3 next week for a class I'm teaching. I'm going to Kansas City for an on-site class, and I'll have 2 or 3 in a duffel bag. And I think that TSA people nowadays have probably seen an imager at least once a shift. I can't imagine that it's all that far into them. But for those who do travel, it's always a good idea to have a battery with your imager if you're boarding a plane and taking this as a carry-on, so that in case you are asked to fire it up and prove that it really is a thermal imager, you can do so.
Interesting. I always had the batteries with it, but just never for that reason. But good point. All right. So in my world, indoor air quality and mold assessment remediation, we have standards of practice, professional practices. Are there current accepted standards for thermal imaging?
The answer to that question is yes, there are. There are many, actually. My company, Infraspection Institute, actually publishes perhaps the largest inventory of applications and equipment usage standards pertaining to thermography. We have standards related to infrared inspections of electrical systems, mechanical systems, building envelopes, flat roofing systems, boats and recreational yachts, horses, photovoltaic systems, just to name a few. We also publish standards on proper use of the thermal imager, and all of these standards are taught in our courses. Those standards are also available for purchase by lay people or people with an interest in thermal imaging, and they can be accessed through the Infraspection Institute website through our online store. They're available for immediate download. Very reasonably priced, I might add. I say that because I'm a practicing thermographer, and I've seen standards published by ISO and other international entities that retail for as much as $200 to $300 each. Ours are nowhere near that in price.
Weren't you at one point involved with writing some of the standards?
I've been a co-author of most of the standards that are in place. I'm responsible for the content of the 13 or so that Infraspection publishes. I also am a member of ASTM International and have been since 1985, and have helped to co-author the standards that are published by ASTM. Those standards are later adopted by ISO and I've also worked with the Roof Consultants Institute, to name a few.
In some of the classes that I'm involved with teaching on the remediation and assessment side, I talk about thermography and the importance that it can play in the assessment, inspection process and repair, making sure you got all the problems. But one of the issues or questions I get all the time, what should I buy? And to your point from earlier, there's different pieces of equipment you can buy for different things you're going to be doing. But I always tell people, get trained in thermography first, learn about it before you go out and buy it. It's kind of like saying you want to go buy a car, but you've never driven one.
Right. I couldn't agree more with your advice that you're offering. I use a similar analogy. I say buying an imager with no training or understanding of the technology is like sending your 4-year-old to buy the family car. They may only know the basics, and it's not enough. There are subtle differences that are key differences in the performance, and it's far too easy to make a purchasing mistake if you buy before you understand what you're doing. My best advice to anyone who is looking to join the ranks of thermographers is to get your training first from an unbiased source. And then when you see the different applications, it may change your mind about what instrumentation that you are going to buy, or you may see other business opportunities with respect to infrared inspections that will dovetail nicely with your existing business that would lead you to buy a different piece of equipment. My best advice is do not rely solely, if you're not experienced, do not rely solely upon web advertising or web pages. The infrared business is unlike many others in that many companies practice image substitution in their print literature and especially on their websites. That is, they'll take the imagery from their highest quality thermal imager and put it onto a web page for a much lesser capable imager. So it's like getting it's like going into a car dealership and ordering a Corvette, and when you arrive to take delivery, you find, if you're old enough to remember them, a Chevette in its place. And you say, wait a minute, that's not what I ordered. I said, well, come on, they're both vets. I mean, they're both modes of transportation. There's photographs in the literature we shared with you are just for illustrative purposes. So here in the infrared business, and I mean this in all seriousness, image substitution is a widely practiced advertising technique, and it's one that seasoned thermographers like myself, we look at that imagery and go, that's nice, but I want a pre-purchase demo or be able to take it for a test drive first.
So while you were explaining all that, I was just thinking about, people not understanding the technology. And I remember being out on an assessment and the homeowner was following me around and watching me look with the camera on things. And I still remember them saying, is that a ghost? There was a tile wall and it was catching a reflection and it was bouncing back the heat pattern. And I said, no, it's not, but it's making me think about the Ghostbusters TV show that was on where they were using thermal imaging cameras.
Yeah, and to your point, thermal imaging is often portrayed in the mass media, but frequently it's misrepresented. My wife is a big fan of NCIS New Orleans, so I don't want to besmirch her favorite TV program while she's not around. But NCIS New Orleans is a program where I've noted that there's multiple uses of thermal imaging which are incorrect. But we see other forms of entertainment, ghost hunting programs where thermal imaging is used to find spirits. The topic of UFOs is another. Now, and we touch on this, by the way, in our level 1 course. And the reason I touch on it is because many lay people have been exposed to this and they come away with false impressions of what thermal imaging can or cannot do. And I advise our students, and I would advise your members the same that are using thermal imaging, is when somebody's wrong in their assessment or understanding, just be patient with them. Chances are they've just been misinformed and they've seen it misrepresented on TV. But I point out in our level 1 courses that don't believe everything you say because inaccuracies abound. Another good example, I was giving a level 1 class not so long ago, and I mentioned this on a Monday as part of our day 1 course content. And Tuesday morning, one of my students comes in, he has a bottle of Snapple, and he says, I want to share something with you. And he takes the cap off, and underneath is a Snapple fact, which I had no idea existed until I saw this one. And the Snapple fact stated that polar bears are covered with fur that renders them invisible to thermal imagers. And I found that interesting because it's 180 degrees from the truth. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service actually uses thermal imagers from airborne platforms to do census counts of polar bears. And in doing a little more research, I found out that there's somewhere on the order of 1,000 Snapple facts available to the public at large, but there are many things that are incorrect, including the one about polar bear hair.
Well, there's something we didn't expect to learn today. Speaking of learning,
bonus.
Yeah, bonus. Tell us about the Institute, Infraspection Institute.
Sure. Infraspection Institute, my company, has been in business since 1980, and as such, we are the oldest infrared training and certification firm in the world. Infraspection Institute provides training, certification, and support for infrared thermographers from around the globe. We do not sell or take commissions on the sale of infrared equipment. So it puts us in a very unique position in that we offer unbiased training. We are not manufacturer neutral, we're manufacturer or vendor independent. We stay completely above that. We also are recognized as an authoritative body in the business, in that we have written or co-authored many of the standards that are in place for the conduct of infrared inspections for infrared equipment use.
Like I mentioned earlier, you're here in New Jersey, where I'm located, you're the southern part of the state. But if somebody wanted to take a course with you, can they do them online?
Absolutely. We offer training all across the country, and for that matter, throughout the world. We actually have a network of course materials licensees who are authorized to teach our courses. And at present, we have representation on 6 of the 7 continents. We just have not found anyone in Antarctica yet that is ready to set up and offer training there. But we have live instructor-led training available on 6 of the 7 continents. And we also have the world's most comprehensive inventory of distance learning courses for thermography. Those courses are professionally produced, and they are available as recordings, meaning that they are available to a student 24/7. And a student can go back during their subscription period for training, can go back and see those recordings as many times as they like. So it allows students to take their training wherever and whenever it's convenient for them.
Well, in a few minutes, I'm going to ask you to give us some information about where people could reach out to your school or you for more information about training and anything else. But before that, it just popped into my head and I don't want to forget about it. I remember talking to you years ago and you telling me about being called out to find the mysterious lights over the Gulf of Mexico.
Actually, I appreciate that recollection. I'm going to make a little bit of a correction there. I got a call from the National Geographic Society regarding a videotape that had been offered by someone in Mexico as proof that UFOs were visiting and operating over the Gulf of Mexico. The proof was a videotape that had been recorded by a combat aircraft flown by the Mexican Air Force. They were out on a training mission and they were over the Bay of Campeche, which is in the southeast quadrant of the Gulf of Mexico. And during their flight, they noticed a group of hotspots that seemed to be shadowing them and flying in, and I'm going to air quotes here, flying in formation and shadowing these combat aircraft. And they were discussing it back and forth. The language was quite colorful, as sometimes military personnel are in their speech. But that aside, this videotape ultimately wound up in the hands of a UFO investigator who had offered this as proof that UFOs were operating over the Bay of Campeche. So the National Geographic Society had gotten wind of this and were putting together a documentary about UFOs, and they were looking for an expert to comment on it, and they had contacted me. Now, they originally had gone out and tried to get a thermal imager and fly the same area, but they were in a pressurized aircraft and thermal imagers won't see through glass or plastic, so they couldn't see out of the window. So after a fail that was costly for them, they decided to get someone else to come in and work with them, and we offered to do so. And after reviewing that videotape, we came up with an alternate theory of the source of the hotspots in the video, and that was that these hotspots were more likely caused by the presence of oil and gas exploration platforms operating in the Cantarell oil fields, which is in the Bay of Campeche. These platforms have a flare stack, which is a large tower, which is used to burn off waste gases. And these flares run up to 100 feet in height or more from the tip of the nozzle where they are burned off. And this creates a large hotspot when viewed with a thermal imager. The interesting thing about the hotspots was there was a big hotspot in the video, each one, and then had a much smaller, fainter one beneath it. And the thermal imagery dovetailed and correlated perfectly with the heat given off by a flare stack and the reflection of that same flare off the seawater, the surface of the seawater in the Gulf of Mexico. The idea that the group of UFOs were following the Mexican Air Force aircraft was really an optical illusion. Without a point of reference, you lose perspective, and it gives the impression or the illusion that something is following you. The analogy I use when I talk about this in our classes in the introductory part of thermography, the analogy I use, the experience I have firsthand, is when I was young. It's a long time ago. When I was young, I'd go out in the yard at night, and on a clear night, and the moon was out bright, I'd walk across the yard and get this sensation that the moon was following me. It's like I had my own private moon. Everywhere I went, the moon followed along. Similarly, without a point of reference, you can't know that it's not following you. Your mind gets tricked without that point of reference. So it's the same thing here. But that was the story of the UFOs. And I'm not saying UFOs don't exist. In fact, I think it's interesting that in the last week, our military has finally admitting to shooting down unidentified flying objects. It's been on TV. They just aren't. I don't think that those aircraft that were shot down, however, were extraterrestrials. They seem more like balloons to me.
Well, from back in the 40s from Roswell, everything was just called a weather balloon.
That's right.
So, yeah, no, what you're referring to is the recent balloon from China that was shot down, and then 3 additional ones that were found in different parts of the world. But that's for another discussion, another day. But I think the key here is training. You know, the pilots were trained to a point, but probably didn't understand enough of thermography to be able to distinguish what they were seeing and what it really was.
I would agree with you. They did not go in pursuit of said UFOs, but rather continued on with their mission. As they say, it's really a very small video clip that was purported to be proof that UFOs existed, but in fact did not. And it's things like this that we caution our students, be aware that these things are on YouTube, they're in the public domain, they're on television, they're in print, they're under Snapple bottle caps, these misrepresentations. And you just need to be aware of it and anticipate that others may have mistaken notions about thermal imaging. But to that end, the greatest limiting factor in any infrared inspection for any application is not the equipment. We've touched a little bit on equipment. The greatest limiting factor is the operator and what he or she knows. One of the things that's most important is, in addition to using the right equipment, it's understanding infrared theory and heat transfer, understanding the system or object or structure that you're inspecting, how it's put together, and how it's interacting with its environment, and also being able to anticipate what type of thermal pattern is going to be indicative of a defect or an unwanted condition that you're there to detect. So all of that, it should be part of one's training, and also experience plays a part in this. But with proper training, a person should be able to go out and with their understanding of structures or electrical or mechanical systems or any other systems being inspected, be able to apply that in a meaningful way.
You know, you mentioned something when you were talking about the pilots not going after or in pursuit of the lights that they saw. If we take that into the indoor air quality mold assessment arena, it's like looking at a wall and seeing a heat pattern or cold pattern, depending on how you want to look at it, and not verifying that it is a problem with like a moisture meter, going that next step to validate what you're seeing.
That's absolutely correct. In fact, one of the things that I stress in my class is that infrared by itself is not a standalone technology. almost always, at a bare minimum, we are correlating what we see on the screen with our eyes, doing a cross-reference visually. Now, step beyond that, which is oftentimes required, would be the use of moisture meters, whether it be invasive or capacitance type moisture meters. There's always additional confirmation that's necessary. You cannot know that a certain pattern is caused by the presence of moisture or an air leak until, or missing or misapplied insulation, until you have verified it with the next level of verification. And with indoor air quality, most often it's first visual and then touch. Sometimes it's touch. You reach down, touch the carpet, and it's wet. Or it could be just that simple, or then moving on to moisture meter, or in some cases, physical disassembly of a structure, a wall structure, to look at what's inside, or even using a borescope. That's a lot less invasive, but that's a possibility as well.
I mean, it could even be as simple as just a nest from a squirrel inside of a wall, or mice or something, just generating heat on that surface.
Yeah. Or under cold weather conditions, if the squirrels or rodents have removed the insulation, it's misapplied insulation. That's a possibility. We have seen in some cases where insects, in particular termites, can bring enough moisture back to the nest to create a cold spot on a wall. And you look at that, and yes, it's moisture causing it, but it's not because of a leak. It's because you have an insect infestation. And that is also a possibility for detection with a thermal imager under the right conditions.
So because of the specialty way that you get information, or specific way that you get information back from the thermal imager, it changes some of the legal requirements, I think, or liability requirements on the assessor. I mean, we work normally under what we consider within view. You know, if you can look at it and see it, okay, that's what you're really liable for making assessments on. But this gives a little bit extra, but you're really not seeing through walls. I mean, you're still looking at the surface that you can see. So does that change the requirements or the legality of your assessment or your liability?
We suggest to our students, and through the standards, that thermal imaging is a visual inspection, albeit a different wavelength of light. It's a visual type of inspection performed at a specific point in time. What we see today doesn't mean that that's what we'll be seeing tomorrow. So if you stick to your square of expertise and follow the standards, it is an inspection at a given point in time. We do not suggest that people offer opinions beyond the scope of thermography unless they are so qualified. And they also should not misrepresent what the imager and the imaging system is capable of. So we're not going to see into a wall. A good example is thermal imager does not detect mold. Now, I've seen many people offer that verbally. I've seen it written on websites, and I've seen others allude to it. But thermal imagers do not detect mold. Rather, they detect thermal patterns across the surface. One of the things that can create a detectable temperature differential would be the presence of moisture. And when building materials become wet for a prolonged period of time, we all know that they can be conducive to mold growth. So unwanted moisture in building materials goes hand in hand with the presence of mold, but that doesn't mean we've detected mold. The confirmation of the presence of mold requires other tests, which are beyond thermography. So as far as the legality, I think that if one sticks to the square of expertise, and we're very clear about this in the courses that we teach, is tell them what you know. I see a thermal pattern that is typical of latent moisture in the exterior wall. Visual observation noted a discolored stain in the latex paint in the same shape. Carpet was wet to touch. That's fine. Moisture meter indicated presence of moisture. That's fine. But just tell them what you know. I never offer opinions beyond the scope of what I'm doing in thermal imaging if I'm actively doing an inspection. So I don't say that you have mold without there being a test for it. I think you have wet building material here, wet wall, wet ceiling tile, wet carpet. You should have that investigated as to the cause. In fact, the universal recommendation that we offer to our students is this: investigate cause of thermal anomaly, take appropriate corrective action. That's all you ever need to say. And if you say that and nothing more, no one, I don't see where there's any legal pitfall for you.
Interesting. So with that, other verticals as far as, I know we deal with a lot of home inspectors, electrical inspectors, health inspectors. I mean, is there a place for thermal imaging in there?
Absolutely. When you get into larger properties and beyond the single family home, you get into multifamily units. We have electrical systems, which are sizable. Those are candidates for infrared inspection. On many sizable multifamily units, we have the roof. Oftentimes it's low slope, or if you prefer to say it's flat, that is a candidate for infrared inspection. With greater interest in energy awareness and energy conservation, infrared inspections is part of a building energy audit conducted either from outdoors or from indoors to detect evidence of excess heat loss or air infiltration or air exfiltration if you're on the outside. And of course, always latent moisture in building sidewalls. Latent moisture for the mold investigator and mold remediator, we typically are concerned with indoors, inside the building, but there are places where we can have latent moisture in the building structure, which is undesirable. But it may not be creating a mold issue on the inside. A case in point is in our home state of New Jersey and the surrounding states, EFIS, or EIFS, as some people prefer to pronounce it, is also known by the trade name Dryvit, is a building material which uses acrylic stucco that allows a builder to create stone or masonry facade appearances using very inexpensive building materials. This material is notorious for developing leaks over time, and when water gets trapped in an EIFS-clad system, an EIFS-clad building, the moisture does not dry out between storms. And if it is over a wooden substrate, it can create all kinds of problems in causing the substrate to become compromised. Wet itself, of course, can be attractive to insect pests due to the moisture, can be conducive to mold growth, but it can also cause significant structural damage.
We've dealt with that quite a bit, and we deal with that all through the South too. There's a lot of homes being constructed that way also. So yeah, very prevalent. All right.
I'm just going to say one other thing on the verticals. We talk about energy loss. Another one that thermal imaging really excels at as far as energy conservation is on IGU windows. IGU, also known as thermopane or double glazed windows, particularly in commercial structures or even multifamily structures. When these windows become compromised with age, that is, they lose their air seal between the panes. Many times it's filled with argon, but sometimes it's just dry air. When that seal is compromised, moist air gets in from the environment and contaminates the space between. And under the right conditions, when you look at these windows, if they have failed and are contaminated with moist environmental air, you will see with a thermal imager what we call a bullseye signature, either a hot or cold bullseye in the dead center of the window. And that indicates that window has failed. I've recently been involved with a large pharmaceutical here in the state of New Jersey, where they are renovating their properties on a regular basis. And we were inspecting for them annually from the exterior of the building under energy loss conditions to detect excess energy loss, either in air leakage or missing or damaged insulation. And we found in the first year, a certain number of windows, getting about 20 years in age, exhibited this bullseye pattern indicating they failed. Next year, far more. The third year, almost every window exhibited that. So they went through and replaced all those windows as part of a major renovation. We came back as part of a QA, and most of the windows look good, except for the inspection I was on. 3 of them, right out of the box, were failed. And on our web, you'll find the imagery on our websites showing this big bullseye signature indicating a failed window right out of the box. Lance, I've lost your voice. I'm sorry.
You can't see the window that I have here in the office, but there's a slight crack in it and the bullseye is there. So
Okay.
yeah, that does happen. Could you tell our viewers where to find you?
Yes, you can find us online at our website, which is www.infraspection, infraspection.com. There you'll find information about our company, our courses that we offer both in person and online. You'll also find information about all of the standards that we publish. We also have a second website, which is unlike Infraspection, which is a catalog site, talks specifically about Infraspection. We have an online thermographic community website. This is a content-based website called irinfo.org. There you will find a number of resources, including directories of thermographers, which I would invite your members to get their company listed if they haven't already done so. There's no charge for that. We also have a number of technical articles published there. Somewhere around there's over 200 technical articles and about 300 tips of the week, which are short essays pertaining to thermography. So all of these things, these resources are free, and I would invite your colleagues and viewers to tune into our online frequencies, infraspection.com and irinfo.org for more information. Of course, we are a real company staffed by real people. So if anyone has a question, they're welcome to just pick up the phone and simply give us a call, and you'll find our telephone numbers listed on our website.
You mean somebody you really can talk to?
Yes.
Isn't that novel?
I find it seems to be getting more and more novel these days, but it's something I insist upon. It's perhaps born out of habit, maybe a little bit with a touch of gray I sport these days, but it's something I insist upon. We're in a people business, and personal interaction is extremely important.
Jim, I thank you for spending the time with us today. I really appreciate it. And maybe we'll do this again. I know I want to talk to you more about search and rescue and a few other uses for the thermal imaging. So look forward to doing that.
Lance, I would welcome the opportunity anytime. Thank you for letting us share with you, and have a nice day.
You too. Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his I guess designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the ISERC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development. And I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Seyfried in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business. And by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had answered an ad in the newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Sapert, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week. And that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor at graduate school said learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm a secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud, and we had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bitty things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the up, and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean,
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trailau from out in Australia just a little while ago. We were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the ICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto. And he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved in a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine because, goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You ask very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it. And everybody's starting to find the same thing, that, there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man. And thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer. And that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. You know, when a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland, that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
yeah,
thanks to organizations like Normie and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go into another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to Normie like through Scott out in, I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about Normie is not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman and Mr. Adams and Mr. Zawalaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at Normie, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
that's okay.
That's a phone call from somebody at Normie, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly and you've not done it according to Normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's a pivotal course.
It is a good course. It's a very good course. I've
Yes.
seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. What a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, when you as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in his Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ISRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of you. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're going to do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
You know, I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about, you know, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You know, you don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, you know, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520 standard for professional mold remediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experience is an arch where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No, no, no. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that is like normally that is consistent with my values is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What? You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on a call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, he teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina. And I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary, where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, you either have a good filter or you are one. And it makes sense. You know, Robert, I I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's just mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence. Because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. And he thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
but listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
Yes, we do.
Man,
hey, it's the Garden State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
there's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like a doctor or something. I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
Well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
So I'm excited to be here today with Larry Cooper because we're going to talk about a absolutely incredible event that we've got coming up in October. I'm so excited about it. And I'm just going to let you chat a little bit about where we're going and what we're going to be doing, Larry.
Well, Doug, we started this amazing company about a decade ago. It's called Restoration Journeys. And in this case, we're calling it Restoration and Remediation Journeys. And we are going to take you all to Puerto Vallarta, Mexico.
Oh, my.
I mean, get behind me, man. It just looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I heard it was all inclusive, which is really exciting.
Yeah, so Restoration Journeys is where education and travel come together. And we love the opportunity to take business owners and managers and, people that really want to learn to incredible locations where they can relax, enjoy themselves, they bring their wives, kids, whatever they want to do, but also be able to network closely with industry people that, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to get to know and be friends. And so we have now booked Puerto Vallarta, Mexico at the Marriott Resort and Spa. And our dates are October 22nd through October 27th. That's this year. Amazing. I can't wait to leave. But,
so 6 days, 6 days, 5 nights. Yeah.
5 nights, 6 days, exactly. And if you want to add on 3 days before, 3 days after, we have that option available also. Doug, you said something about all-inclusive.
Yeah.
I mean, they're hard to find now. And all-inclusive means all of your food and all of your drink. Now, there may be some minor limitations on drink, like foo-foo, frozen kind of things with umbrellas. I don't know if those are included yet, but all your normal sodas, water, alcohol, that's all included. So you want to come down and drink some beer or margaritas, that's fantastic. But even better than that is we've partnered with Normie. And Normie is an amazing organization, as many of you must already know. And we wanted to partner with them because of the level of education they bring to our industry and to all of you. And so Doug and his team are going to be teaching a class for 2 days in the classroom, in the hotel. And then we'll also have lunch outside by the pool. We'll be down on the beach doing receptions. Doug, tell them a little bit about the education. What are you guys doing there?
Well, I'm going to be teaching for 2 days while my wife is laying at the beach. I don't know what that's all about.
Can't reverse that? Is that what you're saying?
She wants nothing to do with that. No, I'm so excited about this class because this class, I think, first of all, which is really important, is it qualifies licensed remediators and assessors in the state of Florida for 14 hours of continuing education, which means if they come to this 2-day class, they get all the hours they need for 2 years of education, which is pretty cool. But this particular class is called the IAQ Strategy, Sampling, and Solutions. And so it's not a basic level course. Like I said, it's primarily for guys that are certified mold assessors or certified mold remediators or restoration contractors. And the idea is, if you're looking at an environment, how do you decide how many samples to take and what kinds of samples to take? We don't want our guys to be swab jockeys. We want them to understand they need to take a combination of both surface and air samples. What kinds of samples and how many? And of course, based on the environment, that strategy changes the way you will take samples. So that's the first part of it. Then we talk about all the sampling options they have: air answers, swabs, aerosols, VOC sampling, all of that. And then we talk about, okay, so now you found out what the problem is. What about the solutions? How do you create a cleaner, safer, healthier environment? So it's talk about all-inclusive. It's an all-inclusive class that covers a lot of material in 2 days that really helps assessors take and remediators take their business to the next level.
Now, I was really involved in the S520. I chaired that committee for quite a while. And we always looked at assessors as IEPs, right? Indoor environmental professionals. But what we found was that we were causing some limitation problems because there aren't IEPs everywhere that we're doing work, obviously. And so this kind of answers that call. But even more so for me, when I had an IEP on my jobs, I didn't really understand what they were doing. And that's really what this class is about.
Yeah.
Is getting into the framework of what's happening there.
Yeah, unfortunately, some guys in the industry, as you know, like to keep everything kind of close to the vest, make it all kind of mysterious and don't know how they come to the conclusions they came to. And one of the things I think that you and I have agreed on from the very first time we met is that the entire industry needs to share information, share education. Nobody has the magic bullet. Learn what you can learn from everybody. And that's really what this class is about. It's about saying, look, you want to understand how to do this? This is the way you do it and the way you do it right. Of course, it supports not only the S520, but it also supports our Normie professional practices, which is now the insured best practices document used in all states that require licensing. So we're real proud of this class. It's a great, fun class, a lot of interaction, hands-on stuff. And so it's going to be fun.
That is pretty darn awesome. And in that magic bullet, while we're down in Puerto Vallarta, I plan to search for that, just so you know. Been looking for it for a long time.
Well, you can look at it and I'll be at the beach. How's that?
I think that's a fair thing to do, man.
There you go.
What we want you to know is that this package will include 5 nights hotel at the Marriott Puerto Vallarta Resort and Spa. Beautiful spa there. All meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, midnight snacks, whatever it is, all included. There's actually mini bars and snacks in your room. There's room service. There's a fitness area, golf course across the street. beach is right out the back door. The marina is walking distance. And then we'll look at excursions also. But the most important thing we haven't told you is that 14 hours is really critical, because if you attend the 14 hours, this is a tax write-off. This is an education program, and it should be part of your expenses that you can write off for being in business and continuing your education and learning. And you should bring your wife, you should bring your kids. We have special rates and programs for kids also. So if you are interested in bringing kids, we're going to have you call our office and talk to Jillian Olson. She's working on that program. We have big discounts for them. And so definitely check that out. There are other upgrades available, and you can get as nice a room as you would like to. This hotel is newly remodeled. It's absolutely gorgeous. We are more than thrilled to have this great opportunity.
Yeah.
So can I tell them the price?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
I want to tell you that I've been looking at the pictures online. I went to their website and looked at the pictures. Absolutely incredible. And I think it's going to be a really, really fun event. Also, in terms of your education, I think we should mention that if you're an IICRC person, you get credits toward your certification for this class. So again, you can write that off if you're not licensed in the state of Florida, but you have an IIC certification. That's really important, no doubt. And I think you were going to recommend that I should bring 2 sets of clothes, small and extra large. Did you say something about that?
Well, Doug recommended we have a weigh-in at the beginning and at the end.
That would be fun. Oh, and you know what else? The other big news is, I think I told you this, which is kind of coincidental in some ways, but what's really exciting is next year, 2024, is Normie's 20th birthday. So let's have a birthday party down there and we'll celebrate, and I'll let you try to blow out the candles. How's that?
I think I could hit 20 still.
Absolutely. So anyway, you were going to talk about the price.
Well, I don't want to talk about it, but I think everybody will know that this is an amazing opportunity. So the all-inclusive with hotel includes the education, includes transportation from the airport to the hotel and back. We are looking at $2,100 a person. That's a great rate, obviously.
It is. Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of activity, a lot of fun. And then you can stay at the hotel the whole time at the beach and have an awesome time. Swimming pool area is gorgeous. Or you can go travel and see Puerto Vallarta. Downtown has great shopping also, and there's a lot to do. So we're very excited, obviously, to invite you to join us. And there's payment plans also. So if you were interested, you can break down the payments into 3 or 4 payments, and Jillian can help you arrange all of that. There's a small deposit of $500 due when you book it, and we will sell out. And so you definitely want to get in on the action and have some fun. Every one of the trips we've done has been unbelievably wonderful. I think we've done 12 of these trips already. And we cannot wait to be with all of you on the beach having a drink.
That's going to be fun. So how do they get a hold of you? I know you've got a website, and of course they could call us and we'll just simply direct them to you. But what's the website?
The website is restorationjourneys.com. And then our phone number here also is 303-469-0306. Extension 103 is Jillian, and I'm at 101. I'm Larry, and either one of us can help you. And Jennifer answers, you know, she's going to jump in and help you also. So we're all thrilled to have this opportunity to work with Normie and to welcome all of you to Puerto Vallarta. We're going to take care of the details. You know, one thing I know about travel, I've done a lot of travel all over the world. Going into Mexico, I always like to be met with a greeting sign that says my name for Restoration Journeys, so that I know exactly where I'm going. You'll be put into a beautiful luxury vehicle. You'll be taken right to the hotel that's about 10 to 15 minutes away, and you'll start your journey there. So
You want to do that only because you want to be sure to get to the hotel. You don't want to end up somewhere else, right?
well, I've been on some trips where, you walk out and all these guys are grabbing your bags. I got a cab, I got a limo. I don't like confusion. I like to know exactly where I'm going. I like to know that I'm being taken care of. And when I get to the right place, they have my name registered. So
there you go.
That's always really fantastic.
There you go. Well,
all those details.
Well, I can't tell you how excited I am and how much I appreciate you putting this together. I know this is going to be a really fun opportunity for us to be together, spend some time together, do some training, and just relax. So thank you so much for putting this together. For those of you who are Normie members, we do have our website, events.normie.org, and all of the information is there for you to click directly to Larry's website. They're handling all the registration, but we're also promoting it through our social media and so forth. So don't miss out on this opportunity. It's going to be absolutely fun. So thank you so much, Larry, for taking the time to talk about this. And I look forward to getting some videos maybe in the next few weeks when you're down there looking.
I will definitely get that to you. And I think you said the key word, relax. Just come on down and relax and enjoy yourself and learn as you're participating also. So
there you go.
All right. Puerto Vallarta.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normie.org and normieproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain, near a river, or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water.